In the end, I will become a god through hard work. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. You cannot represent the times, but I will eventually reverse the times. Pei Xiansheng and Pei Yaoguang leaned against the car, silent. Is this a high school student? Yaoguang, are you sure your senior has just started practicing martial arts more than a month ago? Pei Xiansheng's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help asking his brother again. Is that so? It should be. Pei Yaoguang said hesitantly. He was also a little uncertain. Could it be that brother Jing was playing the pig and eating the tiger with him a month ago, but he actually grew up practicing martial arts? But the basic breathing method was indeed taught to brother Jing by him. It looks like this is indeed the first time to practice breathing method. How can there be such a monster who has practiced to this level in more than a month? Pei Xiansheng patted Pei Yaoguang's shoulder with a serious expression. No matter what, you must not break your relationship with this person. Even if it's just an ordinary friendship, it may be of great use in the future. I haven't seen this kind of person in the inner ring city. As long as he doesn't die young, even if he doesn't take banned drugs, doesn't install alien implants, and keeps on following the path of old martial arts, he will at least be a Dragon Gate Grandmaster in the future, and may even touch the title. Pei Xiansheng's eyes were thoughtful. What if this Master Zhu can really grow to the point of touching the title? Even if it's just the most worthless 10th stage, it would be incredible. The one who entered the Kang Court decades ago valued the old martial arts masters very much, and the old martial artists who got the title would be treated with courtesy by that one. Pei Xiansheng's eyes flashed. Their Pei family may be able to use this relationship to indirectly get some contact with the Kang Court, which represents the highest power in the Xia dynasty. Even if it's just a tiny connection, it's a huge fortune. Pei Xiansheng said to Pei Yaoguang earnestly, the future of our Pei family depends on you. Pei Yaoguang, he was confused and felt like a fool. Me. JPG, he was just a second generation useless man who was looked down upon by his own father. What future? What burden? Li Zasuo, gods and demons. But before he could say anything, new changes occurred in the field. The mandrill that was swept away by Xue Jing's Fengaian Wei and stuck in the grass slope moved. The body hung in the air because its head was stuck in the soil, struggled for a while, and supported the slope with both hands. With a force, he pulled his head out. This punch. I feel so good. The mandrill stood up, opened his hands, and howled towards the sky. The volume was so loud that a hare in the distance was scared and ran away. He turned his head to look at Xue Jing, with extreme excitement in his eyes, as if a sex maniac had found a beauty that suited his taste very well. What are you still standing there for? Keep going. The mandrill reached out and knocked on his chest, making a thumping sound as it hit his muscles. I spent so much money to install this thing. If I don't get it more, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Ah. Come on, hit me. Xue Jing glanced at the opponent's left shoulder, which was the part hit by his Fengaian Wei. He didn't want to kill anyone, so he didn't aim at the head. There was a purple mark on the slightly dark right shoulder skin, which should have been caused by his beating. Fengaian Wei, which can blast the cockroach monster's head, doesn't have much effect when it hits the human body. Although he didn't use the twin power to increase it, this person's body is too hard. Xue Jing felt a little familiar. Previously, when he was on a mission to contain Crown of the Evil Woman, he met a man named Xue Jing. The other party's skin membrane was abnormally strong, and punching it could hardly cause damage to the other party. It feels very similar to now. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and asked, alien implant? The mandrill was surprised and said, oh. I didn't expect that you, an outer ring person, would have some knowledge. Yes, it is an alien implant. I have a layer of B1 protective membrane installed in my epidermis. It is an entry-level military alien implant with extremely strong shock absorption ability, especially for the strength of you martial artists. The mandrill grinned. How about it? Are you tempted? Do you want to install one too? Xue Jing shook his head and said in a calm tone, how can a mere technological product be compared to a tempered body? The mandrill tutted. So you martial artists, why are you unwilling to face reality? The old times have passed for more than 200 years. Wake up, times have changed. With the last sentence, the mandrill appeared in front of Xue Jing. He stretched out two long arms like monkeys and slapped Xue Jing's head from the left and right. Double wind pierced his ears. This attack was extremely fast, and it seemed that some strange moves were used. The airflow around his body was rolled up, making Xue Jing feel vaguely bound and unable to move. Xue Jing's expression did not change, but he gathered all his strength, and the real dragon in his body roamed all over his body. He immediately got rid of the inexplicable restraints, lowered his head, and dodged the slaps from both sides. Pa! The two palms collided on the top of Xue Jing's head, slapped together, and a sharp explosion seemed to pierce the eardrum. A circle of air suddenly spread out from the slap. Xue Jing felt a pain in his ears and his head was dizzy. The corners of the mandrill's mouth opened. His hands had been modified to emit special sound waves that could make people dizzy by slapping. The purpose of this double wind piercing the ears was not to hit people, but to slap close to the enemy, to maximize the effect of the sound waves. Young people are still young people, and they fell into the trap. Xue Jing felt his consciousness gradually fade away in the sound of the vibration. But he was not panicked, and immediately operated the visualization method of the hibernating dragon technique in his mind. The powerful control of the mind brought by visualization, close to LV5 also improved his concentration. The sound of the dragon's roar resounded in his mind, forcibly dispelling the dizziness, and Xue Jing's consciousness instantly returned to clarity. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the power of the real dragon flowed into the fist. He swung a rising dragon fist at the chin of the mandrill. Bang! The mandrill rose to the sky on the spot, a full 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and then began to fall freely. What? He was shocked. How could it be possible that the strength of this young man's consciousness was high enough to resist the sound wave attack? Question mark? Xue Jing looked at the mandrill in the air and said softly, times may have changed, but you still can't represent the times. He raised his right hand and swung a palm, lightly brushing the chin of the mandrill that had just landed. Compared to the two powerful punches before, this palm strike seemed to have no power at all, and it couldn't even move the mandrill's body. But even the mandrill, who was still full of energy in the air, suddenly rolled up his eyes after this palm strike, and twitched twice, after falling to the ground, and didn't move. Among all kinds of martial arts, this is soft power. Your membrane is strong, so I won't hit your membrane, but will directly pour the power into your body to explode. Even if this membrane is magical, it can block most of the soft power, but it doesn't take much power to knock someone out. A light blow to the chin is enough. Xue Jing looked at the mandrill who fell into a baby's sleep at his feet, and said to himself in a voice that only he could hear, you can't represent the times, but I will eventually reverse the times. After pretending to be cool, Xue Jing pinched his chin. So what does he want from me? Just as he was wondering whether he should wake up the mandrill, a noise similar to the sound of a radio changing channels suddenly came from some unknown part of the mandrill's body. Then, a female voice was heard. The mandrill's consciousness is interrupted. It seems that he is no match for you. It was a low female voice that sounded very calm. Xue Jing's expression did not change, but he just asked, who are you? What do you want from me? Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. The female voice said. Xue Jing frowned and said lightly, you'd better hurry up. I won't keep you waiting for long. The female voice disappeared, as if she had hung up the phone. Brother Jing, is it over? Pei Yaguang asked loudly in the distance. The fight between Xue Jing and the mandrill was a long story, but it didn't take much time, just a few dozen seconds. However, although the time was short, the two Pei brothers who were watching with great interest. Wonderful, wonderful. Xue Jing reached out and grabbed the black vest of the mandrill, dragged him to the side of the car, and threw him against the tire of the back seat. So what exactly did he want to see you, Brother Jing? Pei Yaguang asked in confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly had an idea and blurted out, could it be that the official mysterious organization in the novel tests the newcomers? To show the newcomers the power and means of the organization, defeat the newcomers, and then tell the newcomers that, as long as you join, you can also have these. Pei Shai and Sheng laughed beside him. You have read too many novels. I think it is quite like this. Pei Yaguang scratched his head. Xue Jing kicked the mandrill under his feet and said lightly, "Hey, since you are awake, then get up." He did not hold back on that soft palm, but he was not skilled in using it. Most of the force was removed by the mandrill's membrane, and not much force penetrated into the chin. Therefore, although the mandrill fainted, the injury was not serious. Xue Jing noticed that the breathing rhythm of the mandrill had a subtle change for a moment, and he immediately knew that the man had woken up. Hearing this, the mandrill could only open his eyes and stop pretending to be dizzy. He was a little embarrassed, put his hand on his chin, and twisted his head, saying, "It really hurts." "Don't change the subject, talk about things," Xue Jing said. "Well." The mandrill looked at the Pei Yaoguang brothers and said, "You two, go somewhere else." The two Pei brothers looked at each other, nodded, and walked to the side without saying much. After they walked away, the mandrill said, "Actually, what the little fat man said just now is right. I do come from an official organization, and I also plan to invite you to join." So, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xue Jing shaking his head. "I'm not interested in joining the so-called official secret organization, especially now." Xue Jing looked at the mandrill. "After meeting you, I'm not very satisfied with the style of your organization and I don't want to join at all. Can't you just invite him honestly? You have to go around in circles to play this trick." Although he wouldn't join, even if he was invited seriously, he is very satisfied with his current life. He can practice martial arts and grow slowly, and occasionally do some containment missions to upgrade his divine skills. How comfortable. Why join an official organization? The mandrill scratched his head. "Don't rush to refuse. I admit that there are some problems. Because our branch is specifically responsible for handling abnormal events related to the border area, it is quite dangerous. It is inevitable that there is more pressure, and the style of doing things will be more wild. But there are also many benefits. For example, the B1 protective membrane I wear is a military implant. Ordinary people can't get it, no matter how rich they are. You have also felt the effect. This implant alone can be equivalent to the horizontal training skills of your martial artists for 20 to 30 years. There are also various banned drugs with verified safety. As long as you join us, you will become stronger at a speed you can't imagine." The mandrill stood up and patted the dust on his military pants. "You may think you are a genius. I admit that. I have read the information. You have only practiced martial arts for more than a month, and you can beat me. If we only talk about talent, few people I have seen can compare with you. But you will soon find that humans have limits. Your rapid growth will suddenly slow down at a certain moment. The closer you are to the limit, the slower it will be, until it stops completely." The mandrill said meaningfully, "Then you will understand how great the limitations of the old martial arts are. The feeling of being unable to move forward will make you completely crazy. No matter how determined a person is, as long as he finds that there is really no way to go ahead, he will fall into despair. The flesh of native humans is such a boring thing." Xue Jing just smiled after listening. "You are right, but I refuse. I think it is more interesting to use the pure flesh of native humans, the flesh and blood in your eyes, to blow up you cyborgs," he said softly. The mandrill rolled his eyes. "Okay, just be happy. One day you will realize how ignorant you are at this moment, and then you will understand how rare this opportunity is." At this time, the mandrill's expression moved, and he put his hand behind his ear and pressed it. After a while, he looked up at the sky and pointed in a direction. "The captain is here, look there." Xue Jing looked at the horizon along his finger. The sky was clear, with only a few clouds floating on the horizon. Like a drop of ink dripped into an oil painting, a small black dot was gradually enlarging. Xue Jing looked at it intently, and his powerful static vision locked onto the black dot, and saw it clearly. That was a person. A woman wearing a black tight tactical suit, flying in the air without the help of any machine. She was flying towards this side at a very fast speed. Xue Jing's eyes showed surprise. Flying, getting rid of the shackles of gravity, this is one of the ultimate dreams of mankind. How is it? The mandrill saw the flash of surprise on Xue Jing's face, and couldn't help but speak proudly. Even if you were given 100 times or 1,000 times more talent, and even if you were allowed to practice martial arts for 100 years, you still wouldn't be able to fly into the sky or evade the ground, and you would still be just a mortal bound by gravity. But alien plant stamina. Nanshan Heavy Industries product, anti-gravity alien plant dragon wing device. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 77. I just want to touch the god's relic. Dragon wing device? Xue Jing muttered. The mandrill said with a bit of a show-off mentality, this is a xenoplant made from the core organs of dragon species. You know dragon species, they are a very special kind of creature in the border area. Xue Jing nodded. Many of the raw materials of the secret medicine he takes on a daily basis are obtained from dragon species. However, things related to the border area have always been mysterious, and they cannot be found on the internet. He doesn't know what dragon species look like. The biggest feature of dragon species is that they can fly. The mandrill looked at the captain who was gradually approaching and had changed from a black dot to a concrete human form. All dragon species have extremely strong flying abilities, without exception. Even those giant dragon species that are tens of meters long and weigh hundreds or thousands of tons also have the ability to fly. Flying is as natural to them as breathing. It does not consume any energy. They can stay in the sky forever and sleep in the air. They are not affected by gravity at all. Based on years of research on dragon species, we found that the reason why dragon species can fly is because they are born with a strange anti-gravity biological force field. The woman in the sky had already come to Xue Jing's head and slowly landed. The mandrill looked up at her and said, the dragon wing device is made of the core organs of dragon species with anti-gravity biological force field. Implanting it into the human spine and connecting it to the nerves can give people the ability to fly. This is the best-selling xenoplant of Nanshan Heavy Industry Company. It is well received. At this time, the woman also slowly landed in front of them. Xue Jing took a look at her appearance. She had an ordinary appearance and sharp eyes. She looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. There was a blade-shaped scar at the corner of her eye. On her black tactical uniform, there were sharp blades of various shapes hanging everywhere in convenient places. You can call me Void Blade. The woman introduced herself calmly. We are the White Crow Task Force under the Special Service Department of the Special Agency for Emergency Management of Abnormal Disasters. We are responsible for handling abnormal incidents related to the border. She stretched out her right hand. I'm the captain of the 838th White Crow Squadron, and the gorilla next to me is a member of the team. Mandrill, hey. Xue Jing also stretched out his right hand, shook hands with her, and said, so you are planning to invite me to join this White Crow Task Force? Why? Void Blade said, you are very talented. Do you know the origin of the monster you killed a few days ago? Xue Jing thought for a moment and said, is it a creature from the borderland? Yes, or not? Void Blade said as he stretched out his right hand. There was a silver bracelet on her wrist. She pressed the bracelet a few times, and the bracelet suddenly lit up, emitting blue light, forming a 3D holographic image in the air, which slowly rotated in the air. The image showed a monster with a human torso, 2 legs, and 6 insect legs. It was the cockroach monster that Xue Jing killed. We have already checked the body of the monster. It does contain some things that are unique to creatures from the borderland, such as core organs. She manipulated the holographic image with her other hand, magnifying the body of the cockroach monster. Then, with a swipe of her finger, the part below the throat of the cockroach monster was cut open, revealing a cross-section of the body. Inside the body, countless nerve pathways converged, and in the center was a sphere that looked quite soft. Seeing this, Xue Jing's heart moved. At that time, he reached into the body of the cockroach monster and seemed to have grabbed something. This should be it. This is the core organ of the creatures from the borderland. Every creature from the borderland has it in its body, but the manifestations are different, such as the heart, brain, even limbs, nails, and even skin. The core organ is the source of the special power of the creatures from the borderland. For example, the source of this cockroach's powerful explosive power and speed is actually the energy provided by this core organ. Otherwise, it is so big, but its internal structure is like an insect, and even breathing oxygen is a problem, not to mention other things. Xue Jing asked in confusion. Since it has a core organ, it is obviously a creature from the borderland. Why do you say it can also be said that it is not? Voidblade waved his palm, and the holographic image of the cockroach monster dissipated. Then he pressed a few more times on the bracelet, and a new holographic image appeared in the air. It was a strange insect that was constantly wriggling, and its appearance was like a human brain, but without wrinkles. This thing is called Xiangsu Worm Mother. It is a creature from the Carrion Lake at the junction of F056. Voidblade said softly. Its highest danger rating is 6.2. Xue Jing waved his hand. Wait a minute. What is danger level? Voidblade. Don't the Dodgers on the outer ring even teach this? She was a little speechless. Gorilla, give me the battle data you just fought with him. Voidblade turned around and shouted to the mandrill. The mandrill said helplessly, it's not a gorilla. He pressed behind his ears, and he didn't know what he did. Voidblade did the same thing. After a while, Xu Ren said to Xue Jing in surprise, oh, your current danger level has reached 2.9 to 3.1. Xue Jing shrugged, I don't understand. The danger level is a rating system summarized by a doctor in the inner ring city who is keen on combat evaluation. The danger level of a normal adult male in good health is about 1 to 1.1. This system rises exponentially like the Richter earthquake level. Every 0.1 level difference is about 1.414 times, which means that a person with a level of 1.1 is theoretically about 1.4 times stronger than a person with a level of 1. In short, the highest danger level of Xiangsu Worm Mother is 6.2, which is equivalent to 65,000 of you stacked together. Xue Ren said. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. That is indeed dangerous enough. Of course, this is just an extreme case. In fact, the level of the Xiangsu Worm Mother fluctuates greatly. The highest is 6.2, and the lowest is only 1.8. The Xiangsu Worm Mother can absorb the genetic information of the organisms it eats, and give birth to corresponding insect species. It can even eat different organisms and mix the genes of different organisms together. More than a month ago, a smuggling gang from the border captured a Xiangsu Worm Mother in the Carrion Lake and brought it out. After we learned the news, we chased them all the way until they fled into Qingcheng and suddenly disappeared without a trace. It doesn't matter if they disappear, but the Xiangsu Worm Mother must be found. Otherwise, if she eats something random and gives birth to some incredible monsters, it will be no joke. Xue Ren looked at Xue Jing. And now, through you, we finally found some clues. Xue Jing frowned and said, you mean, the cockroach monster I killed was born by the Xiangsu Worm Mother? Xue Ren nodded. Yes. Xue Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. So this thing is a mixture of cockroaches and humans? I guess so. The Xiangsu Worm Mother moves very slowly and has a large target. If it is acting alone, it would not be so difficult to find it for so long. Someone must have hidden it and wanted to use it to achieve some purpose. Xue Ren looked at Xue Jing and said sincerely, Xue Jing, you are only 17 years old, and you have reached this level after only practicing martial arts for more than a month. You are very talented, and have the courage to face the creatures of the borderland. People like you will only waste your potential if you stay in the outer ring. I hope you can join our White Crow task force. We are backed by the organization and have the most professional and advanced training system in the entire Xuexia. We can definitely fully tap your potential in all aspects without blind spots. You deserve a bigger stage. Xue Jing was silent. For a moment, he was really moved. But soon, he denied his idea. Joining Bai Yap with the support of the organization, what Xue Ren said sounded good, but unfortunately, it was not applicable to him. He had the training system that was above everything from the beginning. Maybe if he joined this kind of official organization, his growth rate would indeed be much faster than it is now. But when he thought of the various restrictions that would follow, he felt uncomfortable. There is no free lunch in the world. If you take something from the official, you must pay something in return. What if the higher-ups ask him to execute some orders that he is unwilling to do? It is not worth it to be controlled by others for that little growth rate. Xue Jing shook his head. Sorry, I refuse. Xue Ren's expression did not change, as if he had expected it, and said, it's okay, I probably understand your idea, but don't rush to refuse. How about this? I will use the power of the captain of the 838th team to temporarily grant you the status of a non-staff member of the White Crow Task Force. You are still free and don't have to obey anyone in the agency, but when there is a need, I will ask you to do something in the form of a commission, and you can choose to accept or refuse. If you choose to accept and complete the work, I will also report to the agency and give you a corresponding reward. If you have the intention to join formally in the future, you can become a regular employee at any time. Look, how about this? The mandrill next to him showed a strange expression of wanting to say something but stopping. The captain is too kind to him. Is a genius so great? Xue Jing. This condition is too lenient. But it doesn't make sense to him. He was about to refuse, but suddenly thought of something. Xue Jing asked, are there any divine relics in your agency? Xu Ren was slightly startled, and thinking of Xue Jing's identity as a C-level containment officer, a hint of smile flashed across his eyes. Yes, of course there are. One of the scientific research departments in the agency is the Divine Relic Research Institute, which contains many divine relics, even a few of the top 100. Are you interested in divine relics? Xu Ren asked. Xue Jing pinched his chin. Yes, I'm interested. To be honest, I'm a divine relic fanatic. My dream is to touch all the divine relics. Of course, just touching them is enough. Xue Ren understood what he meant. Then, as long as you complete the work entrusted by Beiyan in the future, I will report to the agency and reward you with the opportunity to access the divine relics in the agency. Xue Jing stretched out his hand and said sincerely, deal. To be honest, I have been a fan of Beiya for 10 years, and my dream is to become a member of Beiya. Of course, I'm a non-staff member. Xue Ren shook hands with him, and said with a smile, deal. After Xue Jing and Xue Ren exchanged contact information, they called the Pei brothers back, and the three of them left the back mountain of Bicheng district in a car. After they left, only Xue Ren and Shan Zhao were left there. Captain, is it necessary? Shan Zhao folded his hands and put them behind his forehead. Isn't he just a martial arts genius? Although rare, it's not too rare, right? In order to keep him, even such conditions are offered? Xue Ren shook his head. You don't understand. This person is more than just a martial arts genius. She tapped her forehead with the silver bracelet on her wrist. Countless pixel-like small squares of various colors suddenly spread out on her face, and the originally ordinary face with scars turned into a rather beautiful face. I contacted the eldest lady of the Wu family yesterday to test it out. She attaches more importance to Xue Jing than I imagined. The mandrill was surprised and said, the eldest lady of the Wu family? Is she the natural recipient? Void Blade nodded. Yes. She has been looking for a way to remove her status as a recipient. Only God can fight against God. In addition to the relics of God, she actually cares about other things. Xue Jing must have something special that we haven't found yet. Void Blade gathered her short hair that was messed up by the wind and looked in the direction where Xue Jing left. When you know it's a good thing, even if you don't know what it is, you have to catch it first. White crows are such greedy creatures. She whispered softly. Xue Jing, who was sitting in the car, suddenly remembered something. When he was in a taxi before, he looked out the window at the unfinished building in the southern part of the city and seemed to have seen a cockroach-like creature. Although it seemed that he had seen it wrong, it was just a black plastic bag. But just in case, he still took out his mobile phone and sent the matter to Xue Ren via WeChat. Soon, he received a reply from the other party, saying that he would go to the area to investigate. Xue Jing nodded and put away his mobile phone. Xue Jing did not return to the Pei brothers' home as a guest, but asked them to send him home directly. The Pei brothers tried to keep him, but seeing that Xue Jing did not seem to have any interest, they had to give up. After getting off the car outside the gate of his community and saying goodbye to the two brothers, Xue Jing was about to go back to play with the cat when his mobile phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was a WeChat message from Wu Yaoqing. Come to the library to find me when you are free. Xue Jing thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing else to do for the time being. Since the rich boss summoned him, let's go. Maybe there are divine relics to touch. 8k in total for 2 chapters. 1 chapter has been updated, and I currently owe 13 chapters. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a monthly ticket, and thank you for another 10,000 yuan reward from the master. Chapter 78, The Killing Move, Wind and Thunder, School Sports Meet. Xue Jing sat on the bus, scrolling through his phone out of boredom. This phone was newly bought by him. His old phone was completely damaged due to the electromagnetic pulse when he was at Ruzu Hotel. He opened a current affairs news app. The U19 qualifiers in various regions have ended. Li Chengxun, a dark horse player from Jinfeng Dojo, is the leader in the Fengcheng division and threatens to beat 10. Recently, boundary earthquakes have occurred frequently in various regions. Experts, it is suspected that a new boundary area will be born soon. 6 boundary earthquakes occurred in the unfinished area of South City in 3 days, with the highest magnitude reaching 5.6, which may trigger weak overlap. Residents are requested to pay attention to safety. Unfinished area. Seeing this news, Xue Jing thought of the black shadow of the cockroach that seemed to be an illusion when he saw it from a distance before. I don't know if there will be any gains from Beiyang. Xue Jing shook his head. The bus slowly stopped. Xue Jing got off the bus, entered the campus, and went straight to the King University Library to the 7th floor. In the old attic, there was still only the girl sitting alone on a wooden chair, silently flipping through the book in her hand, like a bound spirit bound to this place forever and unable to leave. The high ponytail that reached her waist swayed gently, and her pretty face was filled with a seemingly unchanging tranquility. Her graceful figure and upright sitting posture formed a quiet and elegant picture in the old attic. Seeing Xue Jing coming, Wu Yaoqing glanced at him with her lilac eyes, and then pointed to the seat opposite. You are here, sit down. Xue Jing walked forward, pulled out a chair and sat down. There were 2 cups of hot tea on the wooden table. Xue Jing picked up the cup in front of him, and took a sip. Strange sweetness. Boss, can we drink something good? Xue Jing shook his head. Wu Yaoqing also picked up the teacup, and took a sip. This is the tea brewed from the water produced by your favorite divine relic. She chuckled. I choose Coke, thank you. Xue Jing stood up, went to the wall to open the dark door, and took out a can of Coke from it. He opened it with a snap, gulped it down, and the stimulating feeling brought by the carbonated drink passed through his body. After he returned to his seat, Wu Yaoqing said, the White Crow should have contacted you. Xue Jing's hand holding the Coke paused slightly. Then he nodded and said, well, just now, they said they wanted to invite me to join the White Crow, but I didn't agree. Wu Yaoqing hummed. If it was other units in the agency, it would be fine. White Crow is not a good place to go, and you are right not to choose to join. Xue Jing asked in confusion, why do you say that? Wu Yaoqing put the teacup on the table. Do you know the meaning of the word, White Crow? Xue Jing shook his head. Crows are usually considered to be ominous beings, birds of disaster that bring death. Wu Yaoqing said softly. The white crow, which is the opposite of the crow in color, is regarded as a symbol of rebirth and a benevolent crow that brings good luck. This name carries good wishes. And the reason for this name is that the white crow's work has an extremely high mortality rate. They are responsible for investigating all abnormal events related to the border area and often enter dangerous border areas to perform various tasks. Even if a new border area appears, it is the White Crow that is responsible for entering and exploring first. Those who join the White Crow and can survive safely for 3 years are already elites. Almost no one survives for 10 years. The White Crow has been established for more than 60 years, and the number of people who have safely lived to retirement can be counted on 2 hands. Xue Jing's mouth twitched. That's really dangerous. It seems that, if the White Crow finds him a job in the future, he will have to think carefully. He can't just agree to it for the reward of touching the divine relic. The resurrection effect of the twins can only take effect once in a short period of time. By the way, boss, what is the origin of this mechanism? Xue Jing asked. This agency with a name so long that he couldn't remember it. Even an organization like White Crow that sounded pretty impressive was a subordinate department of its subordinate department. So how big of an organization was the agency itself? Wu Yaoqing thought for a moment and said, it would be better if you could learn about it. The Special Agency for Emergency Management of Abnormal Disasters is a special organization established by Azuksha after the beginning of the new era to deal with various abnormal disasters. It has a history of more than 200 years In the face of unconventional events, unconventional response methods must be adopted. This is the original intention of its establishment. Therefore, as soon as this organization was established, it had extremely incredible powers and freedom. It has an independent system and is not affected or restricted by any domestic judicial, procuratorial, judicial, administrative, or military agencies. It is independent of the 5 major agencies and is therefore referred to as the 6th agency. Wu Yaoqing paused and said, to put it simply, you can understand it as a country within a country. For example, if you join the White Crow Task Force, you are a member of the agency. At this time, if you suddenly lose your mind and start a massacre in Qingcheng, or even detonate a nuclear bomb in a frenzy, even if you have committed a serious crime of this magnitude, you are not subject to the laws of Zhuxia. The rest of the Zhuxia government has no reason to arrest you or take any action against you in theory. Theoretically, the only one who can judge you is the Internal Affairs Court of the 6th agency. Wu Yaoqing smiled. Of course, this is only in theory. Xue Jing was a little stunned. Even if it is only in theory, the power of this 6th agency is too much, isn't it? The 6th agency was originally just a temporary organization established to coordinate domestic forces. The plan at the time was to disband it after all the abnormal disasters brought by the border area were under control. Wu Yaoqing spread her hands. As a result, you can see that the border problem has not been solved until now, and new problems arise every day, such as foreign religions, martial artists, recipients of gifts, large companies with private armed forces, and various terrorist organizations. There are more and more abnormal things. The 6th agency has therefore survived until now. Xue Jing pondered. The 6th agency has such great power. Don't the authorities worry that it will be out of control? Wu Yaoqing shook her head. The top of the agency is a Agency Management Committee, which has a total of 13 people, almost all of whom live in the Kangting. Even the chairman of each generation of the committee is directly the one who has no one above him. She pointed upward. Xue Jing said that he understood. In this way, he understood. The 6th agency is actually equivalent to the country itself. It is a reason used by the authorities to legitimately and legally bypass the constraints of all agencies and units and directly use the power of the country. Xue Jing's eyes showed thought. Although he thought that the agency should have a great background, he did not expect it to be so big. Okay, I asked you to come here today, mainly to remind you of the problem with Beiyab, and besides. Wu Yaoqing glanced at him dimly. Then she shook her head again. Forget it, there's nothing else to do for now. Xue Jing was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. He stayed for a while longer, chatted with the girl about some family matters, and then left the library and went home. 3 days later, Kanglang Dojo. In the practice room, Xue Jing was practicing the training flesh movement and the shaking armor skill. Whenever he paused, his muscles would roll and tremble like waves, making a rustling sound. Li Qi sat in a wheelchair and watched his progress beside him. After a while, he nodded and said, "It's almost there. Your current muscle strength should be enough to withstand this move. Try it out." Xue Jing nodded, took a deep breath, and practiced the breathing method. The real dragon in his body roared and began to travel all over his body, and his muscles suddenly tensed up. Then, the muscles of his right hand, starting from the position close to his right shoulder, kept squirming, gradually emerging spiral dents. These dents rotated, extended towards the palm, and gradually gathered, just like twisting several steel bars together in the form of a towel. All the spiral dents finally gathered together, and the center point was located on the tip of his right fist. Xue Jing's eyes condensed, and he suddenly swung this spiral punch at the air. Boom. This blow actually made a thunderous explosion out of thin air. The airflow in front of Xue Jing was directly rolled up by this punch, whistling and spinning towards the curtains 5 meters away. At this time, the window was open, and the curtains were rolled up by the violent airflow, and flew out of the window, constantly making noises, as if they were about to be unhooked and fly out. Good. Li Qi smiled and clapped, saying, "This is one of the 5 killer moves of my hidden dragon flow, the wind thunder." Xue Jing touched his right hand. At this moment, his right hand was extremely sore, and the muscles in many places had been broken. The skin was covered with red and purple, which was the blood stasis caused by the broken muscles. The thunderstorm, one of the 5 killer moves of the hidden dragon flow, corresponds to the training the flesh action and the shaking armor technique. Its theory is to inject strength into the muscles, condense and compress them in a spiral shape, and finally burst out with the strongest attack. It is the explosive skill with the highest basic attack power among the 5 killer moves, and it is extremely strong. The thunderstorm is the easiest to learn among the 5 killer moves, but it also requires the highest strength. Leaky smiled. This kind of spiral compression strength has almost no upper limit. As long as your body can withstand it, it can even burst out with a power several times stronger than the previous punch. But this move requires extremely high muscle strength. You can only barely use it now. Don't think about continuing to compress the strength, otherwise it will cause your muscles to directly break or even dissolve, which will kill you. Leaky reminded. Xue Jing nodded. I'll remember it, master. Leaky pinched his chin, thought for a while, and said, your progress is as fast as ever. If you keep going like this, you will soon be able to nourish the internal organs from the outside to the inside. Unfortunately, our Kanglang school follows the external methods, and we don't have much research on nourishing the internal organs. Leaky sighed. The most professional in nourishing the internal organs are the martial artists in Taoism. They have a volume of Huang Piao Gong, which is the only way to nourish the internal organs in martial arts. Xue Jing asked in confusion. Huang Piao Gong? What a strange name. Leaky smiled and said, the name is not strange, it's just that you don't understand the beauty of it. The Taoist practitioners compare the 5 internal organs in the body to 5 different existences. Among them, the spleen is Huang Piao, the lungs are Jin Gong, the liver is Mu Mu, the heart is Kenu, and the kidneys are Kaizi. And Huang Piao, that is, the spleen, is the most critical link in Taoist nourishment of internal organs. Leaky became interested and talked non-stop. Among the 5 internal organs, Huang Piao's role is to coordinate the balance of the other internal organs, and plays a role of matchmaker. Among the 5 element, Jin Gong and Mu Mu, that is, the liver and lungs, are not coordinated. The liver key is easy to rise, and the lung key is easy to fall. The two are running in opposite directions. If the liver and lungs are unbalanced, people will get sick. And Huang Piao, it can regulate the liver and lungs, bringing them into harmony. That is, it acts as a matchmaker for Golden Man and Wooden Mother. As the saying goes, Huang Piao acts as a matchmaker, and the innocent couple are reunited. Only when the couple of Golden Man and Wooden Mother are in harmony can the innocent couple of the heart and kidney be healthy. The Taoist Huang Piao Gong can regulate all the internal organs with the spleen as the starting point, and ultimately from the inside out, nourish the internal organs, to benefit the 5 major exercises. It can be said to be a unique internal martial art in the world. Xue Jing smiled and said, Master, you are very knowledgeable. Leaky waved his hand and said, when I was young, I looked good, and many girls liked me. Among them was a little girl from the Taoist sect. It's a pity that I didn't care about nourishing the internal organs, because I was young and strong, and I didn't trick the girl into giving me the Huang Piao Gong. Xue Jing blinked. You still have a lot of romantic debts. Leaky glared at him and said, what romantic debt? I'm a gentleman with a very positive outlook. I only love my sister-in-law wholeheartedly, but I have never been promiscuous. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Xue Jing. Okay, I got up too early today and need to catch up on some sleep. You can practice on your own. Leaky waved his hand and turned his wheelchair to leave the practice room. After he left, Xue Jing first used his strength to remove the blood stasis in the injured part of his right arm muscle. With the improvement of his fitness and health skills, coupled with the practice of shaking armor and the strengthening of his body by the 5 major exercises, his current body recovery ability has completely exceeded the limit of ordinary people. He can feel that the broken muscles are being reconnected, repaired, and even become stronger one by one. However, it is not suitable to continue practicing shaking armor for the time being. Xue Jing thought about it, took a shower, changed his training clothes, and then left the Kanglang dojo, and prepared to go home. He walked to the nearby bus stop, and was waiting for the bus when his mobile phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone, and saw an incoming call on the screen. It was his homeroom teacher Du Shui. Xue Jing's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a school sports meeting today. He had promised Du Shui that he would definitely attend, but he forgot. Xue Jing picked up the phone, coughed, and said, "Hello, Teacher Du." "Xue Jing, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet?" Du Shui's voice was a little anxious. "I'll be there soon. There's a traffic jam here." Xue Jing laughed and quickly reached out to stop a taxi on the side of the road. "Teacher Du, don't worry, I'll be there soon." Asking for monthly tickets. Chapter 79. Just in time. The cockroach monster in school. In the suburbs of South City, in the basement of an unfinished building, Jiao Hangyuan squatted at the foot of the stairs in the basement with a gloomy look in his eyes, his palms folded together, his thumbs constantly turning in circles. Occasionally, when his thumbs touched each other, there was a sound of metal clashing. After a while, the entrance above the basement was opened. A young man with half long hair, wearing a sleeveless vest and a razor tattoo on his chest, about 27 or 28 years old, walked down. He was a little thin and not strong, but if you look closely, you will find that his muscles are taut, as if he was filled with steel under his skin, abnormally hard, and even give people a sense of sharpness like a blade. Jiao Hangyuan looked at him and asked, "Baijing, how are things going?" Razor Gang leader Su Baijing walked up to Jiao Hangyuan and said respectfully, "Master, the experimental subjects have been moved." Jiao Hangyuan nodded. His expression eased a lot, but he still frowned and said, "I didn't expect that these white crows have such a keen sense of smell that they can find this place. Fortunately, many spies were arranged in advance. Could it be that they listened to the so-called experts and thought that there are frequent earthquakes here and there is a high possibility of weak overlap, so they came here to investigate? Is it just a coincidence?" Jiao Hangyuan shook his head. "By the way, how is caping going?" Su Baijing nodded and said, "As you instructed, he took No. 9 to Kung Fu Middle School. There should be news soon." Jiao Hangyuan hummed and said, "Use number 9 to attract the attention of the white crows and lead them away. Only then can we divert the Xiangxiu insect mother. Otherwise, this thing is too big and will be easily exposed." Su Baijing couldn't help complaining. Canned company really doesn't help at all. We have to rely on ourselves. Jiao Hangyuan said expressionlessly, "These big companies are very smart. They don't want to get involved from beginning to end. If the plan is successful, they will reap the benefits. If the plan fails, they will not suffer any losses. They have a good plan. But that's why it's our turn to do this." Su Baijing said worriedly, "Master, if this is done, won't Kant kill us?" Jiao Hangyuan stood up and looked at the azure insect nest beating like a heart in the center of the basement. "How could I not have thought of this? The backup plan has been prepared. If something happens to us, Kant will not have an easy time either." The playground of King affiliated high school was bustling with people. Thousands of teachers and students from the whole school gathered on the playground, and all the students wore sportswear that was convenient for movement. "Teacher Du, what did Xue Jing say? Is he coming?" The students of the elite class were gathering together at this time. Li Jie saw Du Shui coming with a mobile phone and asked. Du Shui nodded, his expression eased. "He is coming. He said he is on the way and there is a traffic jam." Li Jie breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As the monitor of the elite class, he still cares about the honor of the class. Recently, Xue Jing has been asking for leave every day and rarely comes to school. Li Jie is really worried that he has forgotten about the school sports meeting. "Teacher Du, I'm going to the toilet." Li Jie said to Du Shui, left the team, and walked towards the toilet. The opening ceremony had just ended, and it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun was already completely high in the clear sky, and the sun was very strong. What a nice weather. Li Jie shaded his eyes with his hands, and glanced at the sky. Huh, who is that? Li Jie looked at a man wearing a cleaning suit, a baseball cap and a mask, pushing a trash can not far from the toilet. I haven't seen him before. Is he the new cleaner? Li Jie didn't pay much attention. He just thought that the cleaner had a good figure, tall and strong, and didn't have the hunched appearance of ordinary cleaners who work with their heads down for a long time. He turned and went into the toilet to flush. And just after he entered the toilet, the trash can pushed by the cleaner suddenly moved. When Li Jie came out of the toilet, the new cleaner had disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Li Jie walked back to the class assembly area. Class monitor, where is Xue Jing? Why hasn't he come yet? A classmate asked. Wait a minute, he is already on the way. It seems that there is a traffic jam. Li Jie shrugged and replied. Class monitor, give him a call and ask him. The competition is about to start, and the first one is the 100-meter race. A short-haired female classmate whispered to Li Jie. Li Jie scratched his head and sighed. Okay, I'll ask him. He took out his mobile phone, opened the address book, found Xue Jing's note, and clicked a call. On the other side, Xue Jing was sitting in a taxi. There was really a traffic jam. He opened the window and looked around. The horns were honking non-stop. The whole road was filled with cars, and it was so tightly blocked that there was no room to move. Damn it, is it so congested today? The taxi driver patted the steering wheel and complained. Xue Jing looked at the situation and thought, it's probably too late if it goes on like this. At this time, his mobile phone rang. Xue Jing glanced at the name on the caller and picked up the phone. Li Jie's voice came from the receiver. Hello, Master Jing, have you arrived yet? Xue Jing took his cell phone out of the window and showed Li Jie the continuous honking of horns on the road. It's jammed. Li Jie said, your race will start in 15 minutes, and the 100-meter race is the first one. Xue Jing thought for a moment and said, don't worry, I'll be there soon. He hung up the phone and said to the driver in the front seat, Master, let's stop here. I can walk the rest of the way by myself. The driver glanced at Xue Jing through the rearview mirror, picked up the quarter code, and handed it to Xue Jing, wondering, walk by yourself? It's quite far from King affiliated middle school. Even if you run, it will probably take half an hour. It's better to wait until the road is open. After Xue Jing scanned the code to pay, he smiled and said, it's okay. I run a little faster than others. He opened the door and got out of the car. But he didn't set off along the road, but turned his head to look in the direction of King affiliated middle school. Between 2 points, the straight line is the shortest, he said to himself. The driver rolled down the front window and shouted to Xue Jing, young man, if you want to run over, I'll show you a shortcut. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. This handsome boy actually jumped directly from the elevated road. Suicide? The driver exclaimed. This elevated road is more than 10 meters above the ground. He quickly opened the door and got out of the car, looking at the place where Xue Jing jumped. But he only saw a slender figure, jumping around on the ground intact, moving left and right, avoiding and jumping over all obstacles along the way, and running straight towards King affiliated middle school at a very fast speed. Seeing the figure climbing the wall and jumping over a 3-story building, as if walking on flat ground, the driver remained silent. Is this what the voice said? Faster? The 100-meter race is about to begin. All participating students, please take your positions. The 100-meter race is about to begin. All participating students, please take your positions. The school broadcasted the news several times in a row. The head teacher Xue looked anxiously at the school gate. Why haven't they arrived yet? The contestants from each class have already taken their positions on the track. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, a sharp-eyed female classmate in the elite class pointed in a direction. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. However, they saw a figure between the rooftops of several buildings in the distance, constantly moving on each rooftop, approaching the side at a very fast speed. His movements were extremely light, and he looked like he was strolling in the garden, but he could move 4 or 5 meters with one step, just as exaggerated as the light skills in martial arts novels. That seems to be Xue Jing. Someone exclaimed. Damn, this guy is finally here. Heroes always come on stage last. He really practiced martial arts. He can actually fly over eaves and walk on walls. Damn, our class is invincible. The comprehensive score will definitely be the first. We will definitely win this wave of final extra points. Everyone in the elite class was very excited. Xue Jing, who was not far away, had already seen the campus. He did not choose to go through the main gate, but directly jumped from the wall of a building with his legs, climbed over the wall, and entered the school playground. He saw where his class was at a glance, and with a few steps, he approached the class at a very fast speed. Du Shui breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Xue Jing, who was running all the way in front of him, but still not blushing or panting, and smiled. "You are finally here." Xue Jing looked at the participating students who were taking their positions on the track, raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that I came at the right time. Don't pretend. Master Jing, change your clothes and go on stage quickly." Li Jie next to him urged. Xue Jing looked at the short-sleeved shirt and sweat pants he was wearing and said to Li Jie, "Give me your clothes." Li Jie took off his sports jacket and handed it to Xue Jing while complaining with a suspicious look on his face. "You didn't even prepare clothes. Did you forget that today is the school sports meeting and you rushed here?" After receiving the call, Xue Jing took Li Jie's clothes and put them on, saying calmly, "How could it be? I washed my clothes yesterday, but it's been too humid in the south recently, and they haven't dried yet." Li Jie looked at the big sun in the sky. "Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Xue Jing avoided answering, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "Okay, I'm on." After that, he turned and walked towards the runway. When the players on the runway were in place, cheers were heard constantly, all from different classes, and there was a very neat cheer. When Xue Jing also took his place on the field, the students in the elite class were about to shout. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the field, the scene suddenly became chaotic. "Senior. Senior Xue Jing. Come on. Come on. Senior, I want to give birth to a baby for you, senior." All kinds of strange shouts and screams made Xue Jing's mouth twitch. It also made the other contestants look disgusted. At this time, the physical education teacher who was acting as a referee next to him raised the starting gun. "Everyone, take your positions." Everyone took the starting position. Pop. After the starting gun was fired, all the contestants started running immediately. At this time, the 8 contestants on the field only heard a whoosh sound and then watched a figure rush out, getting farther and farther away from them. Xue Jing ran easily on the track. He did not use his full strength, probably just a little more serious than his usual morning run. But even so, it was still a speed that other students could not imagine. On the playground, the schoolmate Lin Xiaoyu looked at the figure running on the track with complicated eyes and sighed faintly. Thinking that she had no chance at all, she became more and more sad, so she turned her head away, not wanting to see the haunting figure again. At this moment, she suddenly saw a black shadow passing by on the wall of the teaching building not far away. The black shadow was very fast, and when Lin Xiaoyu looked again, she found nothing. She wiped her eyes, which were covered with a layer of mist, and felt that she was dazzled. "Teacher, I'm not feeling well. Can I go to the health room to lie down?" Lin Xiaoyu found her head teacher and asked softly. As Xue Jing crossed the finish line with an absolute advantage, countless screams and shouts almost drowned the entire school. Li Jie rubbed his ears helplessly, feeling that his expectation had become a reality. As expected, what is the difference between letting Jingyue participate in this kind of competition and directly cutting the hearts of the schoolgirls? But. After Xue Jing returned to the class assembly point, Du Shui patted his shoulder excitedly and said 3 good words in a row. Xue Jing took the mineral water from a female classmate, said thank you, unscrewed the cap, and drank a few sips. "How many events do I have left?" Xue Jing tightened the cap and asked. "Today, there is a 400-meter race and a relay race." "Oh, and a 3-legged race," Xue Jing exclaimed, puzzled. "3-legged race?" Du Shui said, "Aren't you going to dominate all the running events? 3-legged race is more or less related to running, right?" Xue Jing. He was about to reply when a scream suddenly came from the teaching building. This scream was completely different from the screams of the schoolgirls for Xue Jing just now. It was full of fear and panic, and there was a very obvious difference. The students turned their heads in confusion and looked at the source of the sound. Soon, the same scream full of fear rang out among the students. But in the teaching building not far away, a beautiful and slender female student fell to the ground and kept moving backwards in panic. In front of her, at the entrance of the teaching building, there was a terrifying monster crawling. It looked like a combination of a human and a cockroach, with 6 insect legs on its body. At this moment, it was grabbing a piece of human's lower body, tearing and chewing the flesh with its sharp mouthparts. "Monster! Monster! What is that? A cockroach. It's eating people. Who is being eaten? Run, run, Most of the students ran away from the teaching building in panic like a tide. Xue Jing's pupils contracted, and his mind was shocked. Cockroach monster? Question mark? After talking with Bayaz people, he already knew what the cockroach monster he killed that day was, and he also knew that there would not be only one of this thing. No one could experience the combat power and brutality of the cockroach monster more deeply than him. If it weren't for his special conditions, many skills on the panel, and 2 comprehensive abilities, he would be a pushover in front of the cockroach monster. This kind of thing actually entered the school? I overestimated my writing ability. I can't save any drafts, so the update time can't be fixed. I'd better just go with the flow. Forcing myself to update will only make the quality drop drastically. There is one more chapter, also 4K. It doesn't count as an extra update, but it makes up for the fact that I updated too little yesterday. Please give me a monthly ticket. The group has been set up, but there are so few people who have joined. Readers can come in and chat. Chapter 80, Death Fight, Killing Move turns into Golden Scale. A cockroach monster in the school, facing a bunch of students who have almost no fighting power, is no longer a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He didn't have time to think about it, and patted Li Jie, who was also panicked beside him. Don't stand there, call the police, and just say that a cockroach monster appeared in Kung Fu Middle School. Li Jie woke up from his dream when he heard it, and quickly took out his mobile phone, but saw Xue Jing, took off his sportswear, and walked towards the teaching building. Master Jing, you. He was about to dissuade him, but suddenly remembered that Xue Jing was on the news a few days ago because he killed a monster alone. Li Jie gritted his teeth. Although he was still worried, he didn't say anything more, but ran away from the teaching building, took out his mobile phone, and called 110 while running. Hey, a big cockroach appeared here in Kung Fu Middle School. The teachers were also panicked, but after all, they were adults and had a sense of responsibility, and they would perform better than the students in critical moments. Students, stop pushing and crowding. Watch your step. Many people also noticed Xue Jing walking towards the teaching building. What does the senior want to do? Why doesn't he run? Didn't you see the news a few days ago? He is a martial arts genius who has killed monsters. Stop watching, run. The cockroach monster gnawed the meat in his hand and watched a large group of prey running away in front of him. It didn't care. In its eyes, this speed of escape was the same as not moving. As long as it wanted, it could catch up in an instant, so it didn't stop it. Who will be eaten next? The compound eyes that made people unable to see emotions looked at the prey in front of it, which seemed to have little meat, but should have a delicate taste. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly froze and couldn't move. Just like a newly born herbivore meeting the overlord at the top of the food chain, it couldn't have any ideas, and couldn't even run away. The genetic instinct in the body had automatically surrendered. At this time, a figure walked to her side. Yes, it's at King affiliated high school. I'll try to solve it. Leave it alive. Don't make it difficult for me. I don't know if I can beat it. This one is completely different from the previous one. Xue Jing held the phone and looked at the cockroach monster in front of him while talking. His eyes narrowed. Compared with the one he encountered in Rusu Hotel before, the one in front of him has changed significantly. It is larger in size, the color of the exoskeleton is darker, and it looks very hard. The barbs on the 6 insect legs are longer, and even the 2 tentacles on the top of the head are emitting sharp edges. Compared with the previous one, has the gene been optimized? Xue Jing turned his head to look at the female student next to him, and then he found that it was the schoolgirl who had given him a towel before and caused a lot of trouble. Can you still move? Xue Jing thought for a while and asked. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him infatuatedly and only woke up when she heard the question. She murmured with a crying face, my legs are weak. Xue Jing frowned. Quack. The cockroach monster threw away the human bone that had been eaten up and stared at the new prey with a pair of compound eyes, identified as excellent meat quality. Feeling that the cockroach monster's eyes were completely on him, Xue Jing sighed and said to the schoolgirl, then you're on your own. Schoolgirl, shouldn't you be a hero and protect her at this time? Then first. Xue Jing's eyes fixed. The first blow to the monster. First reduce the blood volume. Twin power. Twin speed. Xue Jing disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the cockroach monster. The real dragon in his body was beating, the strength was surging, and the muscles all over his body were tense and as hard as steel. A series of spiral dents, starting from his shoulder, rotated and extended to the front of his fist, making the whole arm faintly thinner, but exuding a shocking sense of extreme power. In the moment, when the cockroach monster didn't react, Xue Jing suddenly punched out. Killing move, wind thunder. Like a real dragon walking in the clouds, the body rotated, rolling up the thunderstorm in the sky, and the compressed extreme strength was released on the front of the fist in a spiral, directly imprinted on the chest of the cockroach monster. Boom. A thunderous sound came out of nowhere, and the whole body of the cockroach monster was like a fan, rotating and flying backwards at a very fast speed, crashing into the gate of the teaching building, and still did not stop, crashing through several walls along the way, making continuous explosions. All the gaps in the broken walls were in a spiral shape, as if they were drilled by a huge electric drill. The teachers and students who were originally running away heard the sound, looked back, and were stunned. Wow. Xue Jing? Is he Xue Jing? The man on the news a few days ago. It's the senior. The senior has taken action. Jing Yi is awesome. Many people stopped and looked at the figure who was still in the punching posture, excited. As the closest bystander to the punch, Lin Xiao's hair was blown back by the burst of airflow. She covered her mouth with both hands and looked at the boy in front of her in disbelief. Which side is a monster? Question mark? Xue Jing ignored the thoughts of others. He retracted his fist and pressed his arm. There were red and purple bruises all over his skin. He exerted his strength to dissolve the bruises, then jumped into the teaching building through the hole opened by the cockroach monster. As soon as he came in, Xue Jing did not find the cockroach monster, but saw a man with only the upper body left lying next to the corridor. The man was wearing a cleaning suit, with blood flowing all over the floor. He was gasping for air, as if he was about to die. After seeing Xue Jing, he stretched out his hand to him and said tremblingly, Save me. Duan caping? Xue Jing frowned. Xue Jing recognized who this man with only half of his body left was. Why is this person here? Before he could think about it, a black shadow rushed towards him like lightning, tearing the air apart, and even leaving a faint white mark in the air along the way. It was obvious that the impact was incredible. Xue Jing did not dare to take it head on, and quickly activated the speed of the twins and dodged sideways. Xue Jing dodged, but Duan Caping, who was on the Black Shadow's sprint route, was not so lucky. The moment he was hit, his whole body exploded into a ball of blood mist, and all kinds of broken meat and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, red, yellow, and white, smearing the walls and floors into a bloody and disgusting appearance. Xue Jing saw his fate, and his scalp was numb and horrified. If he was hit, the situation would probably not be much better. This cockroach monster is not at the same level as the one in Rusu Hotel. You can only outsmart it, not fight it. Xue Jing looked solemnly, looking at the cockroach monster in the distance, which was grabbing the ceiling with its 6 insect legs. There were almost no scars on its appearance, only a spiral fist mark on its chest. Xue Jing's eyelids jumped. He did not hold back at all in the previous thunderstorm, compressing his strength to the limit and using his twin powers. Except for the shadow flame that he kept as a secret, he had already used all means. This did not break its exoskeleton, but only left a fist mark. Delay time and wait for Beiya to come. Xue Jing decided on the next battle plan. Quack, the cockroach monster's mouth opened and closed, and it turned into a black high-speed cannonball again, hitting Xue Jing. Bang. On its sprint route, whether it was a wall or a load-bearing column, everything was directly knocked through. Xue Jing flipped back lightly, thinking he could avoid it, but there was a tearing sound on his body. His shirt was torn, revealing a perfect upper body that seemed to be carefully crafted by a god, but there was a bloody scratch on his chest. He looked up at the cockroach monster, which had crashed into a classroom. It was covered in dust from the broken walls, and on the 2 tentacles on its head was a tattered piece of clothing stained with blood. Did you scratch me with your tentacles when you dodged it? Xue Jing narrowed his eyes. He watched the cockroach monster vigilantly while looking around with the corner of his eyes. Just as his eyes moved slightly and seemed to have found something, the black shells attacked again. Xue Jing gritted his teeth and activated the speed of the twins. His body rushed towards the corridor next to him, as if it was fast forwarded. As he landed, he reached out and picked up a red dry powder fire extinguisher. Then he turned quickly and threw it at the cockroach monster, throwing it at its head with great accuracy. The cockroach monster, who didn't know what it was, stretched out one of its insect legs and chopped directly at the fire extinguisher. Bang! The fire extinguisher exploded, and a large amount of powder covered the cockroach monster's face. The compound eyes were covered with dry powder and turned white. Gwa! The cockroach monster was immediately uncomfortable and stretched out its two insect legs to rub its face and clean its compound eyes. Xue Jing did not hesitate, stretched out his hand from the toilet sink next to him, and pulled out a stainless steel water pipe, rushed towards the cockroach monster, and smashed it hard. The whistling water pipe tore through the air, hit the cockroach monster's head, and smashed it into the ground. The joint of the water pipe could not withstand the impact and separated. Xue Jing threw the water pipe in his hand and punched the cockroach monster's head on the ground with his left hand, and a spiral dent appeared. Bang! A whirlwind thunder, like a hammer hitting a nail, directly penetrated the cockroach monster's head into the floor, and the ground suddenly shattered into a circle of spiral cracks. Quack! The cockroach monster's head made a dull and strange cry in the floor, and the four thin wings behind it suddenly opened and flapped continuously, rolling up a huge airflow, and the surroundings were instantly dusty. Xue Jing closed his eyes. His vision was limited, and it was difficult to chase, so he jumped away from the cockroach monster. When he opened his eyes, he only saw a big hole left on the floor, but the cockroach monster was gone. Swish! There was a sharp sound of air being torn behind him, and Xue Jing turned around suddenly, but saw nothing. At this time, there was another swish beside him. The sound of air tearing began to be heard continuously, and Xue Jing looked up. A black shadow that could not be seen clearly was jumping around in the entire teaching building, flying around like a pinball with extremely strong elasticity, weaving a large net composed of black lines, surrounding him in it. Xue Jing was shocked. In this case, he couldn't see clearly from which angle the cockroach monster would attack. This thing has a high combat IQ. Although surprised, Xue Jing was not afraid. He has not yet triggered the passive effect of the twins, and death is not a serious consequence for him. However, if he can avoid death, he still doesn't want to die. Xue Jing calmed down and closed his eyes. Since he couldn't see from which angle the attack would come, he might as well not look. Visualization method. Xue Jing's mind appeared in the scene of the entire teaching building. He absorbed information from the surrounding sounds and imagined the bouncing route of the cockroach monster. Swish, 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 swish. His mind kept jumping with the black lightning and locked it firmly with his imagination. Until a certain moment, Xue Jing suddenly opened his eyes. In his mind, the black lightning suddenly attacked behind him after a certain bounce. The cockroach monster in reality also made the same move as the black shadow in his mind and crashed into Xue Jing. Da. On a military helicopter, the doors on both sides were opened, revealing four men and women. Xue Ren, wearing a tight black tactical suit, sat near the door and pointed down. That school is King Attached Middle School. Xue Jing should be fighting the insects produced by Xiangsu Insect Mother now. The helicopter approached King Attached Middle School. Captain, is this Xue Jing so powerful? How can you make such a condition and want to keep him? In the cabin, a petite short-haired girl wearing the same style of tactical uniform masked in confusion. Whether he is powerful or not, you will see it later. The mandrill next to him shrugged. Mandrill, don't brag about him, just because he beat you up. The long-haired man sitting next to him said with a chuckle. The mandrill rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, if you don't agree, go and fight him. If you get beaten, don't blame me for not reminding you. Okay, stop talking. Xue Ren said calmly. Unknowingly, the helicopter had arrived above the King Fu Middle School campus. We are here, let's go, let's go. As soon as the voice fell, Xue Ren jumped from the plane dozens of meters high in the air. The others followed behind him. Just as the cockroach monster was about to hit Xue Jing, the world in his eyes suddenly slowed down. Just like the feeling of realizing Feng Yunwei that day at Ruzu Hotel, it floated into Xue Jing's mind. Countless fragments flashed in his mind, and the real dragon with wings on its back appeared again above the sea of clouds. He stretched his body, and the golden scales all over his body flashed with layers of brilliance. Every scale was shaking, like rolling waves, like large and small pearls falling on a jade plate, making a pleasing sound. The real dragon seemed to be aroused, and its long body began to spin in the sea of clouds. Countless golden scales spread out, and the sharp edges cut the airflow, forming a tornado that reached the sky and the earth. Xue Jing's skin suddenly showed marks like dragon scales. The power surged wildly, circling in his membrane, and he began to spin like a gyroscope at a very fast speed, rolling up the surrounding dust and turning it into a sandstorm. Hidden Dragon Style's killer move, turning golden scales. Chapter 81, re-entering the realm of the stone-throwing immortal. The black lightning touched the golden scale tornado. Squeak. The moment the tip touched, they were in a stalemate for a while, making a squeaking sound like scraping a blackboard. Then there was a bang, and the two suddenly bounced off each other, and the cockroach monster crashed through the wall and flew out of the teaching building. Xue Jing was also knocked away by the impact of the cockroach monster, maintaining the posture of turning into a golden scale tornado, turning into an unstoppable golden electric drill, piercing through the wall along the way, and flew out from the other side of the teaching building. This is the scene that the White Crow 838 team saw after getting off the helicopter. Xue Jing. Xu Ren was stunned, looking at the two cannonballs flying out of the teaching building, and recognized one of them. Then she immediately pointed to the other one. That's the offspring of Xiangsu Worm Mother. Catch it, alive. Okay. The mandrill twisted his neck with one hand, and in the other hand, holding a short stick of unknown material, but full of technology, he walked towards the cockroach monster. Another long-haired man who was also a member of the team also stepped forward. He took off the black belt wrapped around his waist, and swung it hard. The belt turned into a straight black sharp blade. He looked at the many students watching from the far side of the playground, and said in a slightly pretentious tone, "It's enough to leave only one alive, right?" The petite girl with short hair did not step forward, but just watched her teammates' actions silently. Xue Jing slowly stood up from the ground, staggered twice, and then barely stood, firm, and found a sense of balance. He felt dizzy and dizzy. His whole body was burning, as if countless ants were constantly biting his skin, and it was ridiculously painful. His whole body, except for his face, from the chin down, all appeared densely packed with dragon scale-like marks, which looked like they were covered with scales. Killer move. Turn into golden scales. This is the defensive skill among the 5 killer moves of Hidden Dragon Flow. When used, the strength is integrated into the membrane. The special strength will make the skin appear like dragon scales, and the defense is extremely strong. This killer move can block all the enemy's attacks outside the membrane, and the membrane will bear all the impact. In addition, the high-speed rotating body can directly bounce and dissolve the attacks that touch the body. It can be said to be the ultimate defense and exquisite. Xue Jing, who has realized this killer move, caught the cockroach monster's cockroach stab head on, and did not fall into the fate of Duan Caping, who was smashed into a pool of mincemeat. However, although he caught it, Xue Jing was not feeling well. The cockroach monster's stab was too strong. He now felt that his skin all over his body had been torn apart, and it was painful. He just stepped on the ground lightly, just like stomping his feet suddenly after his feet were numb. A strong irritating pain spread from the soles of his feet upwards and crawled all over Xue Jing's skin. Hiss, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Xue Jing turned his head and looked towards the playground. He saw Xu Ren and Mandrill, as well as 2 other people he didn't know, but they should also be Beiya. The cockroach monster had one antennae broken on its head, and there were some friction scratches on its head exoskeleton, but it didn't look serious, and was watching the 2 men walking towards it. Xue Jing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the reinforcement. If he continued to fight, he probably wouldn't be the opponent of this cockroach monster. Xu Ren, who was not far away, took a few steps to him and reached out to take out a small black box from the small bag tied to her thigh. She opened the box, and there were 2 rows of 8 small grooves inside, 3 of which were empty, and the other 5 contained black and white capsules. Xue Ren stretched out her bare hand took out a pill, and handed it to Xue Jing. This is a painkiller, it works quickly, and has no side effects. Xue Jing glanced at her, paused, and reached out to take the pill, but didn't eat it, just held it in his palm. He said, "Be careful, that thing is very fast. I can't help you for now." Seeing that he didn't take the medicine, Xue Ren didn't care. He closed the box in his hand and put it in the bag with a normal look and said softly, "Don't worry, just watch." As soon as the voice fell, the scene changed. Unlike the wildness when fighting with Xue Jing before, the mandrill looked very serious. He was wearing a tactical uniform, swung the short stick in his hand, and faced the cockroach monster head on. The petite short-haired woman not far away looked at everything in the scene, with data flowing in her eyes. She put her right hand behind her ear and whispered, "Here it comes." Swish. The cockroach monster rushed towards the mandrill with a stab. But just before it moved, the mandrill actually turned sideways in advance and hit the void with the short stick in his hand. The air around the short stick spread outward like ripples on the water, just passing under the belly of the cockroach monster that was stabbing over. Although it didn't hit the target, the cockroach monster that landed a few dozen meters away suddenly vomited 2 mouthfuls of dark green mucus. Gwah. Its body swayed and staggered a few times, looking like it couldn't stand steadily. The long-haired man had already taken a few steps forward, turned the black long knife in his hand, and slashed at the cockroach monster. Squeak. The sharp blade collided with the exoskeleton, rubbing sparks, and the long-haired man was surprised. At this time, the 4 thin wings behind the cockroach monster spread out, flapped its wings, and floated in the air, swaying, as if trying to leave here. "Don't cut it directly, idiot." The virtual blade had flown above the cockroach monster without knowing when, and spoke lightly. She circled in the air, and dived down towards the cockroach monster. On the way, she took out the sharp blades hanging all over her body at an extremely fast speed, suspended beside her, and then crossed with the cockroach monster. As the body as muscular as a female leopard landed and crouched, all the sharp blades had returned to the sheath. The cockroach behind her suddenly stopped moving. Crack, crack, crack. After a while, its limbs, including 6 insect legs and 4 thin wings, fell off from its body and scattered all over the ground. All the cuts were perfect, all cut along the gaps between the exoskeleton of the trunk and the limbs. Xue Jing's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Professional." It was like a butcher cutting an ox, too smooth, without letting the blade touch the hard exoskeleton at all cut at the weak connection points. He sighed in his heart. Bayat is really something. He spent so much effort to cause no major damage to the cockroach monster, but in the hands of the virtual blade, it was dealt with in 1 round. This is not only a matter of strength, but also professional issues such as cooperation, understanding, restraint, and equipment. The cockroach monster, which had lost its wings and all its limbs, was lying on the ground, squirming with its buttocks. The wounds on its body kept using dark green mucus. Void Blade glanced at the cockroach monster and commanded, "Kiayu, help it stop bleeding. Don't let it die. Maybe you can find the Shiangsu insect mother with this thing." The long-haired man codenamed Kiayu heard this, looked at the disgusting appearance of the cockroach monster, and immediately showed a very reluctant face. But under the expressionless gaze of Void Blade, he could only nod his head in frustration and agree. "Xue Jing, you write a mission report, and by the way, apply to the higher-ups to call for a tracker." The petite girl named Xue Jing nodded, reached out and took out a small laptop from the backpack behind her. While the post-processing work was being done here, the mandrill walked in front of Xue Jing. He put the short stick in his hand on his shoulder and teased, "Hey, genius, why do you look a little embarrassed?" Xue Jing didn't care, just smiled and said, "You came pretty fast." From the time he called Void Blade to now, it was estimated that less than 10 minutes had passed. The captain immediately arranged a helicopter. After receiving the call, we flew directly from the South City district. This is considered slow. In a dangerous place like the border, a slow support will result in the annihilation of the whole team. The mandrill sighed. Xue Jing's heart moved and asked, "In the South City district, did you get anything?" The mandrill shook his head. "That unfinished building is very large. We searched for a long time, and now we have only searched less than 1/3 of the area. There is nothing to gain for the time being." Xue Jing thought for a while and said, I have a new clue. The mandrel's eyes lit up. Oh. Tell me. At this time, Xu Ren also arranged the aftermath and walked over. She also heard Xue Jing's words, and while holding her short hair, she asked, what is the clue? Xue Jing told him about his encounter with Duan Caping of the Razor Gang just now. That person is a member of the Razor Gang in the South City District, and is also a disciple of the Golden Wind Dojo. He actually appeared in King Attached Middle School, and was the first person to be killed by this cockroach. It's very strange. Xu Ren said thoughtfully, you mean, you suspect that this thing was brought into the school by the man named Duan Caping? Xue Jing was not sure, maybe. But I had some friction with this Duan Caping before, and I can't rule out the possibility that he came to the school to cause trouble for me. Xue Jing was talking to the White Crow squad. The teachers and students watching from a distance saw that the terrible monster had been cut off and fell to the ground, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Too scary. That monster. Who are those people? They are so powerful. They solved the monster in just a few moves. Does Senior Xu know them? What a cool sister, with a great figure. Junior Lin Xiao looked at Xue Jing, who was chatting and laughing with the White Crow squad from a distance, and a strong feeling that she and the other party were into completely different worlds swept over her body. She looked bitter, shook her head, and finally gave up some unrealistic fantasies. On the teacher's side, Du Shiwei, the head teacher of the elite class, was standing with a middle-aged man who was about 50 years old. Teacher Du, you have taught a good student. The middle-aged man looked at Xue Jing in the distance and smiled. Du Shiwei was still in shock, but he quickly said, it is all because of your good leadership that our affiliated middle school can cultivate such a good student. Principal Tang Yanhan waved his hand. Hey, don't say these compliments. He took 2 steps, his eyes were thoughtful, and said, this student Xu is so amazing that he can actually take the martial arts exam to enter the Inner Ring University. Qiu, a long-haired man from the White Crow team, was holding a bandage and walking towards the cockroach monster crawling on the ground. He looked at the cockroach monster with disgust and spat, disgusting thing. But he had to listen to the captain's order, so he could only suppress his nausea, squat down, unroll the bandage, and wrap the cockroach monster in circles, like a mummy. The cockroach monster's compound eyes looked at him dimly. After roughly bandaging it, Qiu shook off the dark green mucus on his hands, stood up, turned around and shouted to Xue Ren, Captain, it's done. His voice stopped abruptly. Xue Jing and Xue Ren turned their heads to look at him. But Qiu was stunned in place, with disbelief written all over his face. Xue Ren's face changed drastically, and he said sternly, Xue Jing, get out of there. The petite girl who was sitting on the ground typing on the laptop keyboard stood up without hesitation, and ran to the side. Swish. Qiu's whole body was like a piece of paper, forcibly torn in half from the middle, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. The result was caused by 2 insect legs covered with barbs. The pupils of the mandrill shrank, and he said in disbelief, super speed regeneration? No, it's molting, damn it. He looked behind Qiu's body, and a cockroach monster bigger than the previous one was standing there, covered in blood. On the ground, there was a cockroach shell wrapped in bandages. The cockroach monster, which had shed its skin, was milky white all over. Not only did its limbs and thin wings grow back, but its body was even bigger. Its new milky white exoskeleton was turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quack. The teachers and students watching the scene were so frightened that they ran out again. The newly born cockroach monster spread its 4 thin wings behind it, frantically flapped its wings, blew up countless dust, and flew up. Damn, it wants to run. The mandrill shouted. Void Blade's eyes showed coldness. It can't run away. She immediately activated the dragon wing device, and the anti-gravity force field wrapped around her whole body. Her body floated in the air, and she was about to chase after it. At this time, Xue Jing next to her moved. Captain Void Blade, can you lend me a knife? Xue Jing said. Without waiting for Void Blade to respond, Xue Jing reached out and took a sharp blade from her waist. He weighed the knife, estimated it roughly, and then took a deep breath. The breathing method was running, the strength was mobilized, and the dragon roar sounded. Spiral dents appeared on the arm holding the knife, extending to the fingertips. LV5 aiming has not been used for a long time. Xue Jing looked up, Firmly locked on the cockroach monster in the air. Wind and thunder, extreme compression strength. Twin powers, twin speeds. Xue Jing's eyes were fixed. Boom. Thunder exploded, and a sharp blade cut through the void, rolling up white airflow visible to the naked eye, and flew towards the cockroach monster in the posture of a spiral blade. Like a meteor, like lightning, in the moment when no one reacted, a white light flashed. Puff, the cockroach monster in the air, a spiral round hole with a diameter of 30 centimeters suddenly exploded in the middle of its chest, and the flapping of its wings stopped abruptly, and it slowly fell from the air. At this moment, Xue Jing once again entered the realm of the stone-throwing immortal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Golden Scale Skin, the World Cup. That Xue Jing couldn't hold back. Everyone stared at the dead body of the cockroach monster that fell to the ground in amazement. What the hell? You didn't throw a depleted uranium armor-piercing bullet with your bare hands, did you? The mandrill said in disbelief. The petite short-haired girl Xue Jing muttered, it should be an armor-piercing knife. Xue Ren took a deep look at Xue Jing. My knife is very expensive. After the knife was thrown out by Xue Jing and pierced the cockroach monster, it did not stop at all and continued to fly away in a spiral shape. Now no one knows where it is. If it were an animation, there would be a special effect of twinkling stars. Xue Jing's right arm hung down weakly, the skin was covered with traces of bruises, and almost the entire arm turned purple. Continuously using the extremely burdensome killing moves such as the tornado thunder made the muscles in his arm in a very bad condition. While silently circulating his strength to dissolve the blood stasis, he smiled and said, sorry, I didn't control my strength. Try to look for it. If you can't find it, I'll compensate you. Xue Ren shook his head. I'm not looking for compensation from you. She glanced at Xue Jing's shocking arm. Let's go, get on the plane, and send you back to Kanglang Dojo first. We'll talk about other things later. Your dojo should have a secret medicine specifically for this kind of injury. Xue Jing thought about it, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket with his other hand. It was incredible that this phone only had a cracked screen in such a fierce battle just now, and all other functions were normal. He pressed a few times on the phone, opened the dial interface, and called the head teacher Du Shui. Hello, Teacher Du, I'm a little injured, so I have to leave early. Du Shui on the other end of the phone said quickly, you are busy, the teacher understands. Then thank you Teacher Du. Xue Jing smiled. He hung up the phone, and nodded to Voidblade. Let's go. Thank you, Captain Voidblade. Voidblade humped. Mandrill said casually, boss, what should we do with the body of Qiu? Voidblade shook his head. Qiu has just joined the team. He doesn't have any alien plants that need to be recovered. Just take back his black belt. The Public Security Bureau should be here soon. Let them deal with the body. We can just take the body of the cockroach. Mandrill shrugged. Another team member is gone. Captain, do you want to report to the higher-ups to transfer more people? Let's talk about it later. You have seen Qiu's situation. Newcomers are not very useful. If a few more die, the death rate of team members will be too high, and my year-end evaluation will be downgraded. Xue Jing listened to their conversation silently at the side, and sighed at Bai Ya's attitude of treating the death of his companions as normal, or even indifferent. Soon, Mandrill finished packing the body of the cockroach monster. The group boarded the plane, and under the watchful eyes of the teachers and students of King-affiliated middle school, the helicopter started up. The propellers stirred up a storm, blew away countless dust, and slowly rose into the sky and left. On the helicopter, Xue Jing opened the panel, and took a look at the harvest. You have experienced a life and death fight. Your physical potential has been stimulated. Fitness experience plus 1367. You have experienced a life and death fight. You got the last blow, took the head, and you feel very happy. Health experience plus 939. You have experienced a life and death fight. threw a perfect shot, and exerted your accuracy to the extreme. Aiming experience plus 1211. You have experienced a life and death fight. Aiming is improved to LV6. 198 over 3000. Hidden dragon power is improved to LV5. 232 over 5500. Visualization is improved to LV5. 121 over 2000. After reading a whole row of prompts, although Xue Jing was in great pain, he felt like he had swallowed a big mouthful of sweet shaved ice in the hot summer, which was painful and refreshing. He turned his head and looked outside the helicopter. High in the sky, the huge King Cheng was almost within his field of vision. He randomly chose a direction, focused his attention, and changed the focus of his pupils so that he could see everything more than 10 kilometers away clearly. In an old restaurant, several guests were sitting around a table chatting and laughing. The subtle expressions on their faces were clearly visible. Xue Jing could even guess what they were saying based on the shape of their mouths when they opened their mouths to speak. The hot pot here is really good, and the ingredients are very fresh. It's a good place recommended by Boss Zhang. I've already told Mr. Li that he plans to give this order to us to do together. Xue Jing retracted his gaze. The static vision brought by LV6 aiming is equivalent to giving him a high quality telescope with a little microscope function. He had a vague feeling that, if the influence of wind resistance was not considered, he could accurately hit something several kilometers away by throwing a stone from here. It's not just a matter of sight aiming. The improvement of aiming level also brings about an improvement in throwing instinct and feel. In the unfinished building in Nancheng district that you mentioned, although we haven't found any clues about Xiangsu Worm Mother yet, we have also gained something else. On the plane, Xu Ren spoke. After we got there, because there were frequent earthquakes on that border, we used instruments to test it, and found that the pollution rate in that area had exceeded 10%. Xue Jing asked puzzledly, pollution rate? It was the first time he heard this word and he didn't understand what it meant. Xue Ren sighed slightly. The level of education in the outer ring is worrying. It's like they haven't learned anything. She explained. The pollution rate refers to the degree of pollution in the area of our real world by the alien world. When the present world collides with the alien world, the overlap phenomenon of the two worlds will occur. The more serious the overlap, the higher the pollution rate. If the two worlds only rub against each other slightly, then only boundary earthquake will occur. At this time, the pollution rate will generally be around 1% to 5% and will soon return to 0%. If the collision is more serious and the pollution rate reaches more than 10%, then boundary earthquakes will be very frequent. The two worlds may break each other in a serious collision. The gaps will temporarily fit together, and a weak overlap phenomenon will occur. At this time, the pollution rate will increase to more than 30%. After the weak overlap occurs, the physical laws and rules of the current area will change due to the overlap with the alien world. There may also be alien creatures coming to the present world through the gap. Xue Jing suddenly realized, is this the process of the birth of the boundary? Xue Ren shook his head and said, yes, and no. The border is the product of the pollution rate reaching 100%. It is not the present world, nor the other world, but the product of the fusion of the present world and the other world. It has another name, called subworld. Weak overlap will eventually become a border, but the process is reversible, as long as the corresponding correct measures are taken to prevent it from transitioning from weak overlap to strong overlap. The new borders that have emerged in the past 60 years are not developed slowly from weak overlap, but the collision of the two worlds, instantly forming a strong overlap area with a pollution rate of more than 60%, and finally irreversibly turning into a border. Xue Jing nodded and sighed. I've learned something new. Xue Ren crossed his arms and said, in short, this unfinished building in Nancheng district may have a weak overlap phenomenon at any time. You should pay attention, and don't get close to it casually. Xue Jing nodded to show that he understood. Kanglang Dojo, Yangxin room. Xue Jing stripped down to his shorts and lay obediently on a therapy bed. Li Qi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, turned the wheel with his hands and inspected the dragon scale marks left on Xue Jing's skin. He sighed. Golden scale skin, you have practiced it? Zhu Shiying and Menking Jiao were standing at the head and foot of the bed, applying plasters on Xue Jing's body. Junior brother, you are too worrying. You always come back with wounds. Xue Jing rubbed the skin of Xue Jing's thighs, using force to make the medicine penetrate into the membrane, and complained. Hiss, Xue Jing kept inhaling in pain. After using the golden scale, the membrane that withstood all the impacts of the cockroach monster had extremely serious internal damage. A slight touch would cause pain like an iron brush scraping the flesh, not to mention the force massage. It's not my intention, but the situation forced me, Xue Jing said helplessly. He didn't want to get wounded every time, but there was no other way. Under the circumstances, he was the only one who could stand up to the cockroach monster, so he had no choice but to go. It wasn't that he was so selfless, but he just felt that he should be able to bear it, so he gave it a try. Anyway, he had the twins to back him up. Senior sister Zhu, be gentle, hiss, Xue Jing took a breath. Zhu Jing snorted, I have to make you remember the pain. On the other side, compared with Zhu Jing, Menking Jiao's movements were much gentler, and her pair of smooth and tender hands that didn't feel like a martial artist at all moved on Xue Jing's back. She had a precise grasp of strength, and used soft strength to silently soak the ointment into the membrane, making Xue Jing feel almost no pain, but rather a little comfortable. The soft hands passed over his back. In order to apply the ointment to the back, Menking Jiao leaned forward, and the shocking World Cup also scratched Xue Jing's back faintly. The fragrance of the short-haired beauty kept drilling into his nose, and Xue Jing looked strange. As if to divert attention, he turned to Li Qi beside him and said, Master, do you know anything about the Jinfeng dojo? He thought of Duan Caping whom he met at school. The cockroach monster was probably related to Duan Caping. The razor gang to which this person belonged was actually backed by the Jinfeng dojo. Xue Jing thought it would be better for him to learn more about it. They are not strong enough to break my golden scale skin, and I beat them one by one. Li Qi clenched his fists, feeling a little proud. Xue Jing complimented him, you are so powerful. Li Qi waved his hand, it's all in the past. Times have changed, and we are all old. Xue Jing thought for a while. Master, if we fight with someone who uses the golden wind and white rainbow sword, what should we pay attention to? Li Qi turned his wheelchair, circling around, and pondered. Well, their school is indeed something. Naked is equivalent to holding a weapon, and it is not just a gimmick. If we fight against them, even if the opponent is unarmed, we have to treat him as holding a knife. But it doesn't matter to you now, Li Qi said again. Oh. Xue Jing asked in confusion. You have already comprehended the transformation of golden scales, and a golden scale skin has grown, which is just right to restrain the golden wind and white rainbow sword. Just like me in the past, users of the golden wind and white rainbow sword of the same level cannot break the defense of the golden scale skin, Li Qi said casually, unless the other party's cultivation can crush you. In that case, it's useless to pay attention to anything. Xue Jing thought, is that so? Okay, you guys slowly apply medicine to him. I'm going out for a walk. Li Qi waved his hand and turned the wheelchair out of the Yangtze room. After he left, Menking Jiao touched Xue Jing's head. The calm and cold eyes stared at Xue Jing, and there seemed to be a hint of maternal tenderness. Junior brother, turn your body over. Zhashanayang's voice came with a smile. Xue Jing did as he was told, and turned his body over. After changing from lying down to lying down, Xue Jing suddenly didn't know where to put his eyes. The extremely majestic World Cup was right above him. The black loose training suit couldn't completely cover up the tightness, making people worry whether it would jump out the next moment. The body of half-step puberty is indeed troublesome. It is easy to go astray. Xue Jing closed his eyes and silently visualized the hibernation dragon technique to avoid making a fool of himself. The soft bare hand wandered over his chest, and the medicine penetrated into the membrane, bringing a cool and comfortable feeling. Unconsciously, the bare hand moved from the chest to the abdomen. At the same time, Xue Jing also noticed that there was a huge shadow above his face. As the hand went lower and lower, the shadow got closer and closer, and the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose became stronger and stronger. As the soft touch touched his cheek, Xue Jing couldn't hold it anymore. He opened his eyes somewhat embarrassedly. What came into view was the shadow that almost covered everything, and the strange sight of Takia Marine looking at him through the gap. Junior brother, you, she said shyly, her eyes slightly downward, and then immediately moved away, as if she had been electrocuted. Menking Geo also straightened up, and a blush appeared on her cold and pretty face. Xue Jing sighed. This is trouble. Chapter 83. Everyone is equal in front of the World Cup. I will support you. Sister ZHU, we have heard Master talk about this before. Xue Jing tried to keep his face calm and said, consciousness is independent of the human body. Our consciousness itself, and the body should be viewed separately. So, this is not my intention, but the body's self-determination. ZHU Sheniying's face was ruddy, and her face was full of disbelief. She said with a smile, you continue to quibble, Sister Meng and I are listening. Xue Jing. He sighed, you also know that I'm in adolescence, the most difficult stage in life to control myself, and I'm 17 years old at the half-step grade perfection of adolescence. At this age, when you may go astray at any time, you can't help but feel the desire to slay demons and uphold the righteous path. When you meet some magic saint or righteous witch, which leads to the holy sword automatically unsheathing. This is also a very reasonable and logical thing, right? It can be said that this is not my problem at all, but a problem of the body, or even your problem. ZHU Sheniying was stunned by Xue Jing's sophistry. She showed an expression of getting to know you again, and pouted her lips and said, junior brother, you shouldn't practice martial arts. You should be a lawyer in ancient times. This mouth can turn black into white, and manipulate the world. Menking Geo, who was next to her, crossed her arms and slightly covered her greatness. With a blush on her cold cheeks, she nodded in agreement. Xue Jing scratched his cheek with his fingers and said awkwardly, I just want to ease the atmosphere. He breathed a sigh of relief. After a lot of nonsense, the awkward atmosphere caused by the unsheathing of the holy sword was finally reversed a little, and it was not so awkward. At this time, ZHU Sheniying suddenly put a pair of bare hands on Xue Jing's thighs, raised his eyebrows and threatened, then I have to ask you, in your eyes, who is the magic saint, and who is the righteous witch, me or senior sister Meng? Tell me clearly. Hiss. Xue Jing breathed in pain, and waved his hands and said, it doesn't matter, it's just a metaphor, I said casually. No, it must be distinguished. ZHU Sheniying's palm gradually exerted force. Xue Jing had to say, you are the saint. HMM. ZHU Sheniying's eyes were smiling, but he said unwillingly, you think I'm a demon? Xue Jing's mouth twitched. I thought, compared with senior sister Meng, you are 100% a demon. At this time, Menking Geo stretched out her hands, supported his head, and looked at him. There was an inexplicable seriousness on her cold and pretty face, as if asking, me, a witch? Xue Jing looked at the shadow covering the sky in front of him, thinking, you are 100% a witch. He said sincerely, I'm sorry, I said that. It's all my fault from beginning to end. Please forgive me. Seeing him give in, ZHU Sheniying snorted and said jokingly, junior brother, you have no self-control. You must be careful of honey traps in the future. Xue Jing did not reply. Is this a problem of self-control? He inadvertently glanced at Menking Geo's trembling World Cup. Who wouldn't be confused? Which Carter can withstand such a test? If you have it, you have to sheath it. Everyone is equal in front of the World Cup. So, junior brother. ZHU Sheniying glanced down inadvertently again, and moved away, as if he was electrocuted, and his palm-sized face was flushed. When can it be sheathed? In this case, it's not easy for us to continue applying medicine. ZHU Sheniying whispered softly. Xue Jing. I don't know if it's his illusion, but I always feel that ZHU Sheniying seems to be hinting at something. Of course, this is 100% an illusion. With visualization, in his body, he has a strong control over his thoughts. Even now, he still maintains a clear mind. If he really says something strange at this time, then it will be irreversible. Leave the rest to me. They are all easy to apply. Xue Jing said softly. Then, you can do it yourself. Senior sister Meng, and I will leave first. ZHU Sheniying breathed a sigh of relief, but there seemed to be some disappointment between his eyebrows. Menking Geo nodded. No emotion could be seen on her calm and cold face, but the blush that had not yet dissipated exposed the fact that her heart was still not at peace. After they left, Xue Jing moved the corners of his mouth and looked at the still sharp sacred sword, feeling a little distressed. This thing can't really not return to the sheath until blood is seen. After finally using the breathing method for practicing blood in the Daojia Gong, controlling the strength to disperse the blood that gathered together, Xue Jing finished applying the medicine to himself and fell asleep directly in the Yangtze room. It was several hours later when he opened his eyes again. He felt the recovery of his injuries and found that his skin was still numb and itchy. It seems that the injury is quite serious this time, Xue Jing thought to himself. The last time, he was cut by the cockroach monster in Rusu Hotel with many deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. The wounds were almost healed the next day, and he was almost fully recovered in about 3 or 4 days. At this moment, his fitness and health skills have improved compared to that time, and his 5 major exercises have also improved. Logically, his recovery should be even more exaggerated. But now he feels that his injuries are recovering slowly. Xue Jing touched his arm. Then he performed the golden scale transformation, and dragon scale marks began to appear on his skin, densely packed, as if a layer of scales had really grown. He pinched his skin with 2 fingers, and immediately felt a strong toughness. When pulling, he felt that the skin all over his body was pulled together by this small piece of skin, turning golden scales. Use the force to swirl on the membrane, forming golden scales, connecting the membranes of the whole body together, which can disperse and dissolve the attack, and the membranes of the whole body can bear it together. The larger the force area, the smaller the pressure. This is the secret of the unparalleled defensive golden scale skin. Xue Jing sighed. No wonder Li Qi said that golden scale skin can restrain the style of Jinfeng Bei Hangjian that turns fists and feet into swords. They themselves rely on the blade-like force with a very small force area to output. When they encounter golden scale skin that can disperse and bear pressure, they will naturally be defeated. It is worthy of being one of the 5 killer moves of Kanglangyu, and none of them is simple. The remaining ones that have not been comprehended are shaking star fire about blood training, and eye penetration flow about tendon training. There is no hurry, let's heal the injury first. Xue Jing sat up, got off the bed, twisted his neck, and did some stretching exercises. The moon was already hanging high outside the window. Go home, Xue Jing said to himself. It was already 12 o'clock in the morning when I got home. As soon as I entered the door, Xue Jing was stunned. He did not see the cat squatting on the ground to greet him as usual. Instead, there was a girl with long black hair sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a loose white men's t-shirt, and her lower body showed a pair of slender, white, and tender white legs. Because the clothes were too big for her, the bottom edge was long enough to cover her thighs. I didn't know whether she was wearing shorts or nothing. The small and straight nose, the red lips without makeup and the narrow eyebrows and phoenix eyes formed a flawless and pretty face. That face was very beautiful and distinctive, with an aggressiveness that ordinary women did not have, as if the concept of beauty had become a physical existence, grabbing your neck and making you like this face. However, the most eye-catching thing was the furry black cat ears on the girl's head and the cat's tail with the tail ring swinging on the sofa. Teacher 1, can you turn back into a human? Xue Jing asked gently. Ning Fengwen sat on the sofa, curled up, hugged her thighs with both hands, tilted her head, and looked at Xue Jing with her phoenix eyes. The lower half of her face was buried below her knees, and her specific expression could not be seen. She uttered a dull HMM. A few strands of hair fell from her forehead, adding a touch of weak femininity to her. At noon, I suddenly found that I could change back by myself, Ning Fengwen said, and there seemed to be a hint of loss in her tone. Xue Jing walked up to her and sat down. He wanted to pinch her cheeks, just like when she was a cat, but after thinking about it, he didn't reach out his hand. He just smiled and said, isn't this good? You don't seem very happy. Ning Fengwen heard this, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on her pretty face. She said, if I can turn back into a human, I will leave. Do you think it's good? Xue Jing looked puzzled. Why do you have to leave after turning back into a human? Ning Fengwen rolled her eyes. If you don't leave, you will support me? Xue Jing nodded and smiled. I will support you. He said this is a matter of course, just like chatting casually, and blurted it out without any pressure. Ning Fengwen thought he didn't understand what she meant. She shook her head and said softly, it's not like that. She paused and said disappointedly, you don't understand. Just staying by your side will bring you danger. The existence of Kant Security Company was like a mountain, pressing on the girl's heart. When she thought that once she was exposed, Xue Jing would also be implicated and crushed by the behemoth, she felt that she could not breathe. It was time to leave. She was quite happy to stay with the boy for more than a month. It was as if she had really turned into a cat, carefree, just eating, drinking, playing, and sleeping, without having to worry about other messes. Although there were some embarrassing things occasionally, but overall, she was satisfied with this short encounter. So be it, dreams always have to wake up. I'm the leader of the dragon cult, not a real cat. Ning Fengwen's eyes were covered with a layer of light mist, and her expression was gloomy. Xue Jing sighed softly. Don't show an expression like a discarded kitten. I said, I will raise you. He said softly. Ning Fengwen was slightly startled and looked at him, as if she didn't react. You don't think I'm the kind of trash owner who just abandons a pet halfway because it's troublesome? Xue Jing chuckled. He reached out and gently brushed the corners of Ning Fengwen's eyes, which were slightly misty, with a little tear on his fingers. Since you have brought the cat home, and decided to raise it, you must stick to it. Xue Jing gently hugged her, and said in a gentle tone, from the moment I brought you home, you are a member of my family. If I give up on you, and stay away from you, just because you will bring danger, then I will definitely lose something that is invisible and intangible, but very important. Stay, no matter what danger, I will face it with you. This is the meaning of family. Ning Fengwen leaned on his shoulder, and was silent for a long time. She suddenly closed her eyes, and reached out to hug Xue Jing, very hard, as if she wanted to rub herself into his body. Xue Jing's shoulder felt wet, as if something warm was dripping on it. The faint fragrance of the cat-eared girl lingered on the tip of his nose, and her voice with a crying tone came to his ears. Can I stay here? Xue Jing smiled and hugged her tighter. Of course, as long as I'm here, this is your home. His tone didn't sound firm, just normal, but it made the girl's heart tremble. You can stay as long as you want. Xue Jing's eyes were deep, and he spoke softly. Suddenly I heard that Mr. Akira Toriyama had passed away. I felt complicated. One of the people who wrote my youth together is gone. Everyone should take good care of themselves and live a healthy life. Chapter 84, Reappearance of the scene with the leader. Someone has a lot of good feelings towards you. Charm experience plus 668. Someone has a lot of good feelings towards you. Charm experience plus 784. Someone has a lot of good feelings towards you. Charm experience plus 851. Charm is upgraded. 2LV7, 131 over 4500. Looking at the prompts that popped up on the panel in succession, Xue Jing paused slightly, a little surprised. The experience value of this charm is rising too fast. According to past rules, the more experience points, the more good feelings people have towards him. Then wouldn't sect leader Ning be? Xue Jing looked at Ning Fengwen, who was hugging him tightly with both hands, and curled up in his arms, and a strange idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Maybe it would be okay to ask her to call him daddy now. He shook his head to drive away this strange idea. What happened with Senior Sister ZHU and Senior Sister Meng in the afternoon left a little side effect, which made him a little distracted. Xue Jing was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. The cat-eared girl was hugging him very tightly at this moment. Very very tight. It was as tight as if she wanted to rub her whole body into his. Therefore, some parts naturally pressed against him, and the touch was too soft. Xue Jing hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher 1, you are not wearing anything? He looked down and saw that sect leader Ning's lower body was not visible, and his upper body was only wearing his t-shirt. Yes, her sister Xue and her parents' rooms were locked, so she couldn't get in. The only clothes she could find at home were his clothes. Naturally, she was not equipped with external armor at the moment. As soon as Xue Jing said this, Ning Fengwen's body stiffened. She couldn't help herself, and forgot about it for a moment. The cat's tail behind her, but seemed to sense the owner's emotions, and began to shake restlessly. The girl loosened her hands, that were holding Xue Jing, moved her butt, and left his arms. Then she covered her chest with both hands. Her face flushed, and said, I didn't find it. Xue Jing pinched his chin, thought for a while, and said, Teacher 1, I have something to discuss with you. Ning Fengwen was relieved when she saw that he looked very serious, as if he wanted to skip this topic and talk about business. Although she felt a little disappointed, she still asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Xue Jing told Ning Fengwen about the situation of God 1391 Cat's Tail Ring. When the wearer is emotionally excited, he will merge with the Cat's Tail Ring and gain the power of the alien god Bastard. Ning Fengwen frowned. So when I'm emotionally excited in the future, my fusion with the Cat's Tail Ring will deepen until the so-called incarnation of Bastard? Xue Jing coughed dryly. That's right, and not just any emotion will do. It has to be the emotion that arises when you stimulate and fuse for the first time. Ning Fengwen was puzzled at first. The first stimulation? Then she immediately realized that the emotion produced during the first stimulation wasn't that towards Xue Jing. She immediately blushed, covered her chest with her hands, moved her buttocks away from Xue Jing, reached out to lengthen the hem of her t-shirt to cover her glowing white thighs, and said weakly, what do you want to do? Xue Jing rolled his eyes. It's not about what I want to do, it's about whether you want to do it. Ning Fengwen's face turned even redder. Xue Jing found that she had misunderstood again and said helplessly, "No, I'm asking you if you want to try to take the initiative to receive this power. If we want to be enemies with big companies like Can Security, we must ensure that we have as many cards as possible. The Cat's Tail Ring is said to be able to make people transform into Bastard. Things that can be related to gods must be very powerful. That Mr. Wu said that so far, no one who has transformed into Bastard has shown any abnormality, but simply obtained the power of Bastard." Ning Fengwen curled her lips and said, "Do you believe this Mr. Wu so much?" Xue Jing thought for a while and said, "It's not that I believe her too much. I just think she has no reason to lie to me." When Beiya contacted him a few days ago, he also realized that Beiya's attitude towards him was problematic. This kind of member of an organization that almost symbolizes the country itself is so courteous to him. Xue Jing doesn't believe that it is just because of his talent. And judging from the contrast between the indifferent attitude of Void Blade towards the death of his teammates and his attitude towards him, after thinking about it, the most likely thing is that Wu Yaoqing, the rich and domineering boss, played a role. Xue Jing felt that Wu Yaoqing might be much more powerful than he thought. There was no need to deliberately lie to him about such a person. During this period of contact, he had a good impression of Wu Yaoqing herself, and did not think that she would have any ill will towards him. Ning Fengwen hugged her thighs, curled up her jade feet, and said with some stammering, then try it. After saying that, she blushed and quickly added, "Don't get me wrong, I just think that more strength and more confidence, not because of anything else." Xue Jing waved his hand and said, "I understand, you don't have to explain." After a pause, he hesitated and said, "Then, try it?" "How to try?" The two looked at each other. Xue Jing coughed dryly. "How about recreate the scene of that day?" The girl's face suddenly turned red with shame. But after a while, she nodded gently and said HMM in an inaudible way. In the bathroom, Xue Jing was lying naked in the bathtub, soaking in warm water. Ning Fengwen turned into a cat again, lying on his chest and soaking together. "How is it? Do you feel it?" Xue Jing asked. Ning Fengwen didn't dare to look directly at the holy sword below, but whispered, "It seems not." Xue Jing recalled the situation at that time. "I remember that it was because the ordinary glasses were taken off, and the sense of existence that had been suppressed for a day suddenly burst out, which made the cat instantly crazy. Now that the divine relic is gone, what should I do to make Ning Fengwen crazy?" After thinking about it, Xue Jing whispered, "Teacher 1, you turn into a human." "Turn into a human? What's the situation now?" Ning Fengwen immediately remembered what happened in the bathroom that day, and a very anthropomorphic look of embarrassment appeared on the cat's face. "But in my heart, it seems that I'm not so resistant." She thought for a moment and stammered, "Then you close your eyes." Xue Jing nodded and closed his eyes. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his heart was a little agitated. Not long after he closed his eyes, he heard Ning Fengwen seem to take a deep breath. Then, his chest sank. A familiar touch came, awakening his muscle memory. Warm, soft, and smooth, with a little furry feeling, and a subtle grain that could be vaguely felt. He moved slightly and rubbed it. A strange sound came from his ear. Now, what should I do? Ning Fengwen whispered, as if she was enduring and suppressing something. Her voice was a little low. Xue Jing said, Teacher 1, I'm sorry. Ning Fengwen was puzzled. Before she could react, Xue Jing suddenly sat up from lying down. She slid down and let out a cry of surprise. This time there was no collision. But the posture of the two changed to Xue Jing hugging her from behind. In the narrow bathtub, the two of them pressed tightly together. Jing, you. Ning Fengwen suddenly shuddered, her scalp tingled, and her face flushed to the point of smoking. She could feel something hot sticking to her back. Thank you for the 5,000 reward from Big Devil A, and thank you for the rewards from other readers. Thank you very much. Chapter 85, Power of the Other God, Snake's Lair, Twins LV3. What are you doing? Ning Fengwen panicked, feeling the thing sticking to her body, not daring to move, like a herbivore encountering a sleeping lion, afraid that if she bumped into it, she would accidentally wake it up. What do you think I want to do? Teacher 1. Xue Jing sat behind the girl, holding her in his arms, his chin resting on her shoulder, and spoke in a low voice. His breath blew on Ning Fengwen's ears when he spoke, and she couldn't help but tremble all over, clenching her toes, and her whole body was numb. No, don't do this. The girl whispered softly, as if she was refusing, but her whole body was soft and weak. Her bare hands pressed on Xue Jing's arms, as if she wanted to push him away, but she couldn't use much strength. The black silky long hair was wet with water, and stuck to the girl's delicate and fair cheeks. The dense eyelashes trembled slightly, and the narrow and long phoenix eyes that were originally heroic and strong were full of weakness and helplessness. The small mouth was slightly open, as if suppressing something. Xue Jing was shocked by her beauty at the moment, and his pupils trembled slightly. He couldn't help but hug her tighter. Then he moved closer to the girl's neck, and touched it lightly with his lips and teeth. Ning Fengwen trembled a little, and couldn't help but bite her lower lip lightly, and a layer of mist filled her eyes. The girl suddenly raised her head, showing her graceful and slender neck like a swan. Under the pool, there was a pair of hands, moving gently. It didn't touch too much, just gently stroked, like scratching an itch, vaguely. More than 10 minutes passed like this. Ning Fengwen's eyes were blank, her mouth was slightly open, her body leaned back, and leaned on Xue Jing. It was only from time to time that her body would suddenly shake, so that people knew that she had not lost consciousness. The girl turned her head slightly and looked at Xue Jing's profile in front of her. Her narrow eyes were full of incomprehensible meaning. At this time, the tail ring on her cat's tail emitted waves of white gold light. Ning Fengwen could feel that there was a mysterious power emanating from the tail ring and soaking into her body. At the same time, Xue Jing's movements also paused. Divine substances detected, absorbing divinity. Divinity? Question mark? Xue Jing looked surprised, looking at the panel that suddenly popped up, and the divinity that continued to rise at a speed of a few seconds. Promoting the fusion of the cat and the cat's tail ring, there is actually divine energy absorption? Xue Jing's face was strange, but thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The cat's tail ring was a divine relic that became the object of the gift of the alien god Bastard through the gift ceremony of the Lion Saint Church, and it has a strong connection with the alien god Bastard. Now Ning Fengwen and the cat's tail ring are deepening their fusion, which is to extract the power of the alien god Bastard in the cat's tail ring. Alien gods are also gods, and they also possess divinity. Xue Jing thought about it, and the movements of his hands began to proceed step by step. Ning Fengwen suddenly stiffened, her back straightened, her toes curled up tightly, and then released, curled up, and then released. Her hands tightly grasped Xue Jing's arms, and the force was so great that Xue Jing's bones almost made a cracking sound. Xue Jing's voice was mixed with a smile, and he whispered softly, Teacher 1, are you done? Ning Fengwen curled up, and buried her head in her thighs. She couldn't see her expression, but just said in a muffled voice, I don't know what you are talking about. Xue Jing smiled, and didn't press on, but asked, how do you feel? Bastard's power. Ning Fengwen closed her eyes, and felt it for a while, hesitantly said, I seem to have become a little stronger. Xue Jing looked at the 5 finger marks on his arms, raised his eyebrows and said, I feel it. With his current physique, ordinary people with a blunt knife may not be able to leave any marks on his skin. Ning Fengwen just grabbed it hard in a state of unconsciousness. Xue Jing's arm felt pain. The power of the alien god bastard. There is something. Did it just simply strengthen your body? Xue Jing thought for a while and continued to ask. Feel it carefully. Is there any other power? Ning Fengwen closed her eyes. After a while, she suddenly stretched out her right hand. Clang, 5 fingers flicked up, and 5 silver white sharp claws emerged from the fingertips. For some reason, Xue Jing saw the 5 claws and inexplicably felt a sense of danger that made his scalp tingle. What is this? Xue Jing suppressed this feeling and asked in confusion. Ning Fengwen opened her eyes and said uncertainly, I learned it suddenly. This seems to be called. She pondered for a while. The name is a language I have never heard of. In our Chinese, it should be translated as snake killer. Snake killer? Xue Jing repeated it. Ning Fengwen nodded. Some knowledge suddenly came to my mind, and it's related to Bastard. Bastard, the wildcat goddess of war, has one of the titles of Snake Slayer. Ning Fengwen searched for the knowledge of the alien god that appeared in her mind and tried to translate it into Chinese. He killed Apap, the serpent of chaos. His claws were stained with snake blood, so he gained the ability to restrain things related to snakes, and his name is Snake Slayer. She turned her eyes to Xue Jing and smiled inexplicably. Snakes are the origin of dragons, so dragon seeds are also within the restraint range of the Snake Slayer. The girl gently stroked the claws in her hand on Xue Jing's chest, and the cold air spread. Xue Jing found that the claws just approached, which made his skin hair stand up, and the golden scales were automatically activated, and the dragon scale marks appeared. What do you think, Mr. Xue, the descendant of the hidden dragon school, who has to hide a real dragon on his body? Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and said, I just practiced a martial art called Hidden Dragon School, and I'm not a real dragon, so how can I be restrained? Ning Fengwen pinched her chin and thought, the power of God seems to be so unreasonable. I have a vague feeling now that you are the dragon, and you can be easily torn apart in front of this snake-killing vanguard. Xue Jing's mouth twitched. What is this? Battle Greyman? Dinosaur killer? I practiced a martial art related to dragons and added a debuff to myself. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Wait, you are the leader of the dragon cult. So you have the ability to restrain dragons? Xue Jing looked strange. I wonder what expression Mr. N, who wanted Ning Fengwen to go to the head of the dragon cult to receive the gifting ceremony, would have when he knew about this situation. Ning Fengwen herself felt strange. She shook her head and said, before this, the dragon cult was called a religion, but it was actually a gang. If Mr. N hadn't come to me, I wouldn't have known that the dragon cult actually believed in a foreign god. She retracted the silver white claws named Snake Slayer and scratched her face, looking distressed. I originally thought that when I was really desperate, I would go to the head church to have a look. Now the situation is more complicated. Xue Jing put his arm around her waist, hugged her in his arms, and smiled. Think about it later. Ning Fengwen nodded lightly, leaned her head on Xue Jing's chest, and a sense of peace emerged in her heart. But not long after, she sat up and asked in a low voice, why didn't you sheath your? Xue Jing was helpless. Teacher 1, you really don't know your charm. How could I not have any ideas when I did that? What should I do? Ning Fengwen said in embarrassment. Xue Jing thought about it, then suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Ning Fengwen's pretty face, which was already covered with blush, became even more rosy, and she quickly shook her head and said, no, how can this be? Xue Jing did not give up, but continued to seduce like a devil. The condition for you and Bastard to deepen their fusion is for me. You know, there are benefits to doing this. In order to continue to obtain Bastard's power in the future, do I have to force myself to hold back every time? Teacher 1, you won't be so cruel. His tone was extremely gentle, without any sense of urgency, just persuading her step by step, as if he was really just rationally considering the benefits of doing so. Ning Fengwen had no intention of resisting him at the moment, and was suppressed by his seemingly reasonable reasons. Her mind was immediately confused, and she murmured, then I give it a try. There is nothing much to say about the process. In short, Xue Jing did it. It is worth mentioning that during this process, the cat tail ring emitted a platinum light again, and Xue Jing absorbed another wave of divinity. The only problem that Xue Jing felt was a bit serious was that the tiger fang was really a bit injured. Fortunately, he had a golden scale skin, which perfectly withstood it, and he felt a little bit excited. In the bathroom, Ning Fengwen was only wearing a white t-shirt of Xue Jing. The clothes were too loose for her, and the hem could directly cover her thighs. She was holding a toothbrush in her hand and brushing her teeth vigorously. There was still a lingering blush on her face. She looked at Xue Jing next to her with a slanted look, and her eyes were resentful. When she thought about being forcibly held down just now, she almost coughed to death. It was clearly agreed at the beginning that it was just hands. Then he started to lie to her that hands were not enough. The girl was a little self-pitying. Why did she suddenly think about it and agree to do such a thing? She spit out the foam in her mouth, rinsed her mouth with water, and said angrily, "Asshole, this is the last time. Don't even think about it anymore." Xue Jing was standing next to her, and for some reason he looked refreshed. He just agreed, okay. Ning Fengwen was furious when she saw his perfunctory attitude. "Xue Jing, you are very proud, aren't you?" Xue Jing looked innocent. "How could that be, Teacher 1? Ning Fengwen's narrow and heroic phoenix eyes revealed a hint of determination. "Don't think I'm just talking. This is definitely the last time. Next time you kneel down and beg me, I won't help you." Xue Jing put his hands on her shoulders and comforted her. "Okay, Teacher 1, don't be angry. I will be more careful next time." Ning Fengwen glared at him. "No next time." Xue Jing chuckled. Okay, no next time." Late at night, Xue Jing was lying on the bed. Ning Fengwen turned back into a black cat, curled up on his chest and fell asleep. He reached out and gently stroked the cat's smooth fur, then opened the panel and took a look. Divinity. 309. There are so many. Xue Jing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Just by promoting the fusion of Ning Fengwen and the cat's tail ring, he could actually obtain so much divinity, almost equivalent to the divinity he absorbed from a divine relic. If he could absorb so much every time in the future, wouldn't he be able to take off? Perhaps it won't be long before we can see what the incarnation of the divinity of twins or shadow flame is. But in the end, what exactly is divinity? Xue Jing has always had a doubt in his heart. If divinity is the source of power of divine relics, then the divine relics that he absorbed divinity from should lose their own abilities. But in fact, the divine relics that he absorbed divinity from did not change at all. At least there was no change that he could see. The same was true for the alien god Bastard. After Ning Fengwen was absorbed by his divinity, she still gained Bastard's power and gained the ability called Snake Killer. After pondering for a long time, Xue Jing shook his head. "Forget it, let's think about it later. Anyway, it won't have any impact for the time being." He opened the panel and scrolled down to the divine skill column. His finger moved between twins and shadow flame. I wonder what kind of improvement shadow flame LV2 will get. I guess it will reduce consumption, increase power, etc. Xue Jing thought about it and still clicked on the upgrade on twins. At present, the sublimation of fitness has not met other conditions, and divinity is not needed for the time being. The upgrade of shadow flame is not urgent. Now there is exactly 300 points of divinity, which is just enough to upgrade the twins to the next level. Twins LV3, divinity required for upgrade. 9/500, passive, possessed who lives, can freely choose the time of resurrection within 7 days after death. Cooldown time. 70 days active. Each LV1 can specify an ability related to one's own body, which will produce double effect when used currently activated. Physical strength, action speed currently available options, physical defense, reaction speed, calculation ability, concentration, memory. The passive cooldown time of the twins at LV3 was reduced by another 10 days, which made Xue Jing's eyes light up. It seems that he had thought well before, and the cooldown time can be reduced by 10 days for each level. Maybe when it reaches LV10, it can really be resurrected infinitely? Suppressing his expectations, he looked at the choice of active effects. What should he choose this time? Xue Jing's eyes moved back and forth between reaction speed and physical defense. In theory, reaction speed is a very good choice, but physical defense is more than just defense for him now. Physical defense, in other words, is the body's endurance. The upper limit of the 5 killer moves of Hidden Dragon style is almost all related to the body's endurance. Chapter 86, Great Increase in Strength, God 519 Unsharpened Blade. 3 days later, in the training room of Kanglang Dojo, Xue Jing, wearing a black training suit and standing quietly on the wooden floor, stood in the center of the room. He looked straight ahead. From his chin down, his skin was covered with dense dragon scales. He used the skin training breathing method that came with the shaking armor technique. The dragon scales on his body stretched and trembled, like a real dragon shaking its armor, making a crackling sound. Well, the injury should be fine. At least I can start practicing. Xue Jing clenched his palms and nodded. He had been resting for the past 3 days, and the injury to his skin membrane had finally healed a lot. After dispersing the dragon scales all over his body, Xue Jing took a deep breath and focused his eyes. He was energized, roaring like a dragon, and his muscles were tense. Spiral indentations began to appear on his right shoulder, rotating and extending towards the front of his fist, like a towel being twisted tightly, making the entire arm look thinner. Xue Jing did not choose to throw a punch until the preparations for the thunderstorm were complete. He changed his mind and activated Twin. 3 days ago, he chose physical defense in the new active effect of the Twin. Now is the time to verify the effect. The spiral compression force brought a great burden to Xue Jing, and his arm was faintly overwhelmed. However, after Xue Jing activated Twin, his right arm, which felt like it was about to explode, suddenly relaxed. Double the physical defense is equivalent to double the physical endurance. At this moment, no matter his bones, muscles, membranes, internal organs, everything related to the body, the endurance is absolutely multiplied by 2, ignoring any physical laws. Naturally, the thunderstorm, which is said to be able to compress the force infinitely, can also double the limit of what he can bear. Xue Jing's eyes condensed, and he continued to use the thunderstorm method to compress the force again. His muscles trembled, and the sound of the dragon's roar in his body became louder and louder. The spiral dent on his right shoulder suddenly began to extend backwards, like several long snakes crawling under the skin. The dent expanded in a spiral manner, spreading over the collarbone, neck, armpit, and finally wrapped around Xue Jing's entire right pectoral muscle. The muscles faintly trembled, as if they could not bear the heavy burden. Xue Jing realized that he had reached his limit. Ha! He then shouted loudly and swung this unparalleled straight punch at the air in front of him. Boom. In the Kanglang Dojo, a thunderclap suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Countless disciples in the training hall raised their heads with puzzled expressions. Is it thundering? Strange. Didn't the weather forecast say that it will be sunny in the next few days? It doesn't look like it's going to rain outside. In the Yangtze room, Li Qi, who was sitting in a wheelchair and holding an old thread-bound book in his hand, heard the explosion and immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the training room. He smiled silently with satisfaction in his eyes. Boom. Starting from the fist, a spiral airflow with a diameter of several meters invisible to the naked eye whistled forward. The open glass window made a rattling sound and kept shaking, as if it was about to break. The curtains hanging on it were directly swept away by the violent airflow, unhooked and flew out of the window like an electric fan. Xue Jing clenched his palms and looked at his arms. If I hit that cockroach monster again, this punch will probably kill it, he said to himself. Activating the Twins' physical defense, his combat power limit almost doubled directly. Not only the wind and thunder, but also the golden scale and ceiling cloud tail also benefited. And, in this way, the upper limit of twin power is also higher. The active effect of the twin is to ignore any physical laws and multiply a certain aspect of the body by 2. The doubled power brought by the twin power is the same. If martial arts is mathematics, the combination of moves and force is a different mathematical formula. As for twin power, it is to unconditionally add an x2 to the end of any formula. The previous compression force of the thunderstorm can make Xue Jing burst out a punch with twice the normal force. After using the twin force, it is 4 times. Now, after using the twin defense, the thunderstorm can compress a punch with 3 times the force. At this time, using the twin force again will become 6 times the normal force. Twins, this is a divine skill that becomes more exaggerated in the later stage. It's a bit invincible. Xue Jing nodded with satisfaction. In addition, during these 3 days, he also specifically tested the consumption and cooling time of LV3 twins. So far, 3 active effects have been activated, namely, strength, speed, and defense. However, the consumption of these 3 is different. Among them, speed consumes the most. At present, when using the twin speed alone, it can last for about 30 seconds, and the twin's mana will be exhausted. Strength is second, and it can last for about 50 seconds. Defense is the least consumed. When only using the twin defense, it can last for nearly 3 minutes. And these 3 share the mana. If all are used at once, it can only last less than 15 seconds. Once the mana is exhausted, it takes about 5 hours to fully recover, which is 1 hour shorter than the 6 hours when it was just activated. In general, LV3 twins have improved a lot in all aspects. After sorting out his current situation, Xue Jing was about to continue practicing. At this time, the mobile phone next to him vibrated. Xue Jing walked over, picked up the phone, unlocked it with fingerprints, and looked at it. It was a message from Wu Yaoqing. Xue Jing was refreshed. Could it be that there is life? Divinity is always a scarce resource for him. In the past few days of recuperation, he and Ning Fengwen have been operating the fusion of Bastard's power every day. But compared to the first time, it has little effect. Although Ning Fengwen was shaking every time, the platinum glow of the tail ring was a little dim. After each time, Ning Fengwen's body was only slightly strengthened, and no other alien god power like the snake killer was obtained. The divinity absorbed was only a few to 10 points. Although it is a long-term process, if it continues like this, the harvest will be considerable over time. But it is not as exciting as the divine relics, which can get hundreds of divinity at once. Xue Jing quickly opened the message to check. Wu Yaoqing, picture, what is this? Xue Jing clicked on the picture and looked at it with some confusion. This is a photo, and the photo is a man. Xue Jing was a little unsure. The perspective of the photo is very close, and the surrounding scene can't be seen very well, but it can be vaguely found from the traces around that it should be honoring. A young man wearing a men's black hori, with long black hair to the waist, a beautiful face, and a little androgynous, is standing on the ring and bowing slightly to the opposite side. He held a beautiful long sword that looked very old. The grey-brown handle and scabbard were full of traces of fading and oxidation, exuding a sense of history. Xue Jing, what? Is this a Far Easterner? Based on the person's clothing and posture in the photo, which were very characteristic of the island country, Xue Jing asked. Wu Yaoqing, not bad. Wu Yaoqing, he is one of the 6 major Chibles in the Far East, the 3rd heir of the Yuga clan, Yuga Suzuka. Xue Jing, it sounds very powerful. Wu Yaoqing, it is very powerful, but this is not the point. Look at the sword in his hand. Wu Yaoqing, this is God 519 unsharpened blade. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. He directly requested a video call to Wu Yaoqing. The other party did not refuse and answered quickly. On the mobile phone screen, Wu Yaoqing's pretty face, which seemed to remain forever calm, appeared. She was wearing a pink chiffon shirt with an exquisite bow on the collar and her hair tied in a high ponytail as usual. Her unmade-up face did not look like a rich domineering lady at all, but more like the prettiest girl in the class, clean and pure. The front camera also captured Xue Jing's face, and he smiled and said, "Boss, what do you mean? Is this a new containment mission?" Wu Yaoqing in the screen shook her head and said, God 519 is not out of control, so there is no need to contain it. Xue Jing asked in confusion, then why? Wu Yaoqing did not answer, but said, God 519, the unsharpenable blade, has a very simple ability, called, Neverwhere. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and said, is it the, Neverwhere, that I was thinking of? Wu Yaoqing nodded and said, it literally means Neverwhere. Someone once did an experiment, using a special method to make the blade of God 519 directly withstand high temperatures of more than 10 million degrees for 10 minutes. The result is that not even a particle on the blade has changed. Tens of millions of degrees. This is already the temperature of a nuclear explosion, and it is continuous. Xue Jing sighed. It's worthy of being a divine relic. It's completely unreasonable, and even more so, it doesn't follow physics. So what do you need me to do, boss? Xue Jing asked. In the picture, Wu Yaoqing put the phone on the table, and it seemed to be leaning on a bracket to make the phone stand up. She herself leaned back, leaned on the wooden chair, folded her arms across her chest, propped up the European cup, shook her head, and said softly, "It's not that I need you to do anything, but it depends on whether you are willing to do something. I'm just providing you with a piece of information this time." Xue Jing tilted his head and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Wu Yaoqing did not keep her in suspense, but said directly, God 519 has the characteristic of choosing a master. When the person who holds God 519 admits in his heart that he has lost to another person, the ownership of God 519 will be transferred to the winner. Xue Jing understood what she meant and said suddenly, "You mean, don't you like divine relics?" Wu Yaoqing smiled, pinched a strand of her long ponytail hair, and twirled it with one finger. Mika Suzuka has been practicing martial arts since childhood and is a martial arts fanatic. He advocates the old martial arts of pursuing the true human limit with pure natural flesh. This time, he specially crossed the sea to Yuksha to participate in the U-19 Unlimited fighting competition. If it were normal, attacking him would cause a very serious diplomatic incident, but it is different now. As long as we defeat him in U-19, this is a good opportunity to take God 519 openly and above board. Of course, I'm just providing this information to you. You decide what to do specifically. Xue Jing pinched his chin, thought for a while, and said, "How strong is this Mika Suzuka?" He was indeed tempted. There are few opportunities to come into contact with divine relics. He will definitely not let it go if he can. But he still has to carefully understand the specific situation. Wu Yaoqing thought for a while and said, based on the record of his attack in the competition in the Far East a year ago, he was probably a professional 5th Dan at that time, according to what you martial artists say. Xue Jing frowned and said, 5th Dan? Dan is a level division of the strength of a martial artist. Although it is not completely accurate, it can roughly express the strength of a martial artist. Although Xue Jing himself has not been determined, he has self-evaluated the specific performance of each rank through the internet. Without using special skills such as twins and shadow flame, he can probably be evaluated as a professional 3rd rank. Of course, it is completely different in actual combat. In the arena, it is often the case that a person defeats his opponent by several ranks. This is just a rough surface strength division. Although Otoji Suzuka advocates old martial arts and therefore never touches things such as banned drugs and alien plants that he considers to be evil and heretical, his family background destined him to have the world's top training resources. Wu Yaoqing said calmly, "Professional 5th Dan, not only his evaluation a year ago, but also his evaluation when he was barehanded." Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean?" He worshipped the sword saint Sakagami Tenso, one of the 5 great masters of the old martial arts world in the Far East, as his master, and received the Menkyo Kaiden of Sakagami Tenso Suhei Shoshin Ryu. Wu Yaoqing smiled. He is known as the 9-fold sword wielding. In other words, he is more than 9 times stronger with a sword than with his bare hands. Xue Jing's mouth twitched. U-19 Unlimited fighting competitions allow the use of weapons. In other words, I have to defeat him with a sword to get God 519. Wu Yaoqing smiled and nodded. Xue Jing laughed. "Let's talk about it when I'm free. It's not that I'm afraid, it's mainly because I really don't have time recently." Wu Yaoqing said meaningfully, "It's up to you to decide. In addition, if you want to participate, you'd better do it as soon as possible. Now that the preliminaries are over, the regional elimination rounds are about to begin. Based on what you are going to do, I can say hello to the higher ups and use some privileges to list you as a seeded player and directly participate in the Fengcheng elimination round. You have a week to consider." After hanging up the video call, Xue Jing looked distressed. God 519. I want it so much. A weapon that will never wear out in the true sense is an irresistible temptation for a warrior. Not to mention the divinity contained in the divine relic itself. But now his strength is really not enough. In the case of barehanded professional 5th stage, on paper, his strength is completely above him, not to mention the saying of 9 times sword holding stage. This is the data from a year ago. Alas, get stronger, and get stronger. Xue Jing stood up, with black flames burning quietly in his pupils. Canned security company, Makasazuka, Shiangsu insect mother. He needs to get stronger. Xue Jing felt urgent. Chapter 87 Sure Sword Intention, Weapon Attack LV1. South City Pier. Gaga seagulls were circling in the air, cawing loudly, and a huge cruise ship was slowly approaching the shore. On the pier, Jiao Hongyan, who had an old face but a strong body, was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at a handsome young man on the deck of the cruise ship who was waving at him. Xue Jing, leader of the Razor Gang who was standing behind Jiao Hongyan, said with a smile, "Junior brother has stole the show in Fengcheng this time. He won all 12 qualifying matches by crushing everyone. The reputation of our Jinfeng dojo has spread throughout the outer circle." Jiao Hongyan's expression did not change, but a hint of satisfaction emerged in his eyes. He said lightly, "It's still too early. You're just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. You don't know who you are after winning a few games. You actually said in front of the media that you want to beat 10 people. You don't look calm at all. You're just a laughingstock." Xue Jing has been Jiao Hongyan's direct disciple for many years. He knows his temper very well. How could he not see that Jiao Hongyan was actually very satisfied in his heart, but was just suppressing his disciple with words out of habit, hoping to make him less arrogant and impatient. He smiled and complimented, "Young people are naturally full of energy. Junior brother is a genius. Even in the inner ring city, he is considered a hero. There is nothing wrong with being a little arrogant. He is just speaking the truth. Master, don't mind." Jiao Hongyan nodded and hummed. Then he said lightly, "Is the white crow still biting hard?" Hearing this, Xue Jing paused slightly, his expression became serious, and whispered, "Many brothers in the Razor Gang have been arrested. I guess it will be my turn soon." Jiao Hongyan turned his head and glanced at him. "Have you done everything?" Xue Jing nodded. 2 days ago, I deliberately provoked a fight with the Blood Claw Gang and killed all the people who knew about it. I disguised it as an accidental fight. The white crow can't ask anything." Jiao Hongyan took 2 steps forward and said solemnly, "Once this matter is exposed, we will definitely die without a burial place. There is no luck at all. You understand, right?" Xue Jing looked solemn and nodded. "Master, I understand." Jiao Hongyan looked at the young man who walked down the stairs of the cruise ship and said calmly, "After this matter is done, we can officially join Canned Security and become a member of this behemoth. Status, power, money, these external things are not mentioned. Canned has promised to provide us with limit-breaking surgery." Jiao Hongyan's eyes were fanatical. "I'm old, and the decline of ki and blood is inevitable. The hope of self-limit breaking is slim. I can only rely on this method. But who says that technological limit breaking is not as good as self-limit breaking? I'm tired of seeing the scene where the self-limit breaking Longman master was hung up and beaten by the artificial strong who had undergone several operations." He reached out and patted Xue Jing. "Jing, I'm very sorry for Caping's death. But this is just a small setback on the road to success. In this matter, you have contributed the most among the direct disciples. After the success, Cant will arrange a limit-breaking surgery, and there will definitely be one of you in the quota." Xue Jing was refreshed when he heard this. He quickly lowered his head, suppressed the ecstasy and suddenly accelerated heartbeat in his heart, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Master." Xue Jing thought for a while and asked, "What about little junior brother?" Jiao Hongyan glanced at him. With Cheng Xuan's talent, he can break the limit without surgery. People who rely on themselves to jump over the Dragon Gate will be sublimated not only physically but also spiritually. The path he will take is different from ours. Don't tell Cheng Xuan about this matter. He is still young and can't understand our ideas for the time being. Do you understand? Xue Jing nodded quickly. "I understand." Hidden Dragon Dojo, Yangxin room. Xue Jing sat cross-legged on the wooden floor and asked Li Qi, "Master, does our Kanglang style martial arts involve the use of weapons?" Li Qi was sitting in a wheelchair, making tea on the tea tray on the mahogany table in front of him. When he heard Xue Jing's question, he paused and smiled. Why do you think of asking this? Xue Jing put his hands on his knees, shook his body, and turned around like a tumbler, and said, isn't there a U19 unlimited fighting competition recently? I want to try it, but this competition can use weapons. I feel at a disadvantage if I go unarmed. Xue Jing finally decided to try it. The U19 schedule is very long. He checked the competition system. According to the process, he will start from the elimination round in Fengsheng, and there will be at least 1 to 2 months before he will face that Hyuga Suzuka. This period of time is very short for others, and they can hardly do anything, but it is different for him. It has only been more than a month since he started practicing martial arts. If he is given another month or two, defeating Ogame Suzuka is not impossible. For God 519, it's worth a try. Li Qi raised the teapot in his hand and poured out the silk-like tea into the teacup. His hand was so steady that the tea swirled slightly along the bottom of the cup without a drop splashing out of the cup. He said, U19. This competition is not bad. It is considered to be one of the more prestigious old martial arts competitions. Many Dragon Gate masters, even those who have won the title, have participated in this competition when they were young. You can participate if you want. Although you have only been practicing martial arts for a short time, it is probably difficult to get a good ranking now, but it is not bad to go and gain some experience. Li Qi picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then continued. The use of weapons in the Hidden Dragon School is of course there. The first class martial arts moves are basically the same. Moves that can be performed with fists and feet can certainly be performed with weapons, and moves that can be performed with weapons can certainly be performed with fists and feet. The essence of the 5 killer moves of the Hidden Dragon School lies in the movement of strength in the body. As for whether it is reflected in fists and feet, or in swords, when it is used, there is no problem. Hearing this, Xue Jing also thought of himself holding the knife of Captain Voidblade and throwing a spiral attack with Turning Wind Thunder to penetrate the cockroach monster. At that time, he did not feel anything wrong. It was very natural. Li Qi turned his wheelchair and drove in front of Xue Jing, smiling. There are 3 secrets in my Kanglang style, one of which is called pointing the eyes. This secret pursues the ultimate penetrating power, so in actual combat it is generally not performed with the physical body, but with a sharp weapon in hand, focusing on one point and penetrating everything. But this is not a move that is specifically used with weapons. The highest level of pointing the eyes is to use the physical body without using weapons, which is called a dragon needs to borrow power. A real dragon has dragon energy. When the Kanglang style is fully developed, with a sharp dragon energy, it is already a real dragon, so there is no need to borrow power from weapons. Xue Jing was a little fascinated by what he heard. A dragon needs to borrow power, and a real dragon has dragon energy. What a domineering statement. In general, my Kanglang style martial arts, fists, feet, swords and knives are all connected, and it is completely possible to use them on weapons. Li Qi said, thinking for a while, his eyes showing thought. But, since you mentioned weapons, I have something else to teach you. Xue Jing heard this and asked curiously, Master, please tell me. Li Qi touched his shiny baldness, his eyes showing memories. Because of the incident with my sister-in-law, I left the dragon sect and went to the inner ring city to hang out, and I did make a name for myself. Xue Jing's eyes were shining, and he interrupted, Master, wait a minute, we'll talk about the inner ring city later. Can you tell me a few more stories about you and your sister-in-law first? The last time I heard Li Qi talk about his sister-in-law was last time. I remember that it ended at sister-in-law's buttocks. Xue Jing has been thinking about the sequel for a long time. Li Qi was about to start bragging about his past heroic deeds, but he choked when he heard this and glared at his apprentice unhappily. Young people should stop asking about the affairs of the older generation. Xue Jing said sincerely, come on, master, tell me. I'm so curious about you and Feng Wan's grandmother. Let's start with buttocks and tell you in detail. Li Qi rolled his eyes. No, that's all I have to say. If you knew everything, how can I maintain my lofty image as a teacher? Xue Jing pinched his chin. Master, since the day I saw you drifting in your wheelchair on the street and blowing up the skirt of a high school girl, you no longer have a persona. Li Qi asked in surprise. Did you see it? Then he waved his hand indifferently. This is just a little personal hobby. You don't have to take it too seriously. Okay, we'll talk about my sister-in-law's affairs later, when we have a chance. Let's get back to my life in the inner ring city. Seeing that he was still suspenseful and refused to say anything, Xue Jing could only shrug helplessly. Li Qi recalled, at that time, I spent some time in the old martial arts circle of Inner Ring City and became famous. I was called Dragon King Li. However, Inner Ring City is full of talents. Although I'm powerful, I'm not the only one. At that time, there were 2 people who could be as famous as me. He stretched out 2 fingers and looked up at Xue Jing. The latter nodded and asked cooperatively, then who are the 2 who can be as famous as you, master? Li Qi felt comfortable after getting the response. He shook his head and continued, the first one is Vajraruai Hanzhao Lixing, known as Vajrazao. The second one is Shurablade Chen Buan, known as Shura Chen. I have a good relationship with these 2 people. We often exchange martial arts with each other and have gained a lot. Li Qi stretched out his skinny arm and suddenly clenched his fist. On the wrinkled skin, golden scale marks appeared one by one, and spiral indentations started from the shoulder and spread to the palm. The golden scale turning and thunder wind in my hidden dragon style were largely perfected with reference to the Vajraruai hand. The concept of his martial arts is the hardest must be soft, and the hardest is the softest. His method of using strength can be said to be unique in the world. He can switch between the hardest and the softest, which is amazing. But what I want to teach you today has nothing to do with the Vajraruai hand, but with the Ashura blade. Xue Jing asked curiously, how do you say it? Li Qi thought for a while and said thoughtfully, well, it's a bit troublesome to say it, so let you experience it directly. Xue Jing was a little confused about how to experience it, and was about to ask. At this time, Li Qi suddenly raised his eyes and looked at him. Xue Jing saw a knife with endless blood flowing out of Li Qi's eyes flew out and stabbed towards his eyes. The next moment, Xue Jing felt his body stiffen and an extremely cold air rose from the soles of his feet. His hair stood up and his skin felt numb and painful as if it was pierced by countless needles. Death. He saw his own death. A knife with endless blood flowing was constantly killing him. He was beheaded, split in half, cut in half, pierced through the chest, chopped up. Countless images of his own death suddenly flooded into his mind. Countless corpses of Xue Jing turned into a sea of blood and corpses, filling up all the space in his mind. He had no energy to think about other things. Xue Jing was not panicked. He had reached the LV5 level of visualization, which gave him a far superior control of his mind than ordinary people. Although his consciousness was occupied by a sea of blood and corpses at this moment, he actually forcibly retained a part of his thinking ability, observing and thinking about his current state in a way similar to God's perspective. Is this pure and tyrannical killing intent? Xue Jing recalled the experience when he first practiced the visualization method of the hibernating dragon technique. The feeling at this time was similar to that time. Master is indeed a man who has made it through the dragon gate. He can actually influence others with his spiritual consciousness out of thin air. This is completely unscientific. Xue Jing sighed in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the sea of blood and corpses in front of him receded like a tide, and Xue Jing regained consciousness. He seemed to have been deprived of oxygen for a long time, and began to breathe heavily. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, soaking his black training suit. The whole person looked like he had just been fished out of the water. How do you feel? Li Qi looked at Xue Jing's calm eyes and immediately showed relief in his eyes and asked with a smile. It's scary, Xue Jing said without any fluctuation in his tone. Li Qi laughed. You don't look scared at all. You are worthy of being my disciple. After a pause, he continued, this is the sword intent of the Shura sword, similar to the nurturing the dragon in the heart of our Kanglang school, which is the spiritual consciousness of the Shura sword. This sword technique has the heaviest and purest killing intent among all the martial arts I have seen, and the use of the dynamic energy is extreme. Back then, Chen Buan and I had a close relationship. Although I didn't learn the sword moves of the Shura sword, I secretly learned its sword intent. Since you are interested in the art of fighting, I will teach you the Shura sword intent. Even if you don't have the matching Shura sword skills and killing moves, It is extraordinary to swing the sword with this sword intent. Xue Jing nodded. Master, please teach me. 2 days later, in the training hall of the Kanglang Dojo, Xue Jing and his senior brother Chen Fuguang were fighting on the ring, each holding a long sword. The sound of metal clashing continued. Not long after, Xue Jing's change of moves was a little slow, revealing a flaw, which was deflected by Chen Fuguang's sword, leaving an open door. The next moment, the sharp blade was across his neck. Xue Jing looked at the unsharpened long sword against his neck, exhaled, and smiled. I lost again. Chen Fuguang retracted the long sword, propped the tip of the sword on the ground, and held the handle with both hands. He sighed. Junior brother, it's only been 2 days, and your swordsmanship is already decent. Xue Jing smiled and opened the panel to take a look. On it, a new skill has appeared. Weapon Strike LV1, 128/300. There is still one chapter, Coding. Chapter 88 Simulating the True Meaning, Copying Ninja Kakajing, Shadow Flame LV2. Weapon Strike LV1, 128/300. This is a skill that Xue Jing successfully activated one day after he officially started to learn weapon fighting. Now that he has a deep understanding of martial arts, it is natural for him to learn weapon strike by analogy, and he easily reached the activation conditions of the skill. Xue Jing grasped the long sword in his hand, turned his wrist, and made a knife flower. This skill also did not bring him any direct weapon skills. According to Xue Jing's observation over the past 2 days, weapon strike brought him a slight improvement in physical fitness, which was not large, probably about the same as health preservation. The main improvement was the mysterious feeling when he held the weapon. When holding the knife, he felt that he was a natural knife wielder. The knife in his hand was like an extension of his arm, and he felt a light feeling when wielding it. When the power was infused into the blade, it was also very smooth, without any obstruction. This made him learn the sword skills at an incredibly fast pace. In just 1 day, he had a deep understanding of the basics of sword skills, and could already use them in actual combat. Junior brother, continue? Chen Fuguang asked with a smile. Xue Jing raised the long sword in his hand and nodded. Go on, senior brother Chen. Because using a sword requires an open space, the two of them conducted actual combat training in the training hall. It was rare for 2 direct disciples to appear, and they were fighting each other with swords on the ring. Naturally, the ordinary disciples gathered around. He is the junior brother Xue Jing who was on the news. He looks so awesome. Someone sighed. I came to Kanglang Dojo to learn martial arts. After reading that news. What do you mean by looking so awesome? Can you speak? A female disciple rolled her eyes at him. Stop talking. The 2 senior brothers are fighting again. On the ring, the sound of ping pong began to ring. Xue Jing took a step forward, holding the knife in both hands, and came close to Chen Fuguang, swinging it diagonally upward. Clang! Chen Fuguang just raised his knife and slashed it, and then he displaced the force of Xue Jing's knife to the side, then turned his wrist, and used this force, to swing the knife towards Xue Jing. Xue Jing blinked, forcibly stopped the knife's momentum, and drew his knife back to defend. The two of them went back and forth, attacking and defending, and the long swords in their hands kept colliding. Clang! Xue Jing raised his knife to parry, and he and Chen Fuguang got into a wrestling match. Ka. The 2 long swords trembled slightly in the collision, and Xue Jing's eyes suddenly fixed. Brother Chen, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils turned red, as if they were stained with blood. Chen Fuguang was slightly stunned, but found that the long sword in his hand suddenly sank. Clang! Chen Fuguang took a few steps back involuntarily. Just as he was about to speak, he found that his junior apprentice was approaching him. What followed was a terrifying sword curtain like a rainstorm. Chen Fuguang quickly raised his sword to block, and the training hall suddenly rang with the sound of metal clashing. The slashes were heavier than the last, and there was no sign of stopping. In 10 seconds, Chen Fuguang was at ease. 20 seconds later, Chen Fuguang frowned slightly. 30 seconds later, a serious look appeared in Chen Fuguang's eyes. He looked at Xue Jing's pupils, that were stained with red, and felt a little worried. Sure, a sword intent. Master actually taught this to my junior apprentice? Crack! The long sword in Chen Fuguang's hand could not withstand the continuous slashes and broke. His face changed slightly, and when he was about to call for a stop, he found that Xue Jing had already drawn his sword and turned around, standing calmly, and the color of his pupils turned back to black. Chen Fuguang was stunned. "Junior brother, are you awake?" Xue Jing looked at him strangely. "What else?" Chen Fuguang scratched his head, thought for a while, and said with relief, "It seems that I worry too much. Come to think of it, the master is old and wise. How could he not consider this? If the junior brother did not have the ability to control the Shura sword, the master would definitely not pass it on to him." Chen Fuguang sighed. "Junior brother, you are really a monster. Not to mention your talent in martial arts. Even your talent in quiet energy is so outstanding. Master said that the killing intent generated by the Shura sword can be called the ultimate dynamic energy, but you can still maintain the dynamic and static balance, and you can completely control it, while getting the killing intent bonus, and you can control it freely." Third senior brother had problems because of contact with the Shura sword. Now he is still in the inner ring city, following that Shura Chen to cultivate his mind and cultivate his character. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. This is the first time he has heard of this. "Junior brother, how long have you been in contact with the Shura sword?" Chen Fuguang asked. "Just these 2 days," Xue Jing said casually. "Ah." Chen Fuguang was stunned. "You learned Shura sword intent in just 2 days?" He was full of surprise. This is the first class martial arts in the old martial arts world. Xue Jing shook his head and smiled. "No, brother Chen, you misunderstood. I didn't learn Shura sword intent, but imitated Shura sword intent." Xue Jing opened the panel and took a look. "You conducted a practical training. Military attack experience plus 88. You conducted a practical training. Visualization experience plus 38. Fitness experience plus 73. Hidden Dragon Strength Experience plus 66. Visualization LV5. 688 over 2000. The so-called Shura sword intent is actually a kind of visualization method, similar to the visualization method of imagining oneself as a dragon in the hibernating dragon technique. By visualizing a Shura blade flowing with endless blood, you can keep killing, and killing in the world of corpses and blood in your mind. In this way, he developed a pure and boundless killing intent. This killing intent, in the martial arts, belongs to the term moving energy. Just like an angry person's punch must be heavier than usual, carrying this boundless killing intent, the knife that is slashed out is naturally unstoppable and powerful. However, in just 2 days, even if Xue Jing has a panel, it is impossible for him to learn this high-end stuff so quickly. I used my imagination to imitate the Shura sword intent that my master once displayed. Xue Jing touched the blade of the long sword in his hand. There were countless gaps on the unsharpened blade, all of which were caused by the fierce slashing just now. Imitation. Is this okay? Chen Fuguang's face was full of confusion. This was beyond his understanding. Xue Jing smiled. He didn't know how to explain it. Visualization. This skill is very outrageous. To put it in an analogy, this skill is like the Xiao Wuxiangong in Jin Yang's martial arts that can imitate other martial arts. Xue Jing used the extreme imagination brought by visualization to forcibly imitate the killing intent of Shura knife. Of course, it was different from the exaggerated effect of Xiao Wuxiangong, which could rival or even surpass the original martial arts. The effect of the Shura knife imitating visualization was not very good, just like a child imitating an adult smoking. The smoke only stayed in the mouth and did not pass through the lungs. There was no essence in it. It was just a copycat, and it was completely incomparable to the real Shura knife. I failed to imitate the real Shura knife, not because visualization was not good, but because the level was not enough. Xue Jing said to himself. As the level of visualization increased, his imagination would continue to strengthen. One day, he would be able to completely imitate the true meaning of any martial arts with just one glance. By then, he would be a copy of Ninja Kakujing. Okay, let's stop here today. Thank you, senior brother Chen, for accompanying me in my practice. Xue Jing glanced at the broken longsword in Chen Fuguang's hand and smiled. No, I also gained something from sparring with my junior brother. Chen Fuguang patted Xue Jing on the shoulder. I'm really looking forward to it, junior brother. How far can a genius like you go? In the afternoon, Xue Jing returned home. He took out the key and opened the door. As soon as he entered, Xue Jing smelled the fragrance of food. He closed the door and walked to the kitchen, where he saw Ning Fengwen busy inside. "Huh, Teacher Wan, you can cook." Xue Jing couldn't help but smile. Ning Fengwen scooped a spoonful of the stewing winter melon and pork rib soup with a small spoon, blew on it, tasted it, and narrowed her narrow eyes, as if she was quite satisfied with the taste. She looked back at Xue Jing and snorted softly. This leader was not brought up in a pampered way. "You are lucky today." Xue Jing walked behind her, put his arms around her slender waist, and rested his chin on her shoulder. The cat ears on Ning Fengwen's head moved, and a barely noticeable blush appeared on her cheeks, but she muttered, "Go away, don't make trouble. Someone has developed a crush on you." Charm experience plus 19. Xue Jing glanced at the panel and smiled. "Just these few dishes? Make more, I'll help you." Ning Fengwen turned around and gently pushed his chest with her bare hands. "Enough for you. Hey, go out, I can do it myself." Xue Jing was pushed out of the kitchen. He pinched his chin, feeling that the scene was a bit like a newlywed couple. It's a pity that something was missing. He turned his head and took a look at Ning Fengwen's clothes. Light blue t-shirt and silk pajama shorts, simple home clothes, all bought for her by Xue Jing these 2 days. She was wearing an apron in front of her. Xue Jing felt a little regretful. "I wonder when I can see the ultimate romance of men, a naked apron." Several home-cooked dishes were quickly prepared. Xue Jing and Ning Fengwen served themselves and sat at the dining table, watching Xue Jing put a piece of fried pork ribs into his mouth. Ning Fengwen raised her eyebrows and said, "How is it?" Xue Jing thought to himself, "Just average." But he said, "Invincible." Ning Fengwen nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, Teacher Wan, I'm going to Fengcheng in a few days. Do you want to come with me?" Xue Jing asked while eating. Ning Fengwen asked in confusion, "What are you going to Fengcheng for?" Xue Jing thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Wu has a mission." He told her in detail about Otoji Suzuka and God 519. Ning Fengwen nodded after listening. "Going to participate in the competition is not a big deal. I'll go with you." As she spoke, her voice suddenly became much softer. "Deepening the integration with Bastard requires perseverance." Xue Jing laughed. Ning Fengwen's face immediately flushed, and she said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing at you. I just remembered something happy," Xue Jing said sincerely. Ning Fengwen glared at him. "It's best." After taking 2 more bites of rice, Xue Jing casually said, "In addition, this time when I go to Fengcheng, I can also meet my sister." Ning Fengwen heard this. Her cat ears trembled, and she was inexplicably a little nervous. "Is this taking her to meet her family? Then, do I need to prepare anything?" Ning Fengwen asked nervously. Xue Jing glanced at her, and after thinking for a while, he roughly understood what she was thinking. He spoke in a gentle tone, "Don't be nervous. My sister is a silly girl. Ahem. She is a very easygoing person. Well, you should like her." Ning Fengwen blinked when she heard it, lowered her head, and ate her meal in small bites, and hummed softly in an almost inaudible voice. Quiet like a young wife. At night, in the quilt, Ning Fengwen did not turn back into a cat, but remained in human form, resting her head on Xue Jing's chest. Her eyes were blurred, she panted slightly, bit her lower lip lightly, and seemed to be enduring something, and her whole body would tremble from time to time. And Xue Jing was playing with Ning Fengwen. With a sigh after a tense moment, Xue Jing looked at the panel, and the divinity increased by more than 10 points, and finally broke through 100, reaching 103 points. He lowered his head, and whispered in Ning Fengwen's ear, "Teacher Wan." Ning Fengwen lay on Xue Jing's body softly and bonelessly, with a lazy expression on her pretty face like a sage. Hearing what Xue Jing said in her ear, she moved the corners of her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "This is the last time." After that, she turned around and got into the quilt, and no one knew what she was doing. Xue Jing's face showed a touch of comfort, and he put one hand behind his head and opened the panel. Hiss, for some reason, he took a light breath. He didn't know if it was haunted. The quilt suddenly went up and down, and Xue Jing didn't dare to lift it up to see, so he could only look at the panel to divert his attention. Shadow Flame LV1, Divinity required for upgrade. 100 and 300ths. After hesitating for a while, Xue Jing clicked to upgrade. Shadow Flame LV2, Divinity required for upgrade. 3/300. He stretched out an index finger, and countless black air currents gathered in the dim room. Silently, a black flame burned quietly on the fingertips. Xue Jing retracted his fingers and let the black flame stay in the air. Then he moved the black flame back and forth in the air. It's smoother to control. Try the distance. He controlled the black flame and let it fly as far as possible. It was not until the black flame flew out of the window and approached 15 meters away that Xue Jing felt that he could not control it. The free control range has been increased to 15 meters. Xue Jing clenched his palms. The black flame outside the window suddenly exploded and turned into countless small black flames, splashing everywhere. Then he clenched his palms again. The scattered small black flames immediately condensed into a ball again. It can achieve more refined operation. And the most important power. Xue Jing thought about it, but couldn't find anything suitable for testing. Forget it, let's talk about it later. He shook his head, waved his hand, dispersed the shadow flame, and closed the panel. I don't know how long it has been. Xue Jing suddenly frowned. Then he mustered up his courage, and pushed down the protruding thing on the quilt, which he didn't know if it was a ghost. A strange mmmmm sound came from the quilt. This move seemed to cause great harm to the ghost, causing it to struggle constantly, and the quilt to shake constantly. After a long time, Xue Jing sighed and let go. A figure rushed out from the quilt and ran to the toilet. It can be vaguely seen that it seemed to be covering its mouth. 8K update. I'm exhausted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, or 1000 Cuts in a Moment to Slash the God, Li Chengxuan of the Golden Wind Dojo. In the training room of Kanglang Dojo, Xue Jing sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, with the long sword in his hand flat on his knees, eyes closed, motionless. In the whole training room, only his long breathing was heard. After a long time, Xue Jing frowned and opened his eyes. No, the imaginary mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There is no sense of reality at all. He was in trouble in the practice of Sure Blade intent. The Azure Blade must be stained with blood. But he couldn't imagine the pure killing intent of slaughtering everything and proving one's own way with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's still not enough material. Xue Jing shook his head. The only person he had killed personally was Xue Jing, who was burned to death with shadow flames when he was carrying out the containment mission that day. The remaining 2 cockroach monsters. The accumulated amount of materials was so little that he couldn't understand the true meaning of Sure Blade at all. Although he could forcibly imitate a little feeling with visualization, it still lacked reality and could not experience the true essence of killing intent. I can't force myself to kill someone just to practice this. Never mind, just go with the flow. Xue Jing shook his head. He stood up, raised his long sword, and began to practice the basic sword techniques methodically. Chopping, slashing, lifting, cutting, picking, pulling, stabbing. He practiced very seriously, striving to achieve the ideal standard for the posture and force of each sword. Now that weapon strike has been activated, Xue Jing can clearly feel his progress with almost every sword swing. The blade in his hand is becoming more and more handy, and the swings are becoming smoother and smoother. Half an hour later, whoosh, the blade cut through the air, making a whistling sound. Xue Jing drew his sword, turned around, made a sword flower, and put it back into the sheath. You have completed a sword training. Weapon attack experience plus 55. Weapon attack upgraded to LV2, 23/500. Instantly, Xue Jing felt that the connection between him and the long sword in his hand seemed to be closer, and he even had a strange feeling of blood connection. As if the sword was an extension of his limbs, a part of him. If I upgrade a few more levels, I guess I will become the innate sword saint body. No, it should be the ancient Greek god in charge of weapons, Xue Jing thought. Weapon attack improves not only the ability to use a sword, but also covers all weapons. At least all cold weapons. He has also tried to use sticks, swords, guns and the like in the past 2 days, and without exception, they feel very good, just like using a sword. In the old martial arts world, there are 7 major titles, one of which is called Master of Weapons. The martial artist who won this title is known as the world's #1 master of cold weapons, proficient in all kinds of weapons, and proficient in everything. With weapon strike in hand, I guess I can also be a master of weapons for fun. Xue Jing pinched his chin. But for the time being, it is enough to just practice the sword, and mastering all kinds of weapons will wait until later. He shook his head and continued to practice. A few hours later, it was almost noon. Xue Jing had just finished practicing today's shaking armor skills and felt a little hungry, so he went to the cafeteria to eat a medicinal meal and then returned to the training room to continue practicing the sword. At this time, the phone vibrated and Xue Jing opened the phone to see. It was a WeChat message from Wu Yaoqing, an archive file with the title Otoji Suzuka. Then there were several more vibrations, and several videos were sent in succession behind the archive file. Xue Jing has not clicked to watch it yet, but the cover of the video is a long-haired man wearing a black hori and holding a long sword, obviously Ogame Suzuka. Xue Jing had contacted the rich boss yesterday, saying that he would participate in the U-19 and try to see if he could defeat Ogame Suzuka. By the way, he hoped that the rich boss would provide some information about the other party. I received it today, and the efficiency was quite fast. Xue Jing first replied thank you, boss, and then opened the file. Ogame Suzuka, male, 18 years old, the third heir of the Ogame Chiebel. Xue Jing read it all the way, and it introduced Ogame Suzuka's family background, family relationships, hobbies, martial arts schools he practiced, etc. in great detail. There are also many photos attached, including a photo of him participating in a kendo competition. It seems that the fight was very intense and his shirt was torn. Xue Jing took a closer look, confirmed the condition of his chest muscles, and found that this person was indeed a man. This appearance is too deceptive. Xue Jing couldn't help but complain when he saw the soft-looking Mitsuzuka with waist-length hair in the photo. He continued to look through the documents. Sohi Shojin Ryu. Xue Jing took a look at the detailed introduction of this martial arts school. The Far Eastern Sword Saint Sakagami Tenso, according to its own claims, is a descendant of the legendary martial god of the Far Eastern Sakagami Tamuramero. The martial arts school Sohi Shojin Ryu was named after Sakagami Tamuramero's sword Sohimeru. The word Sohi means fast, and Sohi Shojin Ryu is also famous in the martial arts world for its extremely fast moves. The secret of its school Shojin slash is known as 1,000 cuts in an instant, and the highest level can swing 1,000 cuts in an instant. Xue Jing pinched his chin. 1 instant 1,000 cuts of god slashing, kind of interesting. Xue Jing had learned a little about Sakano Tamuramero, the god of military commanders in the Far East, because he had played some card drawing mobile games that used historical figures as selling points. There was a very interesting and official history about him. It was said that he was a descendant of the royal family of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and his original surname was Liu. Although it was just an unofficial history that was not worth mentioning and was completely unreliable, Xue Jing was impressed because it was very interesting. The style characterized by speed happens to be the type I'm good at dealing with. Xue Jing nodded and felt more confident. Only speed can't be broken, is the truth of martial arts. Speed type opponents have almost no flaws, which will give most martial artists a headache. But Xue Jing is different. Because of the existence of aiming, he has extremely strong dynamic vision and can deal with speed type opponents easily. For example, the 2 previous battles against cockroach monsters were all thanks to this skill. Let's try again and see if we can upgrade the twins to a higher level before the official fight. Then we will have double the reaction speed. Xue Jing sighed. He began to feel that he was the nemesis of this Otoji Suzuka. But in the end, it still depends on the specific strength. No matter how fast the reaction speed is, it's useless if the body can't keep up. It depends on how much I can improve in the next 1 or 2 months. After Xue Jing took a general look at the information, he closed the file and clicked on the video sent by Wu Yaoqing. The huge open-air venue filled with spectators had a spacious 1 meter high arena in the center. Otoji Suzuka stood elegantly with a long sword in his hand, and his opponent was a young man who also held a blade. The video was shot from a high altitude and looked down obliquely, which should be the official perspective. The shouts of countless spectators could be heard, basically in Far Eastern dialect, and it was very noisy. As the two players took their positions, the referee stretched out his hand and drew a line between the two, and the match began. The next second, the picture suddenly changed, as if it had been cut. Agami Suzuka's opponent covered his bleeding shoulder and half knelt on the ground. Agami Suzuka himself, holding a bloody long sword that had been unsheathed at some point, shook the blood off the blade with a blood vibration to the side. Then he made a beautiful sword flower, sheathed the sword, and remnant heart, a whole set of very standard Far Eastern kendo movements, full of ritual sense. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. This speed. Soon, the video showed a slow motion replay of the previous scene. In the high-speed camera, Agami Suzuka drew his sword and slashed upward in the posture of III slash. It was obviously a slow motion replay, but in the shot that was slowed down 10 times, his speed still seemed very fast. In this shot, his opponent made almost no movements, was at a loss throughout the whole process, and took the knife. Xue Jing closed this video and clicked on other videos. Basically, they were all the same. Agami Suzuka in each video ended the battle in an instant. As expected of a child of a Chiebal family, with the world's top resources poured into him, he has reached this level at the age of 18. I wonder if I can crush you in more than a month, Xue Jing said to himself. But I have to try. He drew out the long sword in his hand and continued to practice swordsmanship in a serious manner. At the same time, at the entrance of the office building of Kanglang Dojo. Oh. Kanglang Dojo is up there? A young man with a bit of ruffian in his eyes was looking up at the top of the office building. Just one floor? How come there is not even a standalone pavilion? It's a bit shabby. The young man smiled and said. He looked about 18 or 19 years old, handsome, very tall, at least 1.9 meters tall, wearing casual clothes that were easy to move around. The young man was straight, almost like a sharp blade, exuding a sharp feeling that made people's eyes sting. When passers-by passed by him, they would involuntarily stay away from him, as if there was a circle of invisible blades around him. Junior brother, Kanglang Dojo is different from us. It doesn't rely on recruiting disciples to make a living. With so few people, one floor of office building is completely enough. Razor gang leader Xue Jing stood beside the young man and explained. Besides, this is Dongcheng district. The rent is quite expensive. It's not shabby to be able to rent an office building here as a dojo. Li Chengxuan shrugged and said, whatever, let's go. Senior brother Xue, accompany me up. Xue Jing heard this, but did not move. He hesitated for a moment and said, Junior brother, master told us not to cause trouble recently. Or forget it. Kanglang Dojo is not easy to mess with, and you have to participate in the Fengcheng elimination game in a few days. If you get injured. Senior brother Xue, what you said is wrong. Li Chengxuan waved his hand and shook his head. I came here for a serious martial arts exchange. How can it be considered as causing trouble? He is only 17 years old, and he has killed the terrible cockroach monster twice. He is a martial arts genius who has made the news. I'm close to him in age, and I want to exchange ideas with him. Is this understandable? Li Chengxuan smiled, and a sharp arc of light flashed in his eyes. I just want to ask, by the way, when he killed the monster, why did senior brother Caping also die there? Xue Jing was about to say something but stopped. Seeing his look, Li Chengxuan shook his head and said, okay, senior brother Xue, you don't have to say more. Senior brother Caping was very good to me. He died inexplicably. I can't just pretend that nothing happened, especially since he had a conflict with Xue Jing before, and when he died, Xue Jing was also there. How could it be such a coincidence? I have to ask him clearly. After Li Chengxuan finished speaking, he walked into the office building first. Seeing that he had no intention of listening to his advice, Xue Jing could only sigh, take out his cell phone, and quietly send a message to his master Jiao Hongyan. Then he quickly followed. There is one more chapter, coding. Chapter 90 Leaky. Compared to my apprentice, you are just a piece of shit. Junior brother. Xue Jing was practicing swordplay when he heard Zhu Sheniying's voice outside the training room. He paused, sheathed the sword in his hand, put it on the ground, took down the towel hanging on the wall next to him, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The door of the training room was pushed open, and Zhu Sheniying's petite figure rushed in. Ding ding ding. The hero is on the stage. The girl's bright and lively eyes smiled into a crescent shape, holding a rectangular black cloth in her hand. Junior brother, look what I brought you. Xue Jing smiled and greeted, senior sister Zhu. Then he looked at the black rectangular cloth in her hand and asked curiously, what is this? Zhu Sheniying smiled and said, guess. Xue Jing glanced at the long black cloth and was about to speak when his eyes moved suddenly. He inexplicably felt that this long black cloth had a strange sense of intimacy, as if calling him. Xue Jing reached out and held the long cloth in his hand, and a feeling of blood connection arose spontaneously. He exclaimed, what a good knife. Zhu Sheniying was slightly stunned and asked curiously, how do you know it's a knife? Xue Jing smiled, I guessed. Zhu Sheniying pouted, junior brother, you are lying. If you guessed, you would only guess that it was a knife. How could you directly say that it was a good knife? Xue Jing was surprised and said, senior sister Zhu, why do I feel that you seem to be a little smart? Zhu Sheniying was not very happy when she heard it. She glared at Xue Jing and muttered, what do you mean by like? I have always been very smart, okay? The girl stretched out her hands and grabbed Xue Jing's cheeks. Tell me, how did you know it was a good knife? Xue Jing untied the rope of the long black cloth in his hand and took it off. A long knife with a black scabbard appeared in front of him, and the scabbard was embroidered with simple and beautiful silver patterns. Xue Jing slowly pulled out the knife, and a flash of cold silver light appeared. His eyes lit up, and he stroked the blade lovingly, and said with a smile, it was introducing itself to me just now. Zhu Sheniying asked in confusion, introducing itself? Can this knife talk? Xue Jing gently stroked the beautiful long knife in his hand. The black handle and a silver blade are about 1.5 meters long. In terms of the shape of the knife, it should be considered a Royal Army sword, with a slight arc. Under the sunlight from the window, it reflects a little cold light. It is a good knife that can be seen to be extremely sharp with the naked eye. The natural closeness to the weapon brought by weapon strike allowed him to quickly understand everything about the knife. It was as if the knife was introducing itself to him. Seeing Xue Jing couldn't let go of the knife, Zhu Sheniying was also very happy. She put her hands behind her back and said with a smile, this knife is my grandfather's collection. Junior brother, you are going to participate in U19, you must have a good weapon. I haven't given you anything since you came in, so this knife is for you. Xue Jing paused, shook his head, and was about to say something. Zhu Sheniying stood on tiptoe and touched his head, saying with a smile, don't worry, my grandfather has a lot of collections, and I also told him that I want to give this knife away, and he agreed. Is that so? Xue Jing looked at the beautiful long sword in his hand, thought for a while, and said, thank you, senior sister Zhu. By the way, let me ask, how much is this knife worth? Zhu Sheniying nodded her chin. Well, the main material of this knife is dragon bone steel, which is an alloy smelted from the dragon bones of dragon species and other rare metals. It is said that the forger is a master named He, who is now retired. The girl calculated with her fingers. If the collection value is included, it should be around 20 million. Xue Jing's mouth twitched. Just a little bit of money, that's all his wealth? In an instant, Xue Jing quickly threw out the idea that he was a rich man. Senior sister Zhu, this is too expensive. Xue Jing shook his head. Zhu Sheniying said softly, junior brother, you said, for the strong, money is just a stone that can be seen everywhere, easily obtained, and thrown away without care. She stared at Xue Jing. It's just a knife worth 20 million. Do you think you can't afford it and can't pay it back? The girl's tone was extremely calm, completely different from usual. Xue Jing looked at Zhu Sheniying steadily. There seemed to be some hope in her smart eyes. After a long while, Xue Jing smiled. I'm stingy. He sheathed the long sword in his hand and said to Xue Jing seriously, "Thank you, senior sister Xue. I will accept the sword. In the past month, since entering the dojo, his strength has increased rapidly, but his spirit seems not to have kept up." Xue Jing rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the words he said when he was pretending to be cool before would become a boomerang and hit him. Yes, it's just a mere 20 million. For him, it is no longer something so expensive that he can't afford to pay it back. Just like ordinary people will not be uneasy because their friends treat them to a meal. For him, this 20 million sword is just a meal. I have to reflect on myself and adjust my mentality. This is the little brother I want to see. Xue Jing smiled again and reached out to pat Xue Jing on the back. Little brother, little brother. An anxious call suddenly came from outside the training room. Xue Jing and Xue Jing looked at each other, then walked to the door with a knife in hand and opened it. Outside the door was an ordinary male disciple wearing a white training suit. When he saw Xue Jing, he hurriedly said, "Junior brother, the master asked you to go to the training hall." Xue Jing asked in confusion, "What happened?" The male disciple explained, "The people from the Jinfeng dojo came to us. It seems that they are here to cause trouble." Xue Jing narrowed his eyes. "Jinfeng dojo? So, you are here to challenge the dojo?" In the training hall of the Kanglang dojo, Li Qi sat in a wheelchair and looked at the two people in front of him. His tone was calm. Li Chengxun, who was standing opposite Li Qi, heard this and raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't get me wrong. Who in King Cheng is so reckless and dares to come to challenge the Dragon King's apostrophe hall? I mean to communicate, pure communication." Li Qi looked at him twice and snorted. "I have heard of you. You are so young that you can practice the golden wind and white rainbow sword to the level of the blade reaches the foretips. You are indeed talented." Li Chengxuan immediately bowed slightly and said with a smile, "It is an honor for me to hear your words." Li Qi ignored his compliment, but touched the bald spot on his head and said lightly, "However, the old man Jiao Hangyuan protected you too well, so you are a little ignorant of the world. Compared with my apprentice, your talent is just a pile of dried wild shit on the roadside. I'm too lazy to even look at it." Xue Jing had just walked to the door of the training hall. When he heard this, his expression suddenly became strange. The description of the master is so clear and strange. Chapter 91. Forces are mutual. Your words are too harsh. Li Chengxuan thought he was good at cultivating qi, but he was just a young man after all. He was belittled to this extent by Li Qi, and he was a little bit overwhelmed. The corners of his mouth moved, and his expression became cold. Xue Jing beside him hurriedly said, "Seventh master, my little junior brother really didn't mean that." "Okay." Li Qi waved his hand and interrupted. "If you want to challenge the gym, then challenge the gym. There is no need to say these fancy words. It's not like we can't take it." He looked at Li Chengxun. "Boy, there is an unwritten rule in the martial arts industry that people of similar age will try to arrange to fight with the challengers, but you rely on your young age and want to play this game, but you are wrong. This shit rule is shit in my eyes. Even if you are just a 3-year-old kid, if you dare to come to the Kanglang dojo, I will squeeze the shit out of you with my own hands." Xue Jing, who walked in from the training hall, was a little sweaty when he heard this. It seems that he entered the Kanglang dojo as a challenger. Is it too late to thank the master for his kindness? Xue Jing's face changed. He didn't think that Li Qi's words were bluffing. The Dragon King in the past was a powerful figure that even Master Jiao Hangyuan could only admit with a pinched face that he was far inferior to such a person. Even if he is now just a half-disabled old man sitting in a wheelchair, no one dares to guarantee whether he is really disabled. A martial artist who jumped over the dragon gate, burned off his mortal tail, and broke through the limits of human beings. Who knows what means he can use? Xue Jing quietly took 2 steps forward and protected Li Chengxuan behind him. "Oh, that's great. I also want to see the Kanglang style that made Master bow down to him back then." Li Chengxuan took 2 steps forward with anger in his eyes. He kept talking about shit and fart every 3 sentences, which was really fucking uncultured. He was not afraid of this old guy. If he gave him some face and called him Dragon King, he would be a dead cripple if he didn't. "I'm afraid you can't stand up." Xue Jing's mouth twitched when he said this. But Li Qi didn't get angry, but said, if it were any other time, you would have been cleaning up your shit now. But you're lucky today. I really want to see how big the difference is between your wild shit and my diamonds. He turned his head and looked at the door. Junior brother and senior sister ZHU are coming. Someone shouted. Li Chengxuan and Xue Jing's faces moved, and they also looked at the door. The disciples who were surrounding them separated to the left and right, leaving a path. A young man wearing a training suit, with a figure as tall as a pine tree, walked towards this side step by step, slowly and unhurriedly. He had a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and his facial features were extremely perfect, without any flaws. He looked radiant while walking, almost like a special effect. Li Chengxuan always thought he had a good appearance, but the moment he saw this young man, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, avoiding the boy, and turned to look at the young girl with a childlike face, who was half a body behind him, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Junior brother, senior sister ZHU, junior brother, you are here. Junior brother. All the disciples greeted the boy respectfully. The latter also smiled and nodded in response to everyone. Junior brother Xue, that person. Li Chengxuan said in a low voice. Xue Jing nodded and looked at Xue Jing. This is the person who killed number 1 and number 9. Although I already knew that this person was very young, it was still a bit unexpected to really see him in person. After thinking for a while, Xue Jing whispered, junior brother, this guy's not weak. If you fight with him later, you have to be careful. I'm not asking him. Li Chengxuan waved his hand, staring at ZHU Xue with a somewhat ruffian look, and sighed. What a cute girl. Is she also a direct disciple of Kanglan Dojo? Xue Jing was stunned, thinking that the focus of his attention was not right, but still replied, yes. It seems to be called ZHU Xue. She is the youngest direct disciple of Kanglan Dojo besides Xue Jing. She has hardly ever appeared outside, and is quite mysterious. Li Chengxuan sighed. Brother Xue, I have changed my mind. We should indeed have a good relationship with Kanglan Dojo. We are all in the same industry. We should communicate more and communicate seriously. Xue Jing. Not long after, Xue Jing and ZHU Xue walked into the field under various gazes, and came to Li Qi. Seeing that the man opposite had been staring at her, ZHU Xue frowned, took 2 steps sideways, stood behind Xue Jing, and avoided his gaze. Master, she called out sweetly. Xue Jing also said respectfully, Master. Li Qi smiled and replied, yeah. Then he looked at Xue Jing. Well, did you hear what I said just now? Xue Jing nodded. Go, let him know that there is a gap between geniuses. Li Qi waved his hand. Little junior brother, beat him up. ZHU Xue stood behind him, making a small fist and encouraged him. Then he began to direct the disciples around him. Everyone step back, stay away, and make room. The disciples also knew that the highlight was about to begin. While stepping back to make room, they discussed with great anticipation. It's going to be fun now. Finally we get to see our junior brother take action. It's not so good actually. The guy who came to challenge us is called Li Chengxuan. I've been following the recent U19 competition. He's a contestant and he's ridiculously strong. I've also watched his competitions. He always defeats his opponents in a clean and tidy way, without even using weapons. He's been very popular online lately. He's the dark horse of the Fengcheng division. My junior brother's talent is definitely not inferior to his, but he's young after all, and he hasn't been practicing martial arts for long. What should we do? We are not going to be successfully challenged. The disciples were a little worried when they heard this. Seeing that things had come to this point, Xue Jing could only sigh and pat Li Chengxuan on the shoulder. Junior brother, you really have to be careful. That guy's not simple. Li Chengxuan responded casually without taking it too seriously. After Xue Jing left the field, Li Chengxuan looked at the boy in front of him and said with a smile, are you Xue Jing? My name is Li Chengxuan. I'm 1 year older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me brotherly. Xue Jing did not reply. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to challenge you. I just heard about you through the news. I really want to meet you. That's why I came here uninvited. Li Chengxuan looked at the petite figure standing behind Li Qi's wheelchair in the distance, shouting, "Come on, junior brother," and continued to smile. "Don't worry, this is just a friendly exchange. I will show mercy and won't let you lose face. Of course, in exchange, I hope you can answer a few questions for me after the fight." Xue Jing shook his head. "You really talk a lot." Bang! The floor suddenly cracked. Xue Jing's figure disappeared on the spot. The power was agitated, and the dragon roar sounded. Spiral indentations appeared on the right arm, rotating and extending towards the fist. Thunderstorm. Boom. Xue Jing punched Li Chengxuan in the face, and the spiral force rolled up the violent airflow, making a thunderous explosion. Li Chengxuan hadn't finished speaking when he was hit on the head, and immediately showed dissatisfaction on his face. He moved his hands very quickly, raised his hand, and greeted Xue Jing's punch with the hardest part of his elbow at a very delicate angle. The golden wind and white rainbow sword body was activated, and the sharp force was exposed, determined to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Bang! A circle of airwaves exploded between the two. Li Chengxuan slid back 7 or 8 meters, and his feet dragged 2 deep grooves on the rubber floor. He looked at his smoking and numb elbow, and his face changed slightly. The power of this punch is not right. Good catch. Xue Jing's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist, which had a bright red blood mark on it, as if it was cut by a knife, and was a little excited. It was amazing that this was his first time to fight a martial artist. His previous opponents were either cyborgs or cockroach monsters. He only had some training with his senior brothers and sisters that was not considered actual combat and did not involve any fire. Now, he finally met a decent opponent. After his punch was caught, he did not stop at all and immediately rushed forward to Li Chengxuan. On the way, his whole body of strength surged to the membrane and swirled in it. The skin below the neck immediately showed dense dragon scale marks. Golden scale skin. Seeing this, Li Chengxuan immediately put away his relaxed attitude and looked serious. He knew that his master had mentioned that the most fundamental reason for losing to Dragon King Li Qi in the past was that he could not solve the opponent's golden scale skin. Who would have thought that Xue Jing, at such a young age, had already learned this move? But that is an old account. The current golden wind and white rainbow sword is no longer the same as before. Li Chengxuan stepped forward with a tremor in his step and rushed towards Xue Jing with sharp eyes. The two of them came into close contact and fought each other at a very fast speed. Clang clang clang. Clang. Xue Jing was surprised to find that every time his fists and feet came into contact with the opponent, there would be a sound of metal clashing, as if the opponent was not a person, but a piece of steel in the shape of a human. The golden wind and white rainbow sword, a bit interesting. His eyes moved slightly, and he found a flaw that was not a flaw. He activated the speed of the twins, and his movement suddenly became faster, as if he suddenly pressed the fast forward button. A fist followed the gap and hit Li Chengxuan's chin. Although the latter was shocked, he was not confused. Facing such a speed, he knew that it was completely too late to use his arms to defend himself, so he directly lowered his head and used his spiritual power to meet the fist. Bang! Just like hitting a piece of steel, after a loud bang, Li Chengxuan seemed to be unharmed. "Master, what's going on?" Seeing this scene, Xue Jing said in surprise. Li Qi watched the two people who continued to fight and explained, "Golden wind and white rainbow sword is a school that trains itself into a sword. The characteristics of the body are not only sharp, but also hard. This kid has trained his body to the point of blade reaching all 4 ends. Even his hair is as sharp and solid as a blade, not to mention his hard skull." Xue Jing heard this and said worriedly, "Is the little junior brother okay?" Li Qi smiled and said nothing. Bang! Xue Jing threw another punch and connected with Li Chengxuan's elbow. The golden scales trembled like a real dragon shaking its armor, blocking the sharp force outside and disintegrating it into nothingness. The two of them went back and forth, punching and kicking non-stop, and Li Chengxuan became more and more frightened. How is it possible? Question mark? Is this man really only 17 years old? Even in the U19 arena, he had never seen such an opponent. No, we can't go on like this. Li Chengxuan felt his limbs slightly numb and swollen, and looked at Xue Jing. who was still full of energy with a golden scale skin, and deeply felt the helplessness of his master Gyro Hangyon. He had to use heavy hands. His eyes focused, and he made up his mind. Golden Wind and White Rainbow Sword. Golden Wind for slashing, White Rainbow for piercing. He crossed his hands into a cross, resisted Xue Jing's attack, and pushed him away with a sudden push. Then he moved all his strength, and rushed to the fingertips of his right hand. Xue Jing's eyes moved, and he instinctively sensed a sense of crisis. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the dual defense, and protected his heart with both hands. Swish. The next moment, the air was cut, tearing out a white airwave. Puff, a finger as sharp as a blade pierced his arm fiercely. The golden scales trembled and connected into one piece, but they could not stop this extremely condensed and sharp finger. The scales were broken, and a bloody hole was pierced in Xue Jing's arm. But, that was all. The fingertips hit the bone of Xue Jing's arm, and there was a crack. Ah! Li Chengxuan took 2 steps back, covering his twisted fingers with bone spurs piercing the skin everywhere, and screamed. "Did your physics teacher teach you that?" Xue Jing stepped forward, with spiral dents appearing, and punched Li Chengxuan in the chest. The action of force is mutual. Bang! Li Chengxuan was hit back more than 10 meters by this punch, and hit the wall, vomiting blood. "Stop." Xue Jing's face changed drastically, and he opened his mouth to stop him. Xue Jing seemed not to hear, stepped forward, and used his hands and feet to attack Li Chengxuan, who was pressed against the wall, and had no room to dodge. Bang 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 bang. Xue Jing suddenly became anxious, and was about to step forward, but a wheelchair had already driven in front of him without knowing when. "The winner is not decided yet, why are you in a hurry?" Li Qi said faintly. Xue Jing was about to ignore Li Qi and walk past him, but suddenly he felt cold in his heart. He saw a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. In an instant, his mind went blank, and all his thoughts disappeared completely. Bang, bang, bang. The concrete wall cracked, and under Xue Jing's continuous beating, Li Chengxuan was already embedded in the wall. "It's over." Xue Jing raised his right fist. At this moment, "Stop!" A shocked and angry shout came from nowhere. Bang! The glass of the training hall shattered, and a figure rushed in from the window. "Boy, I told you to stop." The figure stretched out his arm, and attacked Xue Jing at a very fast speed, and Xue Jing's pupils contracted. He saw it, but it was too fast, and his body couldn't react at all. At this moment, another figure flashed in from the window. Snap! Xue Jing looked at the palm in front of him, which was only a dozen centimeters away from his neck, and was still a little frightened. The wrist of this hand was being tightly grasped by another huge hand. Xue Jing looked at the tall figure standing in front of him. Senior brother, Meng Bosheng. Chapter 92. The strength of a true master. Big brother. Xue Jing looked at the broad and majestic figure in front of him, and said in shock. The moment just now might have been the closest he had ever been to death. The speed that made his body completely unable to move, and the bone-chilling coldness on his neck. He had no doubt that, as long as that palm touched him, it would definitely cut his neck like cutting tofu. Is this the gap between me and a true martial arts master? Xue Jing's eyes flickered. The gap in strength was too big. He had almost no ability to resist, and the other party could kill him, as long as he wanted. Fortunately, he was not alone. Meng Bosheng turned his head, and looked at Xue Jing, nodded, and pulled the corner of his mouth, as if he was smiling. Judging from the meaning, it should be a greeting. The huge palm, like a sandbag, like a clamp, tightly grasped the wrist of the person opposite, motionless, showing amazing strength in silence. Xue Jing looked across along the arm in front of him. His neatly combed grey hair and old, gloomy face were still filled with anger and shock. The invisible strength in his body was surging, cutting long and narrow grooves in the surrounding floor. Gyro Hangyon, you shameless old dog. Li Qi, who was sitting in a wheelchair in the distance, said with a cold face. Your son of a bitch came to my house to compete with my disciple, but he was defeated because of his inferior skills. How dare you, an old dog, attack my disciple? After decades, those dog teeth in your mouth that were broken by me have grown again. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon and want to squeeze me whenever you want? Gyro Hangyon did not reply for a while. He looked at the deep human-shaped indentation on the wall, in which was Li Chengxuan embedded. Master. Li Chengxuan's dull voice came from the wall. Zhao Hangyuan's face changed, and he turned his wrist, surging, and removed Meng Bosheng's hand. Then the figure flashed, and came to the wall. As he moved, Meng Bosheng stretched out his muscular arms, and protected Xue Jing behind him. Chengxuan! Zhao Hangyuan shouted. Seeing that Li Chengxuan was embedded too deeply, and difficult to dig out, he stretched out his palm, and cut the wall a few times. The reinforced concrete had no obstacles, and was directly cut by the palm knife like plasticine. The gap was smooth, as if it was cut by a peerless magic weapon. Hula, the gravel fell, and the dust flew. Li Chengxuan broke free from the wall. He was in a very embarrassed state. There were fist and foot marks all over his body. His clothes were torn and his exposed skin was covered with purple. But he looked in good condition. At this time, he was gasping for air, and covering his crooked fingers with bone spurs. Master, I was careless. He looked at Zhao Hangyuan, and said with his head down. Xue Jing, who was not far away, heard this and immediately curled his lips in dissatisfaction. What carelessness? If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. Don't make excuses. There are so many eyes here, and they all saw it clearly. The ordinary disciples around were intimidated by the inhuman power that Zhao Hangyuan had just displayed. They didn't dare to speak, but they all nodded. What's careless about this? It's just a pure difference in strength. Zhao Hangyuan whispered to Li Chengxuan. Let's talk about it later, when we go back. He turned his head and looked at Li Qi. Then, he actually bowed and clasped his fists towards Li Qi and said loudly, Seventh Master. I was wrong just now. I was eager to protect my disciple and attacked your disciple in a hurry. I'm sorry to you here. In a few days, I will host a big party and invite all my colleagues to formally apologize to you in front of everyone and compensate you for all your losses. The amount of loss is up to you to decide. Do you think this is a good idea? Zhao Hangyuan's humble statement was completely different from his arrogant behavior of breaking into the window and attacking Xue Jing directly. The contrast was so great that everyone was stunned. Li Qi narrowed his eyes and felt that something was wrong. In his impression, this old dog was not a person with such a good temper. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. As a martial arts master, Li Qi is well versed in the principles of martial arts. The more the enemy doesn't want us to do something, the more we have to do it. Although Li Qi didn't know the reason why Zhao Hangyuan wanted to settle the matter peacefully, he understood that he couldn't follow his wishes. If apologies are useful, why do we still practice martial arts? Li Qi sneered. If you really want to apologize, that's fine. Chop off the hand you just stretched out to my disciple, and I will accept your apology. You're going too far. Li Chengxuan shouted angrily. You're the one who's going too far. You're a little bastard who needs adults to wipe your ass after you poop. How dare you yell here? Li Qi cursed directly, spitting everywhere. He pointed his finger at Li Chengxuan's nose, looking like he was about to stand up, and cursed. It's okay for you to come here to challenge the master like a fucking idiot, and you still have the nerve to yell after losing. If you were my disciple, you would have been kicked out and flushed into the sewer long ago. Li Chengxuan was pointed at his nose and scolded. He wanted to refute, but it was some truth that he couldn't refute. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Zhao Hangyuan frowned, stretched out his hand to signal Li Chengxuan not to speak, and then said to Li Qi, Seventh Master, this condition is a bit too much. Li Qi laughed. Too much? He didn't say anything more, and turned to look at Meng Bosheng. Bosheng, close the door and beat the dog. Meng Bosheng's handsome face did not fluctuate at all. He nodded, and there was no movement of his body. His long hair that was scattered to his waist was automatically swirled without wind, and he was ready for a fight. Xue Jing was amazed beside him. This is a realm of strength reaching the four ends. The strength penetrates into the subtle parts of the body, and even the hair can be controlled freely. It can even make the hair swing by itself, penetrate the human body, and kill people with hair. Zhao Hangyuan's face changed slightly. Wait a minute. Meng Bosheng ignored it. In just a blink of an eye, the huge and majestic body disappeared from the spot. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Zhao Hangyuan. The fist as big as a sandbag swung towards Jiao Hangyuan's old face. The air around him trembled, and waves of air burst out from the front of his fist, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. As the direct target of this punch, Jiao Hangyuan felt a great sense of oppression. The ultimate punch. This kid is close to breaking the limit, and is only one step away from jumping over the dragon gate. Jiao Hangyuan was experienced, and immediately realized the level of this punch, and couldn't help but be shocked. If he was 20 years younger, he wouldn't be afraid, but as the saying goes, the young are afraid of the strong. He has never broken the limit, and he is not an eternal immortal. His physical state cannot stay at the peak. With his age, how can he resist the ultimate punch of this strong junior? He only had time to raise his elbow, relying on his old and sharp strength to try to divide the force of this punch, and his fists and elbows collided with each other. Bang! With a deafening and earth-shattering explosion, all the glass on the 17th floor of the office building where the hidden dragon dojo is located exploded, and the violent airflow blew everyone around him back, and covered their faces with their hands. The entire office building also shook slightly, making countless people wonder if there was an earthquake. Xue Jing was very close, and when the punch exploded, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. The whole person was blown back more than 10 meters from the ground by the airflow, and he couldn't see anything clearly. In the chaos, he only heard crackling sounds in the field as if something happened. 10 seconds later, the airflow subsided, and he opened his eyes completely and looked at the field. At this time, all the equipment in the training hall was scattered and broken. The ground was cracked everywhere, and there were cracks everywhere on the walls, and there were several large holes. However, the figures of Jiao Hangyuan and Li Chengxuan disappeared. Xue Jing only found a pool of blood that was as sticky as mercury and almost solid at the place where they were originally standing. The eldest brother Meng Bosheng also disappeared. Is this the strength of a true martial arts master? Xue Jing looked at the mess in the field and was a little dumbfounded. He would believe it if he was said to be a superman. But the aftermath of a punch was like a map cannon. So I'm still just a rookie? Xue Jing sighed. His strength increased dramatically in the past month of martial arts training, making him think that he was already a pretty strong person. Now that he was there and saw the strength of this real martial arts master, he realized that he was really far from being good enough. Click, click, click. There was a sound of a wheelchair approaching next to him. Xue Jing turned his head and asked, "Master, what's the situation now?" Li Qi rubbed his eyes that were blinded by the wind and sand and said, "The old dog Jiao Hangyuan took a punch from Boshang and used the force to grab his disciple and ran away. Boshang chased him out, and he is probably still fighting now." Xue Jing walked to the broken French window and looked outside. The strong wind from the high-rise building made his clothes rustle. He looked into the distance with concentration. With the extreme vision brought by the LV-5 aiming, he vaguely saw circles of circular airflow bursting out in a certain direction, getting farther and farther away. I think it was the movement caused by the fight between the senior brother Meng Boshang and Jiao Hangyuan. "Master, what should we do now? Should we try to help?" Xue Jing turned around and asked. Li Qi stroked his sparse hair on both sides of his Mediterranean hair with both hands. "No need. Jiao Hangyuan is old and weak. He is definitely not a match for Boshang. Let's just wait for news." He glanced at the messy Kanglang dojo and snorted coldly. "This matter will not be let go like this. This old dog, I must peel off a layer of skin from him." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at a sneaky figure. "Boy, where do you want to run?" Xue Jing, who was about to sneak away in the chaos, froze when he heard the words. He had to turn around slowly and smiled awkwardly. "It's not because I'm afraid of being in your eyes." Xue Jing glanced at Xue Jing, thought about it, and lowered his head to say a few words in Li Qi's ear. Li Qi's face changed, and he thought, is that so? No wonder Jiao Hangyuan, the old dog, was so scared just now, and wanted to keep things quiet. He looked at Xue Jing, who was squatting there obediently, and said with ill intention, "Boy, you are in big trouble." Xue Jing heard this, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Da 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 da. The helicopter was hovering in the sky. Xue Jing and Xu Ren were standing not far from the office building of Kanglang Dojo and talking. It was just a small suspicion before, but now Jinfeng Dojo is basically sure that there is indeed a big problem. Xue Jing said. That person is a direct disciple of Jinfeng Dojo, and his status is not low. I guess he knows something. I'll leave him to you. Zhu Ren was wearing a black tight tactical suit, which showed off her slender figure. She ordered people to escort Xue Jing to the plane, and then turned to look at Xue Jing. If there is any harvest this time, it will be considered that you have made a contribution. I will then apply to the headquarters for a reward for you. Xue Jing blinked, feeling a little strange. If there is any harvest, it would be better to say that Li Chengxuan has made a contribution rather than that he has made a contribution. This scumbag kid suddenly came here to give away his head, and now even his master's head is about to be given away. Regardless of whether the Golden Wind Dojo is related to the cockroach monster, there must be something shameful hidden. After this, even if the Golden Wind Dojo does not die, it will at least lose a layer of skin. Are you really not going to officially join the White Crow? I think you are really suitable for this job. Zhu Ren persuaded. I have checked your information and experiences in detail. On October 9th, you were confessed to by a female classmate from the same school. Zhu Ren began to roughly recount what Xue Jing had experienced recently. From being confessed by a schoolgirl, causing Pei Yaoguang to be jealous and looking for trouble, to going to Pei Yaoguang's house for the sake of school sports, to being troubled by the Razor Gang when walking home at night, to later encountering a cockroach monster at Ruzu Hotel, and not long after, encountering another cockroach monster at school, each time at the first scene of the crime. Now this Jinfeng Dojo, which looks very problematic, has taken the initiative to find me. You have a strange physique that you don't need to look for trouble, but things will automatically find you. This is really rare, and it's really suitable for this job. Xue Jing was a little speechless. What do you mean by things automatically find him? Wu Yaoqing also said that he has a special physique that attracts divine relics. Now, not only divine relics, but even troublesome things can be attracted. Although if you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. What is this? The holy body of the protagonist of an old online novel. Xue Jing waved his hands repeatedly. It's just a coincidence. There is no such a messed up physique. We must believe in science. Xue Ren pinched his chin. Don't be superstitious. Since the death of God, there are many strange things in this world, just like your favorite divine relics, each of which cannot be explained by science. She said meaningfully, who knows, you may be constantly troubled by troubles, which is itself affected by a certain divine relic, but it has not been discovered yet. Xue Jing. He shook his head and walked towards the office building of Kanglang Dojo. Okay, don't exaggerate. I'll leave the matter to you. I'm going back. Xue Ren smiled and said no more. Sitting in the elevator of the office building, Xue Jing opened the panel and took a look. You have conducted a real battle. Skipping a series of experience value increase prompts, he looked directly at the bottom. Fitness upgraded to LV8, 107/6000. Health upgraded to LV6, 29/3000. Fitness and health, which had already reached the critical point of upgrading, were upgraded at the same time. Xue Jing clenched his palms, feeling his physical fitness had been greatly enhanced. While feeling happy, he also felt a little dissatisfied. Whether it was Jiao Hangyuan who could easily take his life, or the eldest brother who could keep him away with just one punch, they all made him deeply aware of the serious lack of his strength. Suppressing the impetuousness in his heart, Xue Jing said to himself, it doesn't matter, take it slowly, one day. Chapter 93, Future Knife. Killing people is like cutting grass. Zushinying, junior brother, come to my house. Xue Jing took the elevator back to the Kanglang Dojo. At this time, the dojo was full of broken glass and various pieces of equipment and furniture. Dozens of disciples were cleaning up. When they saw Xue Jing coming back, they greeted him respectfully. Xue Jing nodded in response and walked into the training hall. Master Li Qi had gone somewhere, and Xue Jing rolled up his sleeves and was also cleaning up the mess in the training hall. Xue Jing asked, Senior Sister Zhu, where is the master? As he said that, he stepped forward to help. Zhu took a broom and swept the glass and concrete fragments on the ground together. When she heard Xue Jing's question, she turned around and looked puzzled on her young face. Hey, where is the master? He was here just now. Xue Jing just asked casually and didn't care. He glanced at the messy dojo and said, "It has to be renovated now. I don't know how long it will take to repair it." Xue Jing's eyes lit up. "Junior brother, then you have no place to practice martial arts?" The girl's tone was a little smiling, as if she was a little happy. Xue Jing was puzzled. "Huh? The practice room is fine, just the glass is broken. It can still be used." Xue Jing put down the broom in his hand, stretched out his right index finger and shook it. No, the training hall is going to be renovated. There will be all kinds of noises. It's so noisy. How can I practice martial arts with peace of mind? Hearing her say this, Xue Jing thought about it and felt that it was true. So he smiled and said, "Then what do you think, senior sister Zhu?" The girl's tender face was full of smiles. "You can come to my house to practice martial arts." Xue Jing. Huh. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Xue Jing woke up on time, opened his eyes, and woke up without a second's delay. He glanced at his arm. In the battle with Li Chengxuan yesterday, the opponent's Beihang Wanzi pierced his skin and flesh. Looking at it now, new flesh and blood have completely grown out, with only a pink scar the size of a finger left on it. It is estimated that it will be completely healed tomorrow. The energy and recovery power provided by LV6 healthcare are too amazing. The golden wind and white rainbow sword is still something, Xue Jing said to himself. Although the finger was finally blocked by him, it was not because the opponent was not strong, but because he opened it. The flesh that was transformed by skills, the bone strength is far superior to that of ordinary people, and there is a golden scale skin that restrains the golden wind and white rainbow sword. In addition, the double blessing of the twin defense finally led to this result. Xue Jing sat up, stretched, rubbed the cat head of the cat sleeping next to him, and got out of bed. After washing up in the bathroom, he changed his clothes, took the long sword given by Takia Marine yesterday, and went out. He came to the small garden, where he usually ran. It was too early and the sky was hazy, so he was the only one in the garden. Kadang! Xue Jing pulled the long sword out of the sheath, and the beautiful silver white blade flashing with cold light appeared in front of him. What a good sword! Xue Jing couldn't help but admire it again. When he thought that this sword was worth a full 20 million, he felt that it looked even better. Huh? What is this? Xue Jing suddenly found that there were two inconspicuous characters etched on the blade near the handle. The font was in seal script, full of ancient charm. Xue Jing recognized it for a long time, before he said uncertainly, "This is apostrophe Futu?" The two seal characters etched on the blade should be the two words Futu. So this sword is called Futu sword? Xue Jing touched the two characters, and felt that the name was a bit strange. Rabbit should not mean rabbit. Maybe it refers to the moon with rabbit? Xue Jing guessed. In this case, adding the word fu will give more explanations. Subdue and cut off the bright moon, with the bright moon lurking in the blade? Or it can simply represent the meaning of the bright moon sinking to the west. Forget it, it doesn't matter, it's just a name. Xue Jing shook his head. He pulled out Futu completely, and the 1.5 meter long sword was fully displayed in front of him. Putting the scabbard on the bench in the garden, Xue Jing held the handle with both hands and began to practice swordsmanship. Swish, whoosh, completely different from the ordinary long swords he used before. Futu was extremely easy to use. The weight of nearly 10 kilograms was neither too heavy nor too light for him. The sharp blade cut through the air, making a sharp sound. Xue Jing was so excited to dance that he couldn't help but stare at the grass in the garden. Cha-cha-cha-cha, the grass leaves flew everywhere, scattered in the swinging blade, and turned into green debris all over the sky. Just like a child who got a good stick and aimed at a 10-mile rapeseed field, Xue Jing was so excited about mowing the grass that he couldn't help but fantasize like a child. In his eyes, what was in front of him was no longer a bunch of grass, but a bunch of enemies whose faces he couldn't see clearly. He raised his knife and swung it, and in front of him, it was no longer grass leaves flying, but heads falling to the ground. A hint of blood quietly emerged in his pupils. Sure, the flying green debris turned into broken limbs and arms, blood foam and rotten corpses in his eyes. Sure, a knife flashed by, and the bare grass turned into a sea of corpses and blood. Heaven created all things to nourish people, but people have nothing to repay heaven. The enemies whose faces he couldn't see clearly in front of him began to have specific appearances. At first, it was a passerby that Xue Jing didn't know at all. He didn't hesitate and killed them one by one. Later, it was people Xue Jing had some impression of, Pei Yaguang's students, the Razor Gang members he met that night, and so on. Later, it was Duan Caping, Li Chengxun, Su Baijing, Jiao Hongyan, and even the two brothers Pei Yaguang, the Mandrill, and the Virtual Blade, who impressed him the most. All of them were killed with one knife. After that, it was the people who were close to Xue Jing, Li Jie, Master Li Qi, and the various senior brothers and sisters, as well as Wu Yaoqing, and the cat Ning Fengwen. Xue Jing avoided these people with his waving blade, and only killed the others who appeared repeatedly. The small garden was in a mess, and the flowers and plants flying all over the sky were constantly cut into smaller pieces, and a pungent smell of plant juice diffused around. I don't know how long he chopped, but Xue Jing suddenly stopped his movements. In front of him, 3 new figures appeared. They were his family, his parents and his sister. Xue Jing's eyes, which were stained with blood, instantly regained clarity, and drew his knife and turned around. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in front of him changed and returned to reality. Looking at the bare grass in the small garden and the green debris on the ground, Xue Jing couldn't help but be amazed. I'll go to the neighborhood committee to discuss compensation later. He pinched his chin, a little embarrassed. Then he opened the panel and took a look. You suddenly realize the true meaning of sure knife while practicing swordsmanship, and the experience of military attack plus 667. You suddenly realize the true meaning of sure knife while practicing swordsmanship, and the experience of visualization plus 689. Military attack is upgraded to LV3. 290 over 800, so much harvest. Xue Jing was a little surprised. It was the first time for him to get so much skill experience without actual combat. It's a bit cool. Sudden enlightenment. Xue Jing looked at the keywords on the panel prompt. If I can have this several times a day, why do I have to go out to cause trouble? I can practice for a few years behind closed doors and be invincible when I go out. However, sudden enlightenment is probably something that can only be encountered by chance. Xue Jing raised the futon knife in his hand and looked at the blade. There was still a lot of grass leaf debris and plant juice on it. The experience points gained are secondary. The most important thing is that the cultivation of Shura's sword intent has finally made progress. Xue Jing raised the sword and swung it, making a horizontal blood vibration action. Futu trembled and made a clang sound. All the debris and juice on the blade were thrown away. Then he picked up the scabbard on the bench next to him, twisted Futu into a knife flower, and put the sword back into the sheath. But, the artistic conception of Shura's sword is too extreme, and not very free. Shura's sword, incarnated Shura, proved the way by killing, and had the power to kill all things. Xue Jing frowned and thought, although extremes often mean strength, it is not very suitable for me. Just now when he was immersed in the artistic conception, even his family members appeared in front of him. If it weren't for visualization, he would have firmly controlled his self-awareness, and might have killed his family members in his fantasy. The Shura who controls killing, has the power and freedom to slaughter everything, but he does not have the freedom to not kill. Kill when you want to, and don't kill when you don't want to. That's the real strength. Xue Jing thought about his own views. With visualization, maybe I can make some changes to the Shura knife. Shaking his head, Xue Jing temporarily put this idea away, and then started his daily running exercise. A few hours later, Xue Jing went to the neighborhood committee, and explained the matter of the garden lawn. Relying on his good looks, he apologized to the aunt of the neighborhood committee, and successfully got forgiveness. The aunt even smiled, and didn't ask him to pay for it. But Xue Jing still insisted on paying the amount for the lawn reconstruction. He is now quite rich, so there is no need to take advantage of this. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Xue Jing, wearing casual clothes, holding Futu in his hand, stood at the gate of his community waiting. The LV7 level of charm blessing coupled with the innate soft rice holy bodied AO fetus made passers-by look sideways. Many people were eager to approach and chat with her, but every time they approached, they would meet Xue Jing's eyes. Then they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts, feeling an inexplicable fear, giving up the idea of chatting up and leaving in a hurry. The Shura blade intent is quite useful in this regard. Xue Jing's eyes were slightly bloodshot, and he looked at a beautiful woman wearing hot pants and dressed sexy. The other party's expression immediately froze and gave up the idea of approaching. The murderous aura that penetrates the bones will make people instinctively fear death. Xue Jing did not wait too long. Soon, a large black luxury car that looked very expensive stopped by the road not far away. The window of the back seat was rolled down, and a beautiful girl with a young appearance stretched half of her body out of the window, waved at Xue Jing, and greeted happily. Hi, hi, hi. Junior brother here. Xue Jing smiled and walked over. When he came closer, Xue Jing opened the car door and got out of the car. She stretched out a pair of soft and boneless hands, took his arm, and grabbed him into the back seat. Then the girl got in the car and sat next to Xue Jing. She turned her head and smiled at the driver. Sister sang, "Drive yes, miss." The driver was a woman in her 30s, wearing glasses, and looked very gentle. She looked at Xue Jing curiously in the rearview mirror, looked at his face a few more times, and sighed in her heart. But she didn't say much, just stepped on the accelerator. The car started smoothly, turned a corner, and drove towards the North City. In the car, Xue Jing and Xue Jing sat together. The faint fragrance of the girl lingered at the tip of his nose, but Xue Jing didn't care, but touched the cushion of the car seat. The texture is soft and very elastic. Junior brother, I went to the dojo this morning. The renovation has already started there. It's really noisy. Xue Jing chattered beside him. Today she was wearing a youthful light purple short-sleeved shirt and black suspender shorts, revealing a pair of flawless delicate white legs, and a pair of sandals decorated with flowers. Xue Jing found it very fresh, because he could only see senior sister Xue wearing training clothes on weekdays. I went to see senior brother this morning. As he spoke, Xue Jing took off his sandals, put his unpainted small jade feet on the wide seat, sat sideways in a very ungraceful manner, then stretched out one arm, hooked it around Xue Jing's neck, and almost half hung on Xue Jing, and said with a smile, I heard from master that senior brother chased Jiao Yuan for a long time yesterday and seriously injured the old man. But after chasing him to Nancheng district, a group of people suddenly showed up to stop him, and Jiao Yuan got away. Xue Jing felt the Asian cup faintly rubbing against his arm, and thought to himself, isn't that a bit troublesome? As the owner of the Jinfeng dojo, Jiao Yuan is extremely powerful. Currently in the Kanglang dojo, except for senior brother Meng Bosheng, no one can beat him. Now the Jinfeng dojo and Kanglang dojo have a complete feud. If Jiao Yuan wants to play dirty and avoid Meng Bosheng, and specifically target their other disciples to assassinate, it will be difficult to deal with. Xue Jing himself is not too afraid of this, because he still has a double passive to protect him. But other senior brothers and sisters don't have it. Xue Jing shook his head and said, Master said that Jiao Yuan's injuries are very serious. In order to protect his disciple, the senior brother used the secret point to penetrate his body. Now even if he doesn't die, he is only half alive. Let's not worry. Xue Jing nodded, that's good. And senior brother Chen, he seems very angry, and is planning to go to the Jinfeng dojo with senior brother to get back. With the girl's crisp and pleasant voice, the car drove into the North City district. After turning 7 or 8 times, they arrived at the gate of a huge manor. Although Xue Jing had expected that Xue Jing, who claimed to be a super rich woman and could casually give away a 20 million long sword, must live in a very awesome place, the result was still beyond his expectations. Xue Jing roughly estimated the walls on both sides of the gate. They must be at least 100 meters long. If the length and width are similar, the area of the manor must be more than 10,000 square meters. This area is actually not exaggerated. But the problem is that this is a North City district where you can't buy a house, even if you have money. Hehe, this is the real strength of this rich woman. What do you think, little brother? Don't you want to work hard? The car slowly drove into the gate of the manor. Xue Jing stood beside her with her arms folded on her chest and raised her head with a proud look on her face. Xue Jing looked at the luxuriously decorated big house in the distance, swallowed his saliva, and said stubbornly, it's normal. Chapter 94, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers of Qingcheng. Perfect exercise. The car was driving on the cobblestone driveway. Xue Jing looked at the elegant scenery and the manor through the car window, and his fingers unconsciously tapped Futu's scabbard. That's the stable over there. Junior brother, have you ever ridden a horse? Zhu Shunying pointed to a circular fence on the grass not far away. Inside was a row of wooden sheds. Each shed was filled with large horses of various colors with beautiful fur. A servant was holding a large spoon and adding food to the trough. How about we go horseback riding later? Going out of my house from the back door is the back mountain of the North City district. That's a good place for horse racing. Xue Jing shook his head. I can't ride a horse. Zhu Shunying's smart eyes were full of smiles. That's just right. I'll teach you. Xue Jing wanted to refuse, but suddenly realized something, thought about it, and smiled. Okay, let's try it. Zhu Shunying exclaimed, a little surprised. I thought you would be very serious and say I'm here to practice martial arts, not to play, and refuse righteously. She reached out and poked Xue Jing's cheek and said with a smile, it seems that you are more interesting than I thought. The car slowly stopped in the small square in front of the main house. The door opened and Xue Jing got out. He looked at the beautifully shaped fountain in the center of the small square and asked Zhu Shunying, who had just got off the car, where are the family members of senior sister? I have to say hello. This time he came to Zhu Shunying's house, mainly because he needed an open space to practice martial arts, especially the practice of swordsmanship. He usually couldn't use his skills in the practice room of Kanglang Dojo and could only practice basic swordsmanship routines. The training hall was full of ordinary disciples. Not only was he afraid of hitting people when practicing, but he was also constantly watched, which was quite uncomfortable. It just so happened that the Kanglang Dojo was going to be renovated, and Zhu Shunying said that her house was big and she could do whatever she wanted, so Xue Jing agreed. Otherwise, she would have to find a new place to practice martial arts, which would be troublesome. Since she was already here, she must say hello to Zhu Shunying's family to avoid being impolite. Hearing Xue Jing's words, Zhu Shunying shook her head and said, my family is not in Qingcheng. Except for the servants, who take care of the house, I live alone. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. Why, senior sister Zhu, where are you from? You are a city girl who has come to the countryside to experience life. Zhu Shunying curled her lips and said, it's almost like that, but your statement is weird. Qingcheng is where my ancestors started. Before they died, they left a will saying that Qingcheng is the place where our family thrives, and our family members have to come here to live for a period of time every year. 2 years ago, when I came to live in Qingcheng, I met my master and worshipped him as my teacher. I settled here for a long time to practice martial arts. After hearing this, Xue Jing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How can a small Qingcheng have so many talented people? Although I don't know how great Zhu Shunying's family background is, I know that it is definitely amazing from the fact that her ancestors dared to use the 4 words place where dragons thrive to describe Qingcheng. In addition to Zhu Shunying, there is also Master Li Qi, the Dragon King who retired from the Inner Ring City, and Wu Yaoqing, whose specific degree of awesomeness is unknown, but is definitely awesome. This is still related to him, and there are many who are not related. Sister Zhu's ancestor was an expert. There is a saying about the place where dragons rise. Xue Jing shook his head and said, Qingcheng is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and the biggest dragon is himself. Zhu Shunying waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. Let's go, little brother, let's go in. After that, she walked to the main house in front, and Xue Jing followed her. The huge black double opening wooden door slowly opened, and what came into view was the entrance corridor decorated with soft beige tones. To Xue Jing's surprise, the decoration style of the main house did not pursue high style, but was quite homely, with modern traces everywhere for the pursuit of comfort and practicality. The whole house, except that it was a bit absurdly large, was quite down to earth in style. There were basically no flashy things such as oil paintings, antique sculptures, and crystal chandeliers. After passing the entrance, there was a small living room opposite, but Zhu Shunying did not take Xue Jing there, but took him to the 2nd floor from the stairs in the corridor on the left. I live alone in this house now. You can walk around freely, don't worry about anything. Zhu Shiying said as she stepped on the stairs. Xue Jing followed behind her. As they went up and down, their eyes inevitably fell on the girl's round and plump body. Twisting and turning, in contrast with her slender waist, she showed her immature but fatal temptation. Xue Jing didn't look at it for long, but turned his head to look around the house's exquisite structure, lighting design, etc. There is a big swimming pool on the 3rd floor. If you are tired of practicing martial arts and want to relax, you can go there. Swimming is very comfortable. That's the library. Many of them are out of print books outside. You can't buy them. Zhu Shiying took Xue Jing around the house, introduced the basic layout, and finally took him to the 5th floor. The door opened, and it was an extremely spacious room. It was dozens of meters long and wide at a glance. It was paved with light grey rubber floors. There was nothing else, except dozens of load-bearing columns and some equipment. This is the training room. You can practice martial arts here, or go to the courtyard. You can also go directly to the back mountain of Bicheng district from the back door. It's very convenient. Zhu Shiying said with a smile. Thank you, senior sister Zhu. Xue Jing thanked. That's it. You can practice first. I have all the medicinal materials here. The small room over there is where the medicine is prepared. You can use it at will. Zhu Shiying pointed to an inconspicuous door in the corner of the training room. I still have something to do. I will come back to eat with you at noon. Then I will teach you how to ride a horse. The girl said, waved her hand, and left the training room. Xue Jing suppressed the strange feeling of being kept in his heart, shook his head, took a deep breath, and began his daily practice. On the other side, outside Qingcheng, there was a deserted wilderness. Zhao Hangyuan opened his eyes and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. With every cough, he would spit out a mouthful of sticky black blood that was almost solid. He could not help but cover his chest with his hands, his face full of pain. Li Chengxun, who was sitting next to him, saw this and quickly reached out to touch his back and asked with concern, Master, are you okay? Zhao Hangyuan waved his hand and looked down at his dantian. There was a round hole in the clothes there, and there was a 3-finger wide spiral wound on the exposed abdomen. It should have been a big hole, but he controlled his muscles and forced them to contract to form a spiral. The body that has been cultivated for nearly 60 years can't withstand a blow from the younger generation. Zhao Hangyuan sighed. Time is unforgiving. If he were 20 years younger, how could he be bullied to this extent? Master, what should we do now? Li Chengxuan asked in a low voice. He was a little panicked. In his eyes, the master who was almost invincible in the world was beaten like this. And, maybe, probably, it seems that it is his fault. No, Li Chengxuan denied this idea. He went to Kanglang Dojo to seek an explanation for the death of senior brother Caping and wanted to ask Xue Jing what was going on. But he didn't expect that the people in Kanglang Dojo were so unethical. Hiss. No, it seems that they are quite ethical and only let Xue Jing, who is younger than him, fight with him. Forget it, it doesn't matter, the thing has already happened. Even if he has 99% of the problems, don't the people in Kanglang Dojo have 1% responsibility? Both sides have problems, and it is meaningless to entangle who is right and who is wrong. Li Chengxuan thought. Zhao Hangyuan looked at Li Chengxuan with a complicated look. It seemed like disappointment, but also something else. He sighed and said listlessly, Chengxuan, you should go to Fengcheng right away. The elimination round will start soon. Li Chengxuan whispered, but, there is still more than a week. I want to accompany you more. Zhao Hangyuan glared at him. You still don't understand? I told you to go out and hide. The Kanglang Dojo is not easy to mess with. They won't just let it go. And they also know that I won't just let it go. Zhao Hangyuan covered his stomach. You, a kid, can't get involved in this. Go to Fengcheng quickly. You need to treat your injuries. I know a doctor there. He's very good. At this time, a deep voice suddenly came from the side. Okay, let's talk about these shits later. A very tall man wearing a black windbreaker that covered his whole body was sitting on a fallen dead tree trunk next to him. He supported his knees with his elbows, his two broad palms overlapped, and his green eyes stared at Zhao Hangyuan and the others without emotion. The man's head had no hair, and there were 6 button-like things on the top. From the corners of his eyes down, there was a black mask covering most of his face. The mask was not worn, but sewn on the skin. He was very strong. Although he was sitting, his upper body alone showed that he was very tall, at least 2 meters tall. Lee Chengxuan was silent when he heard the man speak. The reason they were able to escape from the monster in Kanglang Dojo was because the man in front of them held the monster back. Jiao Hongyan, how is the matter I asked you to do going? The big meeting will be held in 2 months. Don't tell me that there is only so much progress. The man's voice was mechanical and cold, without even a trace of emotion. Jiao Hongyan coughed a few more times and said slowly, mature individuals have been cultivated and are accumulating output. Why are you in such a hurry? The man stared at him for a long time before nodding and saying, it's better to do so. Besides, this is the last time I help you. The company must not have anything to do with this matter. You know. The man spoke expressionlessly. You have to solve your own problems. Jiao Hongyan snorted. I didn't expect anything. You don't have to mention it. The man looked at him deeply. It's good that you understand. Near noon, Xue Jing stopped swinging the blade in his hand and sheathed Futu. You have completed a sword practice, and the experience value of military attack is plus 98. Looking at the information on the panel, Xue Jing thought about it, and did not continue to practice, but opened the door, and walked out of the training room. He walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and came to the indoor swimming pool that Zushanaying introduced. This is a large swimming pool that is 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. Xue Jing glanced at the blue water surface and smelled the unique chlorine in the swimming pool. He took off all his clothes, folded them together with Futu, and put them on the ground, then walked to the cabinet next to him and opened it. Inside were unopened swimming trunks of various sizes. Xue Jing picked a larger one to change into. He was naked and wore a pair of swimming trunks, showing his perfect body that was like a careful sculpture of a god in the air. Walking to the edge of the swimming pool, Xue Jing squatted down and reached out to scoop up the pool water. Then he jumped up and plunged into the swimming pool with a splash. Using the butterfly stroke, he was thrashing around in the pool water in an unfamiliar manner. It seems like I have never swum in this life. Xue Jing thought to himself as he swam. He had practiced a little in his previous life, and he could do the butterfly stroke, which was a legacy of his previous life. Xue Jing was swimming in the pool, and he was a little unskilled at first. He only knew the technique in his mind, but it had not become an instinct in his body. However, as a martial artist, his strong body control allowed him to quickly familiarize himself with everything about the butterfly stroke, and his swimming skills improved incredibly fast. Hoo-la la. Soon, he was like a sharp arrow, shuttling back and forth in the pool, like a torpedo, making a huge noise in the water. His strong physical fitness, the terrifying lung capacity brought by running and breathing methods, made him swim without stopping without a break. After an unknown amount of time, a prompt suddenly popped up on the panel. Conditions have been met. Activate the skill. Swimming. Swimming LV1. 0/300. Xue Jing saw the prompt on the panel, kicked hard, and fluttered a few times to get to the shore, and took a breath. Sure enough, there is a skill that can be activated. Xue Jing exclaimed and said. He glanced at the water surface and instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he was supposed to be a creature living under the water. Xue Jing turned around and kicked the wall of the swimming pool and dived into the water. This time, his movements were much more skilled than before and even had a natural sense of elegance. It was like a fish that lived on the seabed and belonged to the sea. Even without the help of his arms, he could quickly move through the water by swinging his body flexibly under the water. Phew! Xue Jing stuck his head out of the water, a little happy. My water ability has been greatly improved, and even my physical fitness, balance, control, etc. have been improved a lot. He felt the improvement brought to him by swimming. It is said to be the best sport in the world, and it is the best sport in the world. It can exercise every part of the human body in the most comprehensive way. Except for the harsh conditions, it is a perfect sport with almost no shortcomings. Awesome. Xue Jing turned over and dived into the water again. Chapter 95. God's will is like a knife that cannot be violated. Xue Jing is like a god. When Xue Jing was enjoying swimming in the pool, the door was suddenly pushed open. Junior brother, Xue Jing pushed open the door and walked in. Looking at the figure moving in the water, his eyes lit up. So you are here. I was wondering why I couldn't find you in the training room. Xue Jing heard the voice and dived into the water. He touched the bottom with both feet, bent his knees to gather strength, and kicked hard. Boom. The water surface exploded, as if a bomb was thrown, and countless water splashed. A figure jumped out of the water, and jumped directly from the center of the pool to the shore. He was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks. Under the sunlight in the well-lit room, his perfect body proportions were undoubtedly revealed. The shape of each muscle was the most extreme beauty of the human body. Countless water droplets flowed slowly along the skin, shining brightly, with an indescribable color. Xue Jing saw this scene of beauty out of the bath, and was stunned, and couldn't look away. Xue Jing shook his head, stretched out his hand, to push back his hair, that was neither too long nor too short to cover his eyes, combed it into a slicked back hairstyle, and then looked up at Xue Jing with a smile in his eyes. Senior sister Xue. He greeted her softly. Xue Jing's eyes were a little dazed, and she came back to her senses after hearing the greeting. She quickly looked away, and her cheeks flushed. Well, junior brother, it's noon. Let's go eat, she said in a dry tone. Xue Jing nodded, and his whole body shook with strength. Crackle, the water droplets all over his body were scattered in an instant, and his body was like being wiped with a towel, leaving only a little water vapor. The control of strength is not fine enough. If I can shake it, so that even water vapor does not remain, and my body is instantly dry, then it will be the realm of not even a feather can be added, and flies and insects cannot land. Xue Jing thought to himself as he changed his clothes. The lunch arranged by Xue at noon was not some rare delicacies from the mountains and seas, but similar to the Kanglang dojo, except that it was a better medicinal diet. Ordinary food could hardly meet the nutritional needs of a warrior. After the meal, Xue took Xue Jing out of the main house and came to the stable on the left side of the manor. Miss, an old man wearing a cowboy hat and looking about 50 years old stood at the entrance of the stable and spoke to Xue respectfully. Uncle Bao Xue also greeted him with a smile. She glanced at the stable, thought for a while, and said, Uncle Bao, please put on the saddle and reins of 66 and food wind, and lead them out. The old man named Uncle Bao nodded and walked into the stable. After a long while, he came over with 2 tall horses. One was brown-red, with 4 hooves stepping on the snow. One was pure black, with only a tuft of white hair on the forehead. Thank you, Uncle Bao. Xue thanked the old man sweetly, then took the reins of the 2 horses from the old man, and led them to Xue Jing. Shhhhhhh. The pure black horse with white hair came to Xue Jing, snorted, and sniffed at him, as if smelling something. Then, a creature has developed a liking for you. Charm experience plus 28 HMM. Xue Jing looked strange, looking at the black horse in front of him, that was almost as tall as him, and reached out to touch its mane. The latter rubbed Xue Jing with his head, as if responding. Oh. Shifeng seems to like you very much, little junior brother. Xue laughed beside him, and then touched the mane of the brown-red horse. It is the same as this 66, both are retired Ratsa horses. Xue said, raised his foot to step on the stirrup of 66, and climbed on the horse very casually. Then, she moved her buttocks on the saddle, leaned back a little, stretched out her hand to Xue Jing, raised her eyebrows and said, come on, little brother, get on, I will teach you how to ride a horse. Xue Jing looked at her outstretched hand, shook his head, and rejected her invitation to ride with him. No, although I have never ridden before. Xue Jing patted Shifeng's head, then grabbed the reins on it, stepped on the stirrup, and climbed on the horse. But it's not difficult to copy it. He sat on the horse's back, holding the reins, and smiled. Xue pouted, and dissatisfaction appeared on her pretty face. Hey, riding a horse requires skills. Let me, your senior sister, teach you step by step, so that you can learn quickly. Xue Jing ignored her, but tentatively threw the reins and gently clamped his legs under the horse's belly. Receiving the signal, Shifeng snorted and began to move forward. Isn't this quite easy? Xue Jing said a little happily. Xue Jing rolled his eyes, pulled the reins, kicked the horse's belly, and followed Xue Jing. It's not like this for ordinary people to learn to ride a horse. It's dangerous to give signals without knowing anything. She pouted. Xue Jing nodded. I understand. The reason why he dared to ride the horse directly was because he was confident that he could easily solve any problems with his strength. Although Xue Jing was a little disappointed that he couldn't teach his junior brother to ride a horse, he still taught him, hold the rope with your hand all the time, don't let go. When turning, swing it left and right gently, don't use too much force. As they talked, the two rode out of the back door of the manor and came to the back mountain of the North City district. There is a very vast grassland here, which is very suitable for horse racing. Under Xue Jing's teaching, with Xue Jing's learning ability at this time, plus the confidence brought by his strong strength to dare to try various bold operations, he quickly became familiar with riding a horse, driving the food wind, and galloping on the grass. Xue Jing also rode 66 and followed beside him. Xue Jing was immersed in the joy of riding a horse. He turned his head and glanced at senior sister Xue. He felt that the scene was a little familiar. You are the wind and I'm the sand. Xue Jing shook his head to dispel the BGM that suddenly sounded in his mind. Half an hour later, as Xue Jing became more and more proficient, a prompt suddenly popped up on the skill panel. Conditions have been met. Activate skill. Riding. Riding LV1. 0/300. Xue Jing pulled the reins back, and Shifeng immediately raised his front legs and stopped with a hiss. It's activated. He touched Shifeng's mane under his crotch and nodded. As he expected, the act of riding was obviously a skill. Xue Jing carefully felt the bonus brought to him by the newly activated skill. Sense of balance? Xue Jing said a little uncertainly. He sat on the horse's back, and compared with before, he felt a more comfortable feeling, as if he was sitting on flat ground. And, a sense of direction. He looked to the left, without any doubt in his mind, and instantly concluded that this was the northwest direction. Interesting, this should not be all, just a change that can be clearly felt for the time being. Xue Jing pinched his chin with one hand, and was about to throw the reins, to let Shifeng change direction. But before he could make a move, Shifeng turned its head automatically, and turned in the direction he had in mind. Xue Jing was stunned. Zalulu, Shifeng made a light sound. Xue Jing inexplicably sensed a little of its emotions. It seemed a little tired, and a little thirsty. Huh? What is this? The unity of man and horse? Telepathy? Xue Jing blinked. Junior brother, in the distance, Xue rode 66 towards him, and when he got close, he pulled the reins to stop the horse. Why did you stop? She asked. Xue Jing thought for a moment, and said with a smile, Sister, I think Shifeng and Liu should be tired. Let's go back. Ah, you're not going to ride now? Xue Jing was a little disappointed. There were very few people who could ride horses with her. Now she was having a great time, and didn't want to go back. Let's ride tomorrow. I think riding horses is very interesting. If you are willing, I will accompany you often. Seeing her look, Xue Jing comforted her. Really? That's what you said? Xue Jing said happily. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xue Jing took Xue Jing's car and returned to his home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Mao sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Teacher 1, why didn't you cook today? Xue Jing walked into the house, closed the door, and smiled while changing his shoes. Mao glanced at him with her emerald pupils, and pouted. Do you still need me to cook? I see you are quite happy eating gigolo food. How can that be? Gigolo food is not as delicious as the food you cook. Xue Jing hung photo on the wall, walked to the sofa and sat down, rubbing Mao's head. Besides, what is eating gigolo food? It's just visiting the home of a fellow senior sister. You are even jealous of this? Xue Jing laughed. Mao rolled her eyes. Who is jealous of you? Don't talk nonsense. The cat's tail with the tail ring swayed gently, and Mao stretched out his paw to lick it, raised his head and hummed. Although we lived like that, you are still just my owner, not someone else. I don't mind who you want to be with. It's just that little girl. Mao's eyes showed thought. Her identity is very mysterious. Even old man Lee doesn't know much about her family situation. He only knows that she comes from the first metropolitan area. Xue Jing was a little surprised. The first metropolitan area? After the Eternal Night War, the administrative regions of Xuexia were greatly changed, and 9 metropolitan areas were divided. The metropolitan areas are far apart, and the middle area is a barrier formed by the intersections. The transportation is very inconvenient, and even airplanes can hardly pass through. Therefore, there is very little communication between the metropolitan areas. Basically, they all maintain a considerable degree of autonomy and are only governed by the canton located in the center. The vast majority of civilians will never leave their own metropolitan area in their lifetime. The first metropolitan area and the 5th metropolitan area where Xue Jing is located are located in the north and the south, respectively, and are very far apart. If you want to come here from the first metropolitan area, you have to cross countless intersections, which is an extremely dangerous thing. I specifically asked Old Manly, and the girl's family comes here from the first metropolitan area every year to live for a period of time. Do you know what this means? Mayo said meaningfully. Either her family has absolute security and can travel through many border areas without hindrance, or her family controls a special route that can safely come here from the first urban circle. Whichever possibility it is, it means that her family has extraordinary power. There are many rules in such a family. If you want to be their son-in-law, you must be prepared. At the end, Ning Fengwen's tone could not help but be a little sour. Xue Jing heard it, just shook his head and smiled. What are you talking about? Senior sister ZHU and I are just ordinary senior sister and brother. Mayo hummed, but that little girl should not think so. You are not a child anymore, and you will invite a man to your home alone. The purpose is not very simple. A complex expression appeared on Mayo's cat face in a very anthropomorphic way. Actually, if you can really have something with her and get the protection of her family, I won't have to worry about you. The girl was always worried about staying by Xue Jing's side. Xue Jing laughed. We'll talk about it later. We'll work it out when we get there. 3 days later, in the back hills of Bicheng district, Xue Jing was waving Futu on the grass, cutting weeds. The flash of swords and shadows continued, and green debris flew all over the sky. His pupils were stained with red. In his eyes, the pieces cut in front of him were not weeds, but the heads of enemies. The corpses piled up into mountains, and the blood piled up into the sea. The Shura knife in his heart, flowing with endless scarlet, was emitting more and more violent murderous intent and murderous aura. Heaven created all things to nourish man, but man has nothing to repay heaven. With the absolute control of thinking brought by visualization, Xue Jing firmly maintained the clarity of his mind and never lost himself in the violent killing intent. The life and death of a person is determined by heaven. Shura's killing is just a command from heaven. If heaven wants him to kill, he has to kill. Xue Jing swung the blade in his hand more and more powerfully, and the strikes became more and more exquisite, cutting more and more fine weeds. The way of Shura is extreme and powerful, but the intention is not lofty. There should be a sword intention that stands above Shura. Xue Jing's waving blade stopped on a delicate grass. The extremely sharp blade gently touched the grass, bent it, and brushed across its body, but did not hurt it at all. If heaven wants you to die, you have to die. The blood in Xue Jing's eyes slowly faded, and instead, a silver white glow slowly emerged. Indifferent, divine, domineering. Those were eyes like a god. Heaven's will is like a knife. It cannot be violated. Xue Jing tightly grasped the handle of the knife in his hand, and a silver white glare flashed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The grass in front of him, up to 10 meters away, all the weeds were cut off by the roots, as if they were ravaged by a lawnmower, leaving only a bare patch of dirt. You suddenly realize the nameless sword intent while practicing swordsmanship, and your military attack experience value plus 998. You suddenly realize the nameless sword intent while practicing swordsmanship, and your visualization experience value plus 1182. Military attack is improved to LV4. 657 over 1200. Visualization is improved to LV6. 113 over 3000. Xue Jing's silver white eyes stared directly at the blade in his hand. The sword that acts on behalf of the heaven? No, I'm the heaven. The sword I swing is the sword of heaven's will. There was no emotion in the silver white eyes, as if he was the god of heaven who controlled the life and death of all things. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Heavenly Sword, Wind and Thunder, God 508. After a long time, the silver-white color in Xue Jing's pupil slowly faded. He exhaled lightly. Heaven's will is like a knife that cannot be violated. This knife's will is derived from the surer knife, but its intention is much higher. Xue Jing looked at the silver-white light on the Futu knife. At present, this knife's will is just a prototype and is not perfect, but it feels more difficult to control than the surer knife. He recalled that, when he was immersed in the artistic conception of the Heaven's Will knife, he was like a god in the sky, despising everything and indifferent to all living things. Compared to the surer knife, which makes people fall into rage and lose control of their killing intent, the divinity of the Heaven's Will knife will not have a very direct impact on consciousness, but it is subtle and silent, and it subtly makes me feel that I'm superior to all living things. Xue Jing frowned slightly. The basics of the later cultivation of the old martial arts are the spirit, which affects the physical genes with the spirit. The stronger the heart is, the stronger the body is. Therefore, if you have an invincible heart, you can swing an invincible fist. If you have a heart that is above all living beings, you can swing a sword that destroys everything. But is this a good thing or a bad thing? Will I still be myself at that time? Xue Jing couldn't help thinking. Then he looked at the visualization LV6 on the panel, and his brows relaxed again. You must believe in our ban. Even if the Heavenly Will sword is perfected in the future, the level of visualization will continue to improve, and it will be able to firmly lock the self and anchor the original heart. Xue Jing was relieved and swung the Futu in his hand, saying to himself, the Shura sword has transformed into the Heavenly Will sword, but now it still only has the sword intention, and there is no matching sword move, so it cannot exert its true power. But the hidden dragon killing move is very versatile, and it can be used with it. He changed the Futu to a two-handed grip, his eyes turned silver, and his expression turned indifferent. Then he activated the twin defense. The strength was agitated, and the dragon roar sounded. Spiral dents began to appear on both arms at the same time. He turned his head and looked at a small lake not far from the grass. Heavenly Sword, rolling wind, thunder. Pei Yaguang stood by the lake, holding a few flat stones in his hand, and was playing with water out of boredom. Swoosh, after all, he was a martial artist. He used his strength and threw the stone out of his hand, which jumped on the lake's surface dozens of times. His technique was quite exquisite. Good. I broke the record. He was refreshed and was about to continue. Yao Guang, stop playing and come to help. Pei Xiansheng's shout came from not far away. Pei Yaguang could only scratch his head and shouted yes back. Today, the two brothers were invited by Yi Qinglin, the young master, to come to the back mountain of Biqing with a group of friends to hold a barbecue party. I heard from my eldest brother Pei Xiansheng that the young master's family had a hard time recently. His father, who was a ruling counselor, was attacked by many people. Seeing that the big discussion was about to begin, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his seat as a counselor this time. So today, they invited their young friends to strengthen their emotional connection and try to save it. Pei Yaguang didn't understand these things, but fortunately, he didn't need to understand them. At present, he only had one task, that was to get along well with Brother Jing, at least to maintain the current relationship. This was the father who had always ignored him and asked him personally. Recently, his father's relationship with him had improved a lot, and he even tentatively invited him to live at home. He understood that all this was because he began to have value to the family. Although what made him feel a little subtle was that his value did not lie in himself, but in his relationship with Brother Jing. Just let second master Pei have fun. It's just a barbecue. I'll do it. A girl was setting up the barbecue grill and smiled. Another girl next to her teased her. Hey, you are so gentle to Pei Shao. Do you have any thoughts? We are all good friends who have experienced life and death. Isn't there the suspension bridge effect? It's not surprising that we have feelings. Although Pei is a little young, he is a good boy. I support this. Speaking of which, why didn't you invite that little brother Xue this time? The only one who has his contact information is Pei, but he said that little brother Xue is very busy practicing martial arts and it's not good to disturb him. I really want to see him again. I didn't thank him properly before, alas. Pei Yaguang listened to the voice, curled his lips, and threw a last stone towards the lake. Boom. Suddenly, thunder exploded, and everyone was startled. Huh. It's going to rain? No way. The weather forecast said that the weather is very good today. There are no rain clouds in the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound in confusion. At this time, a silver-white spiral glare was seen, raging across the lake. Wherever it passed, the lake water rolled back and clung to it. After a while, it actually formed a horizontal water tornado, whistling across the lake. Oh my god, what is that? A dragon sucking water? How can there be a horizontal dragon sucking water? Everyone was stunned. Pei Yaoguang, on the other hand, stared blankly at his hand that had just thrown the water float. Ah, I did it? Xue Jing looked at the float land and the rolled lake water in front of him, nodded, and expressed satisfaction with the power of this attack. This knife has a bit of fantasy flavor. The Shianai sword, combined with the hidden dragon flow's killing move, the wind and thunder, actually produced an effect similar to the sword energy. What is this? Vacuum slash? It's not very scientific. Xue Jing looked puzzled. He felt that there were still many secrets about the power of the mind and spirit that he didn't know about. I'll ask the master later. Shaking his head, Xue Jing sheathed the futon knife in his hand, turned around and walked towards Shifeng, who was eating grass with his head down in the distance. Zalulu, Shifeng saw Xue Jing approaching and took 2 steps forward, rubbing Xue Jing with his horse's head. Good boy. Xue Jing touched its mane and smiled. He raised his foot to step on the stirrup and climbed onto the horse's back. There was no need for any signal, just a thought, and Shifeng began to run on the grass, riding the horse with the reins in his hand. Xue Jing opened the panel and took a look. Fitness LV8, Health LV6, Cooking LV5, Running LV6, Charm LV7, Aiming LV6, Fighting LV6, Hidden Dragon Strength LV5, Visualization LV6, Weaponry LV4, Swimming LV2, Riding LV2, Running, Charm, Aiming and Fighting are all about to be upgraded. Xue Jing thought, looking at the Divine Skills column, skipping the LV3 Twins and LV2 Shadow Flame, and looking at the number of divines. Possessing divines. 56 divines are still too lacking. The cats are just squeezing toothpaste every day, and at most they can only get a dozen or so. When can there be another containment mission? Xue Jing sighed. Riding back to the manor of Takia Meringue's family, Xue Jing went to the indoor swimming pool to relax for an hour. Swimming. Experience value plus 129. Zhu Shunying was not there. Although she asked Xue Jing to accompany her to ride horses every day 3 days ago, Xue Jing rarely saw her and didn't know what she was busy with. After swimming, Xue Jing took a shower and took a car back home. Teacher 1. After entering the door, Xue Jing called out, but got no response. He looked everywhere but couldn't find her. It seemed that Mao had gone out. Maybe the people from the dragon cult came to look for her again. Xue Jing took out his mobile phone and planned to call his sister Zhu to tell her that he would go to Fengcheng in a few days. But just after entering the number and before dialing it, the phone vibrated and an unknown number called. Xue Jing picked it up directly. Hello, it's me. A mature female voice with a calm tone came from the receiver. Captain Zhu Ren. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. Have you changed your number? Zhu Ren said, no, I'm calling you through an encrypted communication channel. Let's not waste time on small talk. This time I'm looking for you to entrust you with a task. Is it related to the border? Yes. Xue Jing's eyes moved, and he changed his position on the sofa. After thinking for a while, he said, you tell me, but make it clear in advance that I may not accept it. Zhu Ren said calmly, I understand. Listen to me first, before making a decision. 3 days ago, Someone reported that a new border was discovered in the area north of the 5th urban circle. Because it is not within the urban circle and beyond our observation range, we don't know when this border was formed. After receiving the news, the agency ordered the White Crow station nearby to enter first and find out the situation. But we can't get in. Xue Jing asked in confusion. Why? Because the rules don't allow it. Xu Ren explained. The borderland is the result of the fusion of the real world and the alien world. The rules inside it will undergo strange changes in the confusion of the two worlds, resulting in all kinds of chaotic rules that are difficult to understand. Beiya has been conducting many tests since 3 days ago, and it was not until yesterday that the entry conditions of this borderland were determined. Xu Ren paused and then said, there are 2 entry conditions. One is that the physiological age is under 18 years old, and the other is still unclear, but it should be a natural creature. Huh. Xue Jing was speechless. Natural creatures? Do you mean people whose bodies have not undergone any transformation? Xu Ren hummed. Yes. It is not clear whether it is this condition for the time being, but according to the current tests, people with foreign implants, or those who have taken banned drugs, or undergone super surgery cannot enter. Xue Jing thought for a while and asked, is there no special talent in the agency who can deal with this situation? Of course there is. Xue Ren said. The Special Service Department has a special unit composed of martial artists to deal with martial artists and criminals. It's called ZHIJ, and there are many people who practice old martial arts. The problem is that ZHIJ and Beiya don't have a good relationship. So that's it. Xue Jing roughly understood. This time the situation is special. In order not to bow to ZHIJ, the higher-ups gave me the authority to give you the commission in advance. Xue Ren said. Don't you want a divine relic? Here I can give you a divine relic that has special benefits for martial artists. Xue Jing blinked and asked, what is it? God 500 and 800 foot pole head. As a divine relic receiver, you should know the effect of this thing. Xue Jing sat up a little straighter, his eyes showing excitement. Of course he knew. He flipped through the divine relic information website that he could see at his current level. He remembered the information about God 508 very clearly. The top of the pole is a bamboo section that looks no different from an ordinary bamboo. Its effect is very simple. Just put it on your head and keep it from falling and keep doing one thing. After 3 days, God 508 will grow 1 section taller. At the same time, the thing you are doing will also rise a section higher. For example, if you are doing fitness for 3 days, your physical fitness will improve a section. And if you are practicing martial arts, your martial arts skills will improve a section. This is called a 100 feet pole. One step further. According to the information, there was once a big man whose name was All. After using God 508, he successfully completed the ascension. Although I don't know what it is related to the word ascension, so I know it is an extremely extraordinary thing. This temptation is a bit big. Xue Jing wanted the divine relic itself very much, not to mention God 508. What is the specific situation of that intersection? Xue Jing asked. As soon as this was said, the virtual blade understood that this meant that he was willing to accept it. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, the specific situation is not clear yet. The testers are not strong enough to go deep, but from the point of view that they can withdraw at any time, it should be a sea-level junction. Xue Ren told Xue Jing all the information he had investigated so far. After listening, Xue Jing said, let me think about it. Okay, give me an answer within a week. Xue Ren said. After hanging up the phone, Xue Jing fell into deep thought. According to Xue Ren, the sea-level junction is not too dangerous. Even if there are creatures in it, the danger level will generally not exceed 5. His task is to enter the junction and install a special instrument in various places in the junction. This will not only detect all the details of the junction, but also monitor the changes in the junction at any time. It doesn't sound difficult. Xue Jing shook his head. He knew too little about the junction. He had to consult Wu Yaoqing for details before considering whether to agree. From the time he came into contact with Beiya to now, he felt the style of this organization, which made him distrust Xue Ren's words. Let's talk about it later. Xue Jing picked up the phone, opened the dialing interface, entered his sister Xue Wan's number, and dialed. After a few beeps, The call was connected. Zuwon's cheerful voice came from the receiver. "Hello my stupid you Dao. Don't call me all the time. What if I'm misunderstood as having a brother who is obsessed with his sister? Good men will stay away from me." Xue Jing ignored her humiliation and said, "I'm going to Fengcheng in a few days. Do you have anything you want me to bring?" There was a restless sound from the receiver. Ping pong, as if Zuwon had knocked something down. "Ah, you're coming to Fengcheng?" Zuwon's voice was a little flustered. Xue Jing asked suspiciously, "Why, what's wrong with you? How could that be?" Zuwon said with a dry laugh, "My dearest Oyu Dao is coming to see me, and my sister is very happy." Xue Jing said meaningfully, "It's better this way." Chapter 97. Carbon-based flesh and blood on par with gods, the master of thousands of reds and thousands of beauties, communication between big figures. Fengcheng University, Horticulture College, in a flower garden. Zuwon hung up the phone and stared at the phone interface, her face thoughtful. Zu's family had good genes, which gave her a good appearance, even facial features, soft eyebrows, and two extremely bright eyes, as if hiding a pool of autumn water, shining brightly when looking around. She was the kind of beauty that would immediately amaze you at first sight. Her long black hair with a slight curl at the end flowed to her waist like a black waterfall, and her skin was as white as milk, so even if she was just wearing a set of dirt-resistant pastoral clothes, she still didn't look rustic at all. Zuwon was thinking about something when a figure squatted in the flower bed next to him, trimming the extra branches of the flowers in front of him, and asked in a cold tone, "Is it your family again?" Zuwon came back to her senses, glanced at the squatting professor of horticulture, and smiled softly. "It's my brother. He said he would come to Fengcheng to see me in a few days." The professor stood up from his squatting position. His dark green hair seemed to be braided into dreadlocks, and his hair drooped like vines, swaying like a living thing. "I don't understand," she said in a flat tone. "You are the one chosen by the Lord of 1,000 Reds and 10,000 Beauties. Mortal kinship is meaningless to you. Why don't you let it go?" Zuwon heard this and sighed helplessly. "Why are you talking about this again, teacher? We are just given divine power, which does not mean that we have become gods. I'm just a mortal in your words." She smiled and sighed. "My younger brother has started practicing martial arts recently. Even the news reported that he is a martial arts genius." The professor stretched out his hand and gently brushed a beautiful pink and white rose beside him. In an instant, the rose began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming larger, spreading countless branches, and turning into a giant flower like a big tree. Countless vines stretched out from the giant flower, dancing in the air, densely packed, very scary. "Martial arts are just the arrogant fantasies of mortals," she said softly. "Some people boast about it as the only path that belongs entirely to mankind and chase after that tiny possibility, trying to ascend to a status with pure carbon-based flesh and blood, and be on par with gods." However, the 300 years of the new era have continued to prove that this is an impossible thing. Even the one who is closest has never been able to take that step that seems within reach, but is actually out of reach. In the end, he succumbed to the limitations of his lifespan, underwent an immortality surgery, and became an impure thing. Your mortal brother is walking on a dead end. It would be better to let him come and worship the Lord of 1,000 Reds and Beauties. Maybe he can be viewed differently by the true God and step onto the real steps to godhood with you. When Zuwon heard this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Teacher, I don't quite understand what you're saying. But, just in case, I have to say something disrespectful to you." Her eyes seemed to be burning with invisible flames, and with a very stern warning, she spoke word by word, almost gritting her teeth. "Don't attack my brother." The giant flower transformed by the rose next to her suddenly stiffened, quickly withered and turned yellow, and curled up until only a flower bud remained. The professor's expression did not change, but he spoke in a calm tone. "What a surprise. This is the first time I see you like this. It's cuter than your usual giggling appearance." Zuwon immediately put on a smiling face. I'm cuter when I'm usually happy, right? Teacher, your aesthetic taste is a bit problematic." She switched states very smoothly, and her expression changed seamlessly, as if nothing had happened just now, sweeping away the solemn atmosphere. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have classes today, so I'll leave first. Zuwon paused and said casually, "Teacher, even if the students' words are not important, you still have to listen to them occasionally, otherwise the students will be angry." After that, she raised her hands and stretched lazily and left the flower garden with light steps. The professor looked at her back, thinking. After Xue Jing hung up the phone, he pinched his chin with a suspicious look on his face. "Why is this? Don't you want me to go there? Did you have a boyfriend who is shameful? Or did you open the door to a new world and are not ready to face your family?" Xue Jing guessed with a bit of malice. "Forget it, we'll know when we meet in a few days." He shook his head, got up from the sofa, walked into the kitchen, and started preparing dinner. When he finished the meal and his cooking skills were +80, the glass door of the balcony was pushed open, and the cat shook his body outside the door, stepped on the mat with his paws, rubbed off the dust, and then walked in. Teacher 1 is very good at predicting. Did you come back with something in mind? Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and smiled, holding a pot of hot chicken soup in one hand. Mayo ignored his quizzing and walked to the bathroom with a cat-like step. She jumped onto the sink at the door, turned on the faucet, pressed the hand sanitizer next to her with her paw, and began to rub and clean her paw. While washing, she spoke in a childish girl's voice. "I just went to see Mr. N, the guy with the mask on his face before. I thought he was here to persuade me to go to the head teacher again, but this time he didn't say anything and remained silent. He looked like a little scared." Mayo said uncertainly. Xue Jing replied, "It should be because of the snake slayers." The cat hummed, "I think so too. After all, the dragon cult believes in the infinite dragon, and dragons and snakes will be restrained by the snake slayers. If Mr. N has gained some power from the head cult, it is normal to have such a reaction." It turned off the faucet, wiped its clean paws with the small towel hanging next to it, left the bathroom, and jumped onto the dining table. "Why don't you change back? It's so inconvenient to eat like this." Xue Jing picked up the bowl, took a bite, and asked in confusion. Mayo picked up a piece of braised pork with his claws, swallowed it into his mouth and chewed it, hesitatingly saying, "Nuodruou, too lazy to wear clothes." Xue Jing said indifferently, "Then don't wear it. It's not like I haven't seen it before." Mayo rolled his eyes at him. "You and I have a very healthy and pure relationship between owner and pet. We should distinguish it from the kind of unavoidable situation. Otherwise, what would I become?" Xue Jing took a bite of rice and thought, when a woman shamelessly says that she is a pet, it is not healthy and pure, no matter how you think about it. But he didn't refute it, just laughed and said, "It's okay to talk nonsense, as long as you are happy." The next day, after Xue Jing got up, he washed up, went out for his daily jog for an hour, and then finished breakfast, but he didn't choose to go to Zushaniying's house to practice martial arts. Instead, he carried his school bag and planned to go to school for a rare trip. Sitting on the bus, Xue Jing calculated in his mind that it seemed that he had not been on leave since he killed the cockroach monster at the last school sports meet. The head teacher Xue used to call him to urge him about his academic problems, but he never urged him again after the school sports meet. He seemed to let him do whatever he wanted and was very happy to approve his leave. When he walked into the classroom with his school bag on one shoulder, Li Jie was the first to notice him. "Fuck, Master Jing," he exclaimed. The students in the elite class also immediately turned their heads to look at the door and then exclaimed one after another, "Fuck, Xue Jing, you actually came to school? There's a rumor among the second graders that you've passed the martial arts exam and went to an inner-ring university in advance. If you hadn't come to school, I would have believed it. Why did the savior of Arking affiliated high school show up only now? I can't even find a chance to thank you. Are you free after school tonight? Our classmates want to treat you to a meal. Don't refuse." The students of the elite class gathered around him, talking excitedly. If it was someone else, they would probably feel dizzy, but Xue Jing answered with a smile, and almost no one felt left out. With the confidence brought by the improvement of martial arts and the brain power blessed by his skills, he was quite comfortable dealing with such a situation. After Xue Jing agreed to have dinner with them in the evening, the classmates gradually dispersed. Afterwards, he and Li Jie chatted alone for a long time and said a lot until the bell rang. After barely finishing the first math class, Xue Jing found that he couldn't keep up with the progress, so he slipped away after class and came to the Kingda library. This was the main purpose of his coming to school today, and reporting to the class was just a side job. He swiped his library card and went straight up to the 7th floor. In the old attic, there was still only the girl who exuded a quiet atmosphere, sitting upright on a wooden chair, holding a book in her hand, as quiet and beautiful as a painting. Xue Jing couldn't help but sigh. Boss, every time I see you, I feel like you haven't moved here for thousands of years. Wu Yaoqing paused slightly while turning the pages of the book and said nonchalantly, you mean, I look very old? Xue Jing smiled and replied, people like you must have a very clear understanding of their own appearance. You can't fool me. Wu Yaoqing snapped the book in her hand together. You know me well, but you don't know women as creatures. She stood up, walked in front of Xue Jing, and slapped him on the head with a book in one hand. Even if you know clearly that it is not true, you will still be upset when you hear unpleasant words. Xue Jing glanced at the cover of the book. Existence Beyond Strings, the relationship between person and dimension. I have arranged the U19 competition for you. From now on, you are a contracted martial artist of the Galaxy Martial Arts Club. You will represent the club as a seeded player in the Maple City knockout round. Wu Yaoqing crossed her arms, slightly raised her European cup, and spoke gently. Galaxy Martial Arts Club? Xue Jing asked in confusion. It is one of my family's industries. Don't worry, the contract conditions signed for you are very loose. You can play any game you want. There are no mandatory clauses. Wu Yaoqing explained. When you go to Maple City in a few days, I will arrange an exclusive agent for you there. Just leave everything to the agent. You only need to play the game. Xue Jing nodded. Then he said, just arrange the competition. Boss, I have another thing to ask you today. Xue Jing told him in detail that Beiya had commissioned him to investigate the border area and that he would be given God 508 as a reward. 100 feet to go. Wu Yaoqing's amethyst-like pupils moved slightly. I see. She nodded, hummed, and said, I suggest you take this commission. Hearing this, Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and said, tell me more. 100 feet to go is very useful to you now. Wu Yaoqing sat on the wooden chair. Her posture was upright, and her hips in tight light blue jeans suddenly tightened, contrasting with her slender waist, to create a full and round attractive curve. Xue Jing tilted his head and asked, this thing is used to help people improve their skills, right? The best users are those whose skills have reached their limits and cannot be improved anymore. Although it is useful to me, it is not very useful, right? Wu Yaoqing shook her head. You only know one thing, not the other. God 508 can only work once for anyone, and then it will never work again. And if you want to maximize its effectiveness, there are two ways to use it. She raised her right hand, extended her index and middle fingers, and made a 2. The first is exactly what you said, to break through the limit of the peak skills that can no longer be improved, and continue to move up a level. The second is to improve your own talent. Xue Jing's eyes lit up. Talent? Wu Yaoqing nodded. Not bad. Just put it on your head and do nothing for 3 days, or don't do anything deliberately. Keep a lazy state. Just think about practicing something in your heart. After 3 days, the bamboo joints will grow, and the Beiqi pole will go one step further. The talent for the thing you think of will be improved. Xue Jing stood up and raised his eyebrows and said, is there such a use? Why didn't Xue Ren tell me when he asked me for the commission? Xue Jing was a little confused. As long as he said that Beiqi pole had this use, his heartbeat index would soar by more than 10 times, and the probability of accepting the commission would be greatly increased. Wu Yaoqing smiled. It's very simple, because she doesn't know either. Beiqi pole is a very important divine relic. Members of the agency must make great contributions to be rewarded and use it. A team leader of Xue Ren's level is not qualified to know the details of Beiqi pole. Xue Jing seemed to understand something. Wu Yaoqing continued, it was not Xue Ren who asked you to do this, but her superiors, or rather, it was not you who asked you to do this, but me. The superiors of Beiya think you are my man, so, Beikai Gantao is actually something they use to impress me. Her tone was very calm, with a strange smile on the corner of her mouth. After Xue Jing finished listening, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he instantly sorted out the relationship. On the surface, this commission seemed to be asked by Zhu Ren, but in fact, it was asked by the superiors of Beiya to Wu Yaoqing. Therefore, Beiya gave Beikai Gantao a very important reward, which was not used to impress him, but to impress Wu Yaoqing, the rich and domineering boss. Therefore, the superiors of Beiya did not explain the specific role of Beikai Gantao to Zhu Ren at all, because as long as this reward was given, Wu Yaoqing would naturally understand what this thing meant. After all this time, his status is not enough for others to use this level of divine relics. Xue Jing found it a little funny, but he was not upset about being looked down upon. He just thought it was natural and this was the correct logic. He really did not show much ability to be valued. In this case, Xue Jing looked at the girl in front of him, and a thought came to his mind. It is possible that Beiya could not find other candidates who can enter the border to explore. The reason why he asked Zhu Ren to come to me and gave Beikai Gantao as a reward, the real purpose. It's not for the sake of not bowing to Zhij, but to take the opportunity to get along well with the person in front of him. Xue Jing looked at the strange smile on Wu Yaoqing's lips and sighed in his heart. There are too many twists and turns in the communication between these big shots. Chapter 98, Leaping Over the Dragon Gate, Burying the Old Body, The Limit Between Heaven and Man, Turning with the Heart, The Black Sky Knife Rolls the Wind and Thunder. Xue Jing raised Wu Yaoqing's status by 2 levels in his mind, then pinched his chin and said, so, Beiya's ability to give such a reward is all because of your face, boss. Wu Yaoqing smiled and said, you don't have to mind. Beiya doesn't mean much to me. I don't need it. You can use it without worry if you accept this commission. Beiya should do this to build a good relationship with you, right? Although there are many complicated things I don't know, if I accept the commission and get the reward, they will think that you accept their goodwill. Won't this make it difficult for you? Xue Jing asked. Hearing this, Wu Yaoqing's beautiful amethyst eyes revealed a cunning. I didn't say I wanted to have anything to do with them. It was them who misunderstood the relationship between you and me without authorization. So Beiya is a reward for you, and it has nothing to do with me. Xue Jing exclaimed, can it be like this? This statement is a bit willful. It can be said that it breaks the other party's tacit unspoken rules. Although the facts are indeed as Wu Yaoqing said, in the adult world, it is a big taboo to take something and then refuse to admit it, no matter the reason. However, with the intelligence of this rich boss, she is naturally qualified to be willful and does not need to worry about anything. Xue Jing thought about it and did not continue the topic. Instead, he asked, Zhu Ren said that this new junction is a sea level 1 and will not be too dangerous. Boss, do you think it is credible? Wu Yaoqing stood up and walked towards the bookshelf area with the book in her hand. As she walked, she casually said, since it is the kind of junction that can be withdrawn at any time, it is reasonable to speculate that it is a sea level junction. She tiptoed and stuffed the book on the bookshelf. However, in the classification system of the borderland, the most important factor is the degree of disorder of the rules, which is related to the danger, but not completely. Most of the sea level borderlands are indeed not very dangerous, but there are also borderlands that are sea level, but have many highly dangerous creatures living in them. If you plan to accept this commission, you still have to be mentally prepared. After listening to this, Xue Jing felt more confident and nodded. He stood up and walked to Wu Yaoqing's side, watching her run her fingers across the books on the bookshelf, and smiled. Then I'll take this commission. I'm also very curious about the borderland. Wu Yaoqing paused slightly and looked back at him. In that case, I'll give you something. Xue Jing, HMM. After the girl finished speaking, she walked back to the rest area and took out a pair of frameless glasses that Xue Jing felt very familiar with from a small bag on a wooden chair. Got 1280 ordinary glasses. Hey, didn't you, boss, borrow this from the other shelter companies? Didn't you return it? Xue Jing said in surprise. No, I bought it. Wu Yaoqing took the glasses, walked to Xue Jing, and handed them to him. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and said, how can I be so embarrassed? He reached out and took it without hesitation. This glasses is a good thing, which can suppress the wearer's sense of existence. When Wu Yaoqing wore it before, Xue Jing came to the library to find her with a strong purpose, but he ignored it at the first time. Wearing it is equivalent to adding a stealth buff to yourself, which will undoubtedly greatly improve your safety in dangerous places like the border. Even if it is a side effect of the sense of existence exploding after taking it off. It can also be used to increase the efficiency of plucking the cat's divinity. God 1280 has been contained for a long time, and I don't know when it will trigger the transfer, so it is not expensive. Wu Yaoqing said casually. Well, I won't ask you what you think not expensive is. Xue Jing put the glasses into his pocket and said seriously, thank you, boss. There is no free lunch in the world. Xue Jing certainly knows that Wu Yaoqing has been so good to him all this time, and there must be a purpose. But the benefits he got from this rich woman are real. Even if you don't mention the relics, the intelligence information he got from her is priceless, and she has helped him a lot invisibly. This is a real favor, and he will have to repay it sooner or later. Wu Yaoqing smiled on her beautiful face and said, speaking of which, since you are planning to accept the commission, have you thought about where to use your efforts? Xue Jing thought for a while and said, I haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions, dear sister? Since you want to take the path of old martial arts, generally speaking, the best choice is naturally a talent related to the flesh. Wu Yaoqing said softly. But, I do have a different suggestion for you. Xue Jing's eyes moved. Tell me more. Wu Yaoqing reached out and took out a book with the noble seed in the melting pot on the cover from the bookshelf. She returned to the wooden chair in the rest area and sat down. Her two long legs in tight jeans were crossed together, and she sat like a queen. There is a 12-word formula circulating in the martial arts world. She opened her red lips and spoke. Jump over the dragon gate and bury the old body. The limit of heaven and man is determined by the heart. You should be very familiar with the leap over the dragon gate. It means breaking through the limit of human flesh, reshaping one's own genes, and burying the old body. The girl's fingers tapped lightly on the wooden table. And the limit of heaven and man refers to the boundary between the human spirit and reality. She looked at Xue Jing, who was listening attentively. Your master should have told you that the key to jumping over the dragon gate and breaking through the limit of the flesh lies in the spirit, right? Yes. Xue Jing nodded. Wu Yaoqing hummed and continued, using the power of the spirit to forcibly influence the body and reshape the genes. This action itself has broken the boundary between heaven and man. That is, using the spirit to interfere with reality. Xue Jing frowned and said, the spirit can interfere with reality? I thought the kind of spiritual power needed for Yu Langman was just another way of saying willpower, which is barely within the scope of science. If it means using the spirit to interfere with reality, then it is completely unscientific. Wu Yaoqing shook her head and said, there is no such thing as science or unscientific. Science is a set of methods to summarize the laws of things. In theory, existence is reasonable, and rationality is science. The spirit can interfere with reality, which is also included in science. And this kind of power of the spirit to interfere with reality sounds incredible, but in fact the effect is limited, and it can only be used in some aspects related to oneself. Some powerful martial artists can use some incredible moves, such as a heavy punch, that theoretically cannot be thrown with his physical fitness, piercing through powerful alloy armor, and smashing a tank. This is actually because his spiritual power is too firm, and he interferes with his own reality with his spirit. Hearing Wu Yaoqing's words, Xue Jing's heart moved. He remembered his heavenly blade turning wind thunder, the sword energy that was swung out and swept far away. If explained by pure physics, it would be completely unreasonable. Could it be that he used the spiritual realm of the heavenly blade to interfere with his own reality? In short, the importance of spiritual power to martial artists is more important than you think. Wu Yaoqing said softly. Breaking through the limits of the flesh is called leaping over the dragon gate, and breaking through the limits of the spirit is called turning the heaven and man. Only the powerful spiritual power that can reverse the limits of heaven and man and rewrite the reality of oneself is the absolute foundation for reaching the ultimate in martial arts. Therefore, I suggest that you use your efforts on spiritual talent. Xue Jing nodded solemnly. I understand. After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh. Good sister, I feel like you are an all-powerful encyclopedia, as if you know everything. As for this theory about the spirit interfering with one's own reality, I'm afraid even Master Leaky only has a vague understanding of it. This should be a cutting-edge theory that is only circulated in a small circle of people. How can this person know everything? Thinking back to the time since I met her, from the first question he asked her about the divine relics, it seems that there is no question she can't answer. I don't know everything. I just happen to know what you want to know. Wu Yaoqing answered casually. Coming out of the library, Xue Jing digested the gains from the conversation with Wu Yaoqing just now. Use the spirit to reverse the limits of heaven and man. Rewrite one's own reality. This martial arts is becoming more and more fantastic, but it also subtly feels quite scientific. Xue Jing shook his head, took out his mobile phone, and called Zhu Ren. He had just dialed the number, and the other party picked up immediately without even a beep. Hello, have you thought about it? Zhu Ren's direct question came from the receiver. Xue Jing put the phone to his ear, hummed, and said, I've thought about it. I accept this commission. That's good. Zhu Ren's voice seemed to be relieved. I'll ask the higher-ups to send Beikai Gantao over now. It should arrive tomorrow. Xue Jing nodded. Okay. By the way, I have another request. Zhu Ren, you say. Xue Jing thought for a while. I have to sign a contract with you. If I die in this border area, you have to find my body within 7 days and send it back to King Cheng. Zhu Ren was a little confused. Why? Xue Jing said unhappily. You don't understand the first 7 days. Zhu Ren hummed. Okay, although I don't quite understand, I will tell the higher-ups. After hanging up the phone, Xue Jing pinched his chin, opened the panel, and took a look at the passive effect of the twins. Having 2 lives, after death, he can freely choose the time of resurrection within 7 days, cooling time. 70 days, this is his last insurance. If he really dies in the border area, as long as Beiya brings his body back within 7 days, he can naturally be resurrected directly in the outside world without worrying about being guarded. As for what to do, if his resurrection is exposed, things have come to that point, it's exposed, what else can be done? This world is very strange, there are as many reasons as you want. What kind of divine relics, recipients, etc., can always be fooled. In order to prevent Beiya from signing a contract, but not fulfilling it, I have to borrow the power of the boss. Thinking about things, Xue Jing took out GOT 1280 from his pocket and put it on. The whole person instantly turned into an inconspicuous passerby like a stone, then walked out of the school gate and took a taxi. First, he went home to get the futa knife, and then took a car to the manor of Takia Meringue's family. Entering the main house of the manor, a maid who was sweeping the floor in a classical maid dress was stunned for a moment when she saw Xue Jing wearing glasses, and then hesitantly said, Master Xue? Xue Jing nodded at her, pushed his glasses with his fingers, and smiled. Is Senior Sister ZHU here? The maid bowed slightly to Xue Jing and said respectfully, the young lady went out this morning. She told me to let you know, if she sees Master Xue, please do as you please. Is that so? Xue Jing nodded. He didn't ask any more questions, left the main house, and walked to the stable on the left side of the manor. Hiss, as if seeing Xue Jing's figure, the black horse chiffon in one of the stalls became a little agitated, and its 2 front hooves kicked in place. The horse breeder named Uncle Bao was not here at this time. Xue Jing entered the stable, reached out and stroked Shifeng's mane, and smiled. Good boy. A creature has developed a good impression of you. Charm experience plus 39. Charm is upgraded to LV8. 12 over 6000. HMM. Xue Jing looked at the panel. Although he had never actively worked on the charm skill, it has now caught up with fitness and become one of his highest level skills. After practicing martial arts for a long time, Xue Jing has a strong control over his body. At this time, he clearly felt that some subtle changes had taken place in his body. He frowned, put his arm in front of his nose and sniffed. What is this? Smell. The corner of his mouth twitched, a little depressed. Forget it, I'm a man, give me this. If I upgrade 2 more levels, won't I become a succubus? Xue Jing felt a chill. SHHHH. Shifeng moved his head closer and rubbed against him a few times. Xue Jing sighed, took the reins and saddle from the side, and put them on Shifeng. Then he stepped on the stirrup and got on the horse's back, holding the reins. With a thought, Xue Feng moved his hooves, walked to the back door of the manor, and went to the back mountain of the northern city. Riding the horse to the lakeside where he practiced sword yesterday, Xue Jing got off the horse, patted Xue Feng's butt, and let it go for a walk on the grass in the distance. Then Xue Jing walked to the lakeside, took a deep breath, and his pupils turned from black to silver white. His expression turned indifferent, like a god of heaven who despised all living things. He drew out the futon knife in his hand, and the beautiful silver white blade flashed a sharp edge in the sun. "Let's try the current limit," Xue Jing whispered, and threw the futon knife in his hand to the side. Behind him, there were strands of black airflow, which entangled Futu, gradually dyeing the blade from silver white to black, as if it was wrapped in a layer of black film, turning into a black knife. Twin powers, twin defenses. Xue Jing held the black futon knife in both hands. The spiral indentations started from the shoulders of both arms, spreading forward and backward, covering the fists and chest. Black Sky Knife Wine Thunder. Chapter 99. Xue Jing, who inspires faith, soaring divinity, and the power of the alien god cannot defeat Lionheart. Swish, Pei Yaguang threw the flat stone in his hand, and it jumped on the clear lake surface for more than 10 times, before sinking into the lake. The water level was a little abnormal. He swallowed his saliva, and his heart beat a little fast. "Xiaoqin, you specially asked me out. Is there something?" Pei Yaguang looked at the girl next to him who was wearing a white dress, and looked pure and beautiful. Then he glanced down quietly, and the deep ravines faintly revealed. Hiss. Pei Yaguang was a little excited. Could it be that his spring has finally come? When they were barbecued by the lake yesterday, Xiaoqin was quite gentle to him in her words and deeds. Judging from the situation today, it seems that she is really interested in him. Second Master Pei. The girl named Xiaoqin folded her hands together and placed them under her face. There was a touch of tenderness on her pure and beautiful face. The cute look directly hit Pei Yaoguang's strike zone, making him feel a little dizzy. "Just call me Yaoguang, Xiaoqin." His plump face showed a very deliberate calm expression, which made Xiaoqin couldn't help but smile. "Okay, Yaoguang," she called out. Her tone was sweet, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. Pei Yaguang suddenly felt numb all over, and felt that his bones had become brittle. "Can you?" Xiaoqin's eyes were shining. Pei Yaguang couldn't help but nod his head before he heard the rest. Agree to anything. I can even be sold. Can you tell me the contact information of that little brother Xue? Xiaoqin clasped her hands together, and a pitiful pleading appeared on her pure and beautiful face. Pei Yaoguang. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head, and he felt that he was not feeling well. Sure enough, there is no such good thing. Pei Yaguang's mouth curled up with a bitter smile. "Please, can I treat you to a meal?" Xiaoqin continued to plead like a spoiled child. Pei Yaguang sighed, did not reply, and picked up a flat stone from the lake in depression. Then he used his strength to throw it towards the lake, as if to vent his frustration. Boom. A thunderous roar almost deafened his ears. The girl named Xiaoqin beside him screamed, and fell to the ground in fear. On the lake surface, a black spiral tornado with a diameter of several meters, carrying countless water flows, rolled over from the lake surface. Huahahaha. Wherever it passed, it was like a typhoon passing through. The lake water formed huge waves and churned, clinging to it, and then bursting and spraying dense raindrops all around. The black tornado was very fast, raging in front of Pei Yaoguang and Xiaoqin at a close distance, and continued to roll towards the distance. They felt that their whole bodies were about to be blown away by the strong wind, and they couldn't open their eyes. Countless water drops poured down on their heads, instantly making them soaked like drowned rats. When everything calmed down, Pei Yaguang wiped the water drops on his face, opened his eyes, gasped, and was still in shock. He looked at his hand that had thrown the stone, bewildered. Did I do it again? There's a water monster. There's a water monster in this lake, a black water monster. Xiaoqin covered her translucent white dress that was soaked by water, shivering. Xue Jing was also a little stunned when he saw the effect of this knife. Oh my god. It's so fierce. After being enchanted with shadow flame and twins, this knife energy can probably remotely smash the enhanced cockroach monster in Kung Fu Middle School into pieces. Xue Jing took a breath of cold air. If this is the effect of a purely physical attack, he would never believe it. Using spiritual power to interfere with one's own reality. It's so terrifying. But this knife is obviously much more powerful than the one yesterday. Not only is the power increased, but the attack range and distance are also much farther. This should be the role played by Shadow Flame. After the Shadow Flame enchantment was added to the knife energy, its nature changed. Xue Jing pondered. It seems that this divine skill still has many wonderful uses that I haven't discovered. Xue Jing clenched his palms, and his mind moved. The shadow behind him suddenly emerged with strands of black airflow, which wrapped around his palms. Instead of turning into burning black flames, it formed a dark film, covering his palms in black. Why is it like armament hacky? Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. This is a good way to use Shadow Flame secretly, which won't be as conspicuous as when the black flame is burning. It seems that the priority of Shadow Flame should be raised a little. In this way, the divinity will be even more lacking. Xue Jing frowned slightly. But when he thought that he would get 100 feet pole tomorrow, his brows relaxed immediately. The top of the pole should provide a few hundred divine points, which can almost allow the twins to level up again. In this way, the basic preparations for defeating Otoji Suzuka are complete. But fitness is not far from level 10. At most it is short of a little over 10,000 experience points, and the 1,000 divine points required for skill sublimation must also be prepared. It's still in short supply. Xue Jing shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He got ready and started today's martial arts training. At noon, Xue Jing rode Shifeng back to the manor. He put Shifeng in the stable, removed its saddle and reins, and took a lot of carrots, apples, corn and other things from the warehouse to feed it as a reward. Then he left the stable and walked back to the manor's main house, ready to grind for swimming experience. As soon as he walked to the door, he happened to see a black car driving in along the cobblestone driveway. The door of the back seat of the car was opened, and the petite figure of Takia Marang got out of the car. The girl's long smooth black hair fluttered in the wind. She reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, then looked at Xue Jing. She first looked at the glasses he was wearing with some confusion, then her smart eyes lit up, and she called out in a sweet voice, "Junior brother." Xue Jing smiled and nodded at her. "Senior sister ZHU." ZHU Shenying walked up to him, pinched his chin to look at his face, and commented, looking closely, "Junior brother is quite suitable for wearing glasses. Although it is not as impactful as usual, it has a kind of restrained and low-key beauty. HMM. ZHU Shenying's small nose twitched slightly, and she leaned forward a little, approached Xue Jing and sniffed. "Junior brother, you smell so good." Xue Jing calmly changed the subject and said, "Junior sister ZHU, you seem to be very busy these days. What are you doing?" Hearing this, the girl puffed her lips and muttered, "Talking about business. I don't know where all the business came from at home, and they insisted that I go to talk in person. It was obviously not like this before. I'm so busy that I don't even have time to play with you, junior brother." Hearing this, Xue Jing roughly understood why. He didn't say much, just smiled and said, "I think it's because senior sister ZHU has outstanding business talent, and the elders at home hope that you can do more work." ZHU Shenying spread her hands. "Maybe okay, junior brother, accompany me for lunch. I'll go out again after lunch." Xue Jing and ZHU Shenying finished lunch together and talked with her for a while, and then the girl went out. Watching the girl get on the car, Xue Jing waved goodbye to her. After the car disappeared, Xue Jing thought to himself that it was not a good idea to stay at senior sister ZHU's house for too long. But it would not be good to suddenly say that he would not come in the future, as it would make senior sister ZHU think too much. He would go to Fengcheng to play in a few days, and when he came back from Fengcheng, he would naturally not come. Xue Jing pinched his chin, feeling a little weird. Will senior sister ZHU's family come to me and throw me a bank card and say, "There are 500 million in the card, leave my daughter"? Huh. It seems not bad. Xue Jing smiled. He did not care about the hidden defense of ZHU Shenying's family against him. Even if it was an ordinary family, Facing the situation where the daughter suddenly brought a man to their home when the parents were not there, they would definitely be suspicious. Not to mention that Xue Jing's family was extraordinary and he should have more concerns. It is hard to believe that a young man and a widow are innocent. There is nothing wrong with doing this, and he can understand it. Xue Jing stretched himself and went to the indoor swimming pool on the 3rd floor to start gaining swimming experience. An hour later, he left the pool and went to the training room to practice the dragon stinging technique and the armor shaking technique. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xue Jing finished a whole day of practice and took a bus back home. Mao, who was lazily lying on the sofa watching cartoons, heard the door open and glanced at Xue Jing, who came in. She didn't care at first, but she suddenly noticed something and turned her head 180 degrees like an owl and looked at the glasses Xue Jing was wearing. The anthropomorphic corners of Mao's delicate cat face twitched. She had fallen for these glasses before and was deeply impressed. Teacher 1, you are at home. Xue Jing pushed his glasses and walked forward with a smile. Mao stood up, as if facing a great enemy, with 4 white gloves tilted back, fur all over his body, and a cat face full of vigilance. What do you want to do? Xue Jing was stunned and a little hesitant. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say he wanted to or not. He pinched his chin and thought, Teacher 1, since you like watching animation so much, I will perform a cosplay for you. Mao tilted her head. Xue Jing walked into the bathroom and searched for a while on the wash basin where various bottles and jars were placed, but he couldn't find the hairspray. He thought about it, squeezed some shampoo on his hands, rubbed it, then walked out of the bathroom, came to Mao and looked down at her condescendingly. Just when Mao didn't understand, Xue Jing's dark pupils suddenly turned silver and his whole temperament suddenly changed. Divine, domineering, contemptuous, like a god who is in the sky and doesn't understand people's hearts. He looked down at Mao with an indifferent expression and slowly spoke in a low voice. No one has been standing in the sky since the beginning, neither you nor me, not even God. He reached out and slowly took off his glasses. His medium long black hair covered his eyes, and the sense of existence that had been suppressed all day suddenly broke out. At this moment, he multiplied his already terrifying divine temperament by 10 or even 9 times, and the cat's emerald pupils shrank, and the whole cat was stunned. What is this? The cat was shocked, and felt as if he was really facing a god, and could hardly speak. But this unbearable window period of the throne of heaven is about to end. Xue Jing's tone seemed to be stained with divinity, becoming more and more ethereal. While speaking, he threw away his glasses and wiped his head with one hand. The soft bangs turned into a slicked back hair, and the perfect handsome face was exposed to the air without reservation, strong and charming, and extremely sexually attractive. He looked down at the stunned cat and said coldly, from now on, I will stand in the sky. Someone has a lot of good feelings for you. Charm experience plus 662. Someone has a lot of good feelings for you. Charm experience plus 688. Someone has faith and worship for you. Charm experience plus 1026. Got. The cat stared at Xue Jing in a daze, its 3-petal mouth opening and closing, as if whispering something. The cat's tail behind it swayed gently, and the platinum tail ring began to bloom with a dazzling brilliance. Then the whole cat's body emitted circles of light spots, turning into a human-shaped cat-eared black-haired girl. Xue Jing opened the panel and took a look. His eyes paused at the prompt of generating faith and worship. He reached out and touched Ning Fengwen's head and smiled. How does it feel? Divine substance detected. Absorbing divinity. The moment he touched Ning Fengwen, a prompt popped up on the panel, and the divinity began to increase at a rate of several points per second. The girl did not reply, but closed her eyes, grabbed Xue Jing's hand, and put it on her cheek. Her expression was serene and peaceful, like a baby in her mother's arms, filled with an obvious sense of security. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that he used too much force. Did he make Teacher 1 stupid? A few minutes passed in silence. Xue Jing looked at the divinity on the panel, which had risen to more than 300, but still did not stop. He felt a little incredible. Although he thought that taking off the glasses would be rewarding, could the reward be so great? After a while, it finally stopped until the divinity rose to 518. At this time, Ning Fengwen also slowly opened her eyes and looked at Xue Jing. At this time, Xue Jing's silver eyes had faded, his divine temperament had dissipated, and his explosive presence had almost returned to normal. It's just that his hairstyle still maintained the slicked back look. Ning Fengwen's cheeks flushed, she let go of Xue Jing's hand, and then covered her chest, humming as if nothing had happened just now. Humph, barely considered handsome. Xue Jing heard this, smiled, and said gently, really? It seems that I have to keep working hard. What did teacher Wan gain? Ning Fengwen glanced at Xue Jing. Her eyes were complicated, and it seemed that there was something more than usual. She sighed quietly, and felt her current state. The degree of fusion is deeper, and now I am very strong. Ning Fengwen said. And I have a strange new ability. In Chinese, it should be translated as unbeatable lion heart. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xue Jing walked out of the house and prepared to go to the appointment. The classmates in the elite class agreed to treat him to dinner tonight. Xue Jing walked to the bus stop while opening the panel and flipping to the divine skill column. Twin LV3, divinity required for upgrade. 518 over 500, Xue Jing clicked to upgrade. Chapter 100, I got the silver white eye of God, now what? Twins LV4, 18 over 800, passive, possessed to lives, can freely choose the time of resurrection within 7 days after death, cooldown time. 60 days active, each LV1 can specify an ability related to one's own body, which will produce double effect when used currently activated. Physical strength, action speed, physical defense currently available options, reaction speed, calculation ability, concentration, memory, body temperature, flexibility, perception, instinctive intuition. Xue Jing looked at the twins' passive ability after reaching LV4 and found that the cooldown time was still reduced by 10 days and nodded. Okay, it's fixed for 10 days per level. In this way, it is basically confirmed that after reaching LV10, the cooldown time of the twins will be reduced to an incredible level. Even if it can't be resurrected infinitely, I'm afraid it's not far off. Xue Jing thought to himself. The next step is to choose the active effect. The original plan was to choose reaction speed. Xue Jing looked at the dozens of options on the panel. He was a little hesitant now. Generally speaking, reaction speed is a priority for him as a martial artist. But, Xue Jing glanced at the top of the panel. Aiming LV6, 2870/3000. Aiming, which is about to reach LV7, brings too much bonus to dynamic vision. With his current strength, it is actually quite a waste to get double reaction speed on the basis of aiming, because the body will not be able to keep up with its own reaction speed. Just like the day when he faced Zhao Hangyuan's attack, he had seen the opponent's attack, but his body could not avoid it at all. His current reaction speed is enough for his own strength, and even exceeds the needs of his own strength. Increasing it is just a pure waste. Even if I can react to the speed of the sword of Mecha Suzuka, I guess my body can't avoid it at all. In fact, it is better to choose instinct intuition. Maybe I can detect the danger in advance through instinctive intuition, so that my body can automatically avoid the opponent's sword in advance. Xue Jing thought to himself. Then he thought of what Wu Yaoqing said, the importance of spirit to martial arts. Or choose an ability related to the spirit. For example, concentration. This choice should enhance the artistic conception of a heavenly will sword, and it will also be good for daily martial arts practice. It's so tangled. Xue Jing shook his head, closed the panel, and decided to temporarily put aside the choice of the new active effect. Let's talk about it later. He came to the road, stretched out his hand to stop a taxi, and went to the restaurant he had agreed with his classmates. Not long after, the car stopped at the door of a restaurant called Baolin Restaurant. Xue Jing scanned the code to pay, said thank you to the driver, got off the car and walked in. Everyone is a student with limited financial ability, so the restaurant they chose is not of high standard, but the reputation is very good. Xue Jing has also eaten here several times and the taste is very good. As soon as he entered the door, he walked towards the private room area inside, came to the private room that Li Jie sent him through WeChat, and pushed open the door. Many classmates were already in place. There are dozens of students in the elite class, so this private room is very large, with 5 large tables inside. As soon as he saw Xue Jing coming in, Li Jie, who was sitting at one of the tables, stood up and said loudly, "Hey, hey, hey, alright, the protagonist is finally here, hurry up and serve the food. I didn't eat much for lunch, now I'm starving." Other classmates also spoke up. "Xue Jing is here, come and sit down. I'll ask the waiter to serve the food. Come on, sit at the middle table." Xue Jing walked up and sat down at the seat next to Li Jie, answering the classmates' questions with a smile. Alas, it feels like a lot of things have changed since more than a month ago. Li Jie unscrewed the large bottle of Coke, poured a glass for himself and Xue Jing, picked up the glass and took a sip and sighed. "Ever since you started practicing martial arts, it's like you and I are from 2 different worlds. I never thought you would succeed in this path. Now even the news is reporting that you are a martial arts genius. The principal even held a commendation meeting to praise you, but you didn't come in person. It feels weird." Xue Jing put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, "Why, you look so melancholy and resentful. Are you feeling lonely because my Land Rover is too fast?" Li Jie nodded and hummed. "To some extent. However, compared to this little emotion, I hope you can really soar to the sky, even if it means flying to a level that I can no longer reach." Li Jie said sincerely, "People always have to move forward. Since you have this talent and opportunity, don't stop because of any ties. Brother, I will only bless you." Xue Jing rubbed Li Jie's dog head with his other hand and smiled. "You don't have to tell me, I will do the same." Hearing Li Jie's words, Xue Jing couldn't help but feel some complicated emotions in his heart. When people gain something, they will definitely lose something else. This is a very normal thing. He didn't feel sad about it, but he still felt a little emotional. "You kid, do you still remember the first time we met?" Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. Li Jie smiled and said, "Of course I remember. It was the first year of junior high school. The 2 had just entered school and were assigned to the same class, and they were also deskmates. At that time, when Li Jie saw Xue Jing, his deskmate, he asked a strange question for the first time. "Do you eat ice cream by licking it or biting it?" Xue Jing felt puzzled at the time, but still said, "Bite it." Then Li Jie immediately shook hands with him. "Comrade." Xue Jing thought this person was very strange, but still interesting, so he asked back, "Do you drink Coke or Pepsi?" Li Jie said without hesitation, "I don't care." Xue Jing smiled and shook hands with him immediately. "I don't care either." The 2 of them built a wonderful friendship with just 2 wonderful conversations. What a bad fate. Not only were we classmates and deskmates in junior high school, but we also went to the same high school and were in the same class, and later we entered the elite class at the same time. Li Jie sighed. "Damn, I always play with you. I don't know how many marriages I have missed, and all the girls are seduced by you alone. The most annoying thing is that you don't want it." Li Jie looked at Xue Jing's increasingly exaggerated face and suddenly felt angry. If this face was on him, he would go out without clothes. What a waste. How are you and your girlfriend doing recently?" Xue Jing asked. "It's been a long time since we last met. I have to concentrate on preparing for the entrance exam to Xingda University. I don't want you to fall behind too much." Time passed slowly during the chat. When the dishes were served, a group of students imitated adults and held drinks and pretended they were wine, toasting each other. The meal was quite enjoyable, and it was not until 10:30 that the meal gradually ended. Xue Jing finally left the restaurant with Li Jie. The 2 walked on the street and talked for a long time, reminiscing about many past events, and then went home. After Xue Jing got home, he took a shower, practiced aiming at the dartboard for a while, and then went to bed with the cat in his arms. No words were spoken all night. The next day at noon, in the back mountain of Bicheng district, Xue Jing waved the futon knife in his hand, which was wrapped in shadow flames and dyed black, and practiced various basic knife moves. From time to time, the black blade would suddenly fluctuate, and a wisp of black flame would ignite. This method of turning the shadow flame into a coating requires a very high level of precision in manipulation. If it is maintained for a long time, it is not possible to guarantee that the film form will be maintained 100%. I need to practice it again. Xue Jing's eyes moved, and he turned the burning black flame back into a black film, thinking. After a while, the mobile phone in his pocket vibrated and rang. Xue Jing stopped practicing swordsmanship, dispersed the shadow flame black film, made a knife flower, and sheathed the Futu knife. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. The caller ID was Zuenren. Without hesitation, Xue Jing answered the call directly. Hello. The things have arrived. Where are you? Xuren's words came from the receiver as direct as always. Xue Jing was refreshed. A new goal has been achieved. I'm in the back mountain of Bicheng district. I'll send you the exact location. In the South City, in the unfinished building area, in a temporary base. Xuren stood on the helicopter landing pad with a big H written on it, hung up the phone, opened WeChat, and checked the location information sent by Xue Jing. Next to her stood a young man wearing a navy blue tactical uniform and a talisman-like paper pendant on his left ear. He looked about 17 or 18 years old. What a big deal. We have to send it to him? The young man sneered, and said as if he found it funny. Xuren turned his head and glanced at him. Instead of answering the question, he asked calmly, why did you personally send the things here? Young Masterning of ZHIJ. The young man frowned and said dissatisfiedly, you people from Beiyar really have no manners at all. Don't call me Young Masterning. I can get to where I'm today all by myself. It has nothing to do with my family. Then he changed the subject. As for why, he held a fist-sized green bamboo joint that looked ordinary in his hand. I'm using this thing. Don't get me wrong. This is the reward I got for my great contribution in the previous operation to suppress the troublemakers. It has nothing to do with my family. Xuren nodded. His expression did not change at all, and he just said, so, why did you send it to me? Didn't I tell you, I was using it, and suddenly someone came to cut in line, so I wanted to give it to him first. Young Masterning narrowed his eyes slightly. How can this young master tolerate such a thing? Naturally, I have to come and see who is so talented that he can cut in line with this young master. After saying that, he paused and added, don't get me wrong, although I call myself this young master, it's just a habitual personal habit, and it has nothing to do with my family. Xuren said softly, it's natural to meet, but young Masterning, please don't make trouble. The young man named Xue Jing has an incredible backer behind him. Young Masterning was immediately happy when he heard this. Backer? How big a backer? Can it be bigger than my family? Then he immediately added, of course, don't get me wrong, I'm just making a metaphor. I've never relied on my family. Xuren's expression did not change. He just replied, I'm afraid it's really bigger than your family, young Masterning. Don't call me young Masterning. I've already said that I rely on myself. I rely on myself. Young Masterning replied dissatisfiedly at first. So, who is his backer? About half an hour later. Xue Jing sat cross-legged on the grass with his eyes closed and concentrated. He heard a noise of propellers stirring the air in the distance, so he opened his eyes and looked. A black helicopter was approaching his position from the horizon. He stood up and waited in place. Not long after, the helicopter came close and landed slowly. The grass was bent like waves by the airflow pumped by the propellers. Xue Jing stretched out his hand on his forehead to block the strong wind from invading his eyes. The cabin door opened, and Xuren, wearing a tight black tactical suit and showing a muscular body like a female leopard, jumped down from the plane. Following closely behind her was a young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Xue Jing's eyes stayed on the green bamboo joint in his hand for a moment, and then looked at Xuren who was walking over. Captain Xuren, it's been a few days since we last met. Xue Jing smiled and nodded at her, and stretched out his hand to shake her hand. Xuren also nodded, and said calmly, you really helped me a lot by taking on this commission. Then she turned her head to look at the young man next to her and said, this is. Before she could finish, the man interrupted and said, my name is Ning Yuante. Xue Jing was a little confused, but still nodded at him. Hello, my name is Xue Jing. Ning Yuante waved his hand. I won't waste my time. I came here to give you the Beikai Gantao. I was originally using this thing, but the higher-ups suddenly arranged for you to jump the queue. Can you understand my displeasure? Xue Jing turned his head and looked at Xuren, who shrugged his shoulders in helpless response. He thought for a moment and said, I don't quite understand. So what do you want to do? Ning Yuante twisted his neck, looked directly at Xue Jing, and glared at him. I know you have a big backstage, but you have to understand that people must rely on themselves, just like me. Without the relationship of my family, I made great contributions on my own, and got the reward of Beikai Gantao. Xue Jing tilted his head, and asked in confusion, what do you want to say? Ning Yuante patted his chest, making a thumping sound. Come on. Beat me, grab the Beikai Gantao yourself, and prove yourself. Before Ning Yuante finished speaking, a jade white fist was already within reach. His pupils contracted, and in a trance, he saw a pair of silver white eyes. Indifferent, contemptuous, as if not taking anything seriously, above everything, the eyes of God. Boom. Thunder exploded, and a figure flew backwards in a spiral like an electric fan, stirring up airwaves along the way, plowing the grass into twisting furrows, and then crashed into the helicopter with a bang, sinking into the fuselage. Xue Jing retracted his fist, and caught the green bamboo joint that fell from the sky. His silver white pupils were free of emotion as he looked at Ning Yuante, who was trapped in the helicopter. I got it, and then what? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.